Just as you got home from work, you found your wife playing cards with a man in the bathroom, and they didn't even invite you despite being short a player. Furious, you stormed into the bathroom ready to flip the table, but before you could vent your anger, you slipped, hit the back of your head hard on the tiles, and died on the spot. The next moment you opened your eyes, time had rewound to 30 minutes earlier. This time, you rushed home early. As soon as you reached the building, you spotted that familiar Maybach. Your heart sank, and you dashed into the living room. The sound of cards being played loudly came from the bedroom. Burning with rage, you kicked open the bedroom door with a kitchen knife in hand. You didn't actually intend to act, but the man, seeing you holding a knife and looking murderous, panicked and jumped out of the 6th floor window. Soon, murmurs from passers-by rose from downstairs. Your wife, Qiu Runyu, collapsed by the bed, covering her face and sobbing. Yet, you were strangely calm and began asking about the man's identity in a composed tone. Qiu Runyu wiped her tears and, trembling, confessed everything. It turned out the man was named Yang Wei, the son of her company's female CEO. Qiu Runyu, being materialistic, had quickly succumbed to his financial advances. By the end, she even emphasized that she never intended to divorce you, she was just after his money. You couldn't be bothered to verify the truth of her words. With a calm wave of your hand, you signaled for her to go call the police. You are surely going to face criminal responsibility next, so you might as well take a gamble, perhaps there's a chance to start over. So you pick up the kitchen knife and without hesitation slash at your carotid artery. The next second, your eyes snap open, and sure enough, you've been reborn again. This time, you don't panic. Instead, you hop onto your beloved electric scooter, thinking through your plan as you ride. Back at the apartment complex, you glance at that familiar Maybach and suddenly come up with an idea. So you tiptoe into the living room, grab the Maybach keys from the table, hurry downstairs, slip into the Maybach, turn on the car navigation, and hit the gas toward Yang Wei's home. Qiu Runyu's perspective. My name is Qiu Runyu, and I'm Yang Wei's mother, also a lonely young widow. 13 years ago, Yang Wei's father died in a plane crash, and the entire company's burden fell on my shoulders. Over the years, I've been so busy with work that I've had no time to consider my personal life. In the last 2 years, my body has been sending frequent signals: night sweats, chest tightness, shortness of breath, weak hands unable to grip firmly. Basically, I feel like I have no strength left. The doctor says it's because I've long lacked affection, leading to a decline in estrogen secretion and endocrine system imbalance, which affects my daily life. Among men my age who are successful, almost none are single, and the younger ones lack the courage to pursue me. Having been serious for so long, even if I wanted to get closer to a certain male subordinate, I couldn't bring myself to initiate the conversation. I've tried to handle it myself, but it's like eating instant noodles, it fills the hunger but not the craving. After the company meeting this morning, I suddenly felt chest tightness, shortness of breath, and even some dizziness. I knew it was due to hormonal imbalance and endocrine disruption. On the way home, I occasionally glanced at the driver. His tall, upright posture and sharp facial features made my face flush uncontrollably, and my hands gripped the edges of the seat with involuntary tension. The driver is a good man, having worked at the company for many years, and he's around my age, but he has a wife and children. No matter how strong my physical desires are, I'm not the frivolous type and can't allow myself to cross the line. Back at the villa, after showering, I sat on the bed and gazed at the spacious, silent room. A wave of melancholy washed over me. It seemed like I had everything: looks, figure, status, and wealth, yet it also felt like I had nothing. Lying in bed, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, feeling restless all over but unable to pinpoint the discomfort. I sighed helplessly as I caressed my feverish, restless body, even feeling a bit pathetic. At this moment, you drive Yang Wei's Maybach to the entrance of this upscale villa community, and the automatic recognition system grants you immediate access. Stepping into the villa and standing in the first-floor living room, you immerse yourself in the charm of the luxurious mansion. The feeling is entirely different from what you saw in short videos. Suddenly, you understand why Qiu Runyu couldn't resist Yang Wei's pursuit. Not to mention ordinary people, even those already wealthy female celebrities, aren't they also unable to resist the advances of the rich? Standing in the spacious hall, you suddenly shout, "Is anyone home? We have a guest." You plan to meet the young man's family and have a good chat with them. Qiu Runyu, who was in the bedroom, heard someone shouting downstairs and felt a bit confused. No one except Yang Wei could enter directly. How could there be someone shouting on the first floor? And it was a man's voice. She got up and walked out of the room, just as you were ascending the stairs. "Who are you?" Qiu Runyu stood at the top of the stairs, somewhat surprised but not afraid. The man before her was exceptionally handsome and kind-faced, exactly her ideal type. Although you aren't particularly skilled at dressing yourself up, your natural good looks are undeniable. Even a materialistic woman like Qiu Runyu initially overlooked your lack of money because she was drawn to your face. You glance up at Qiu Runyu and are instantly captivated by her beauty and grace. What a stunning young woman. Though she seems a bit pale, you counter with a question of your own. And who might you be? Faced with your rude attitude, Qiu Runyu should have been angry, but staring at the young, handsome face before her, she not only didn't get upset but instead felt somewhat nervous and agitated. Still, she maintained a stern tone and accused, "This is my home. You barged in without permission and now you're questioning who I am?" You still didn't answer. Instead, you leaned closer to Qiu Runyu and asked again, "What is your relationship with Yang Wei?" "I'm his mother. Are you my son's friend?" Qiu Runyu swallowed nervously. "Why are you standing so close to me? If you think I'm too close, you can step back," you teased, continuing to move closer to her. A thought crossed your mind, and you silently cursed Yang Wei in your heart. Qiu Runyu sensed the intruder's ill intentions. No matter how desperate she was, having a strange man suddenly burst into her home was hard to accept. "Don't come any closer, or I'll call the police," she warned, as Qiu Runyu was about to dash into the bedroom and shut the door. You rushed forward and kicked it open in haste. The door swung violently, hitting her shoulder and sending her to the ground with a cry. You quickly helped her up, noticing the red mark on her delicate skin, and apologized. "Auntie, I'm sorry, I just wanted to talk, not hurt you." Seeing Qiu Runyu's stunned expression, you gave a helpless smile. "I was just scaring you to vent. Don't worry, I'm not the type to force things. Your son's mistakes aren't entirely your fault." After helping Qiu Runyu sit on the bed and offering a few comforting words along with the physical contact, she had completely let her guard down. Though she still feigned composure, she longed for you to keep your word. "Why take it out on me? What did my son do wrong?" she asked. "You pulled out Yang Wei's keys from your pocket. I suddenly had to come home today and heard your son with my wife in the bedroom, but I didn't disturb them. Instead, I took his car keys, planning to visit his family. However, I couldn't bring myself to harm innocent people. The debt must be settled with the one who caused it, so I'll go back and settle the score with him." Qiu Runyu nervously grabbed your hand. "I know my child is very reckless and often causes trouble outside. Please don't hurt him, okay? I'll compensate you. How much do you want?" You looked Qiu Runyu up and down and then said bluntly, "I don't want money. I want to get back at him without breaking the law. He did something to my wife that he shouldn't have, so I'll return the favor." You were a bit emotional, but facing the gentle and reserved Qiu Runyu, you couldn't bring yourself to finish the sentence. But this was enough to make Qiu Runyu breathe rapidly and swallow nervously. After a moment of silence, she shyly whispered, "Failing to raise my child properly is my responsibility. I hope you won't hurt him. I'll do whatever you want." This plea for her son's forgiveness sounded more like an excuse for her own indulgence. You licked your lips, also searching for a reasonable excuse for what you were about to do. "I'd hate to impose, but if you're willing, then I won't hold back. After all, your son was the one who wronged me first." Qiu Runyu squirmed slightly. "No one blames you." Then she looked up at you with a coy glare, as if she couldn't wait any longer. She had indeed waited too long, both physically and mentally pushed to the limit. If no one helped her regulate soon, her body would start having problems. Ma Chao wasn't the type of person who didn't understand the situation and hurriedly wrapped Qiu Runyu in his arms. Concerned, she asked, "Auntie, you're so hot." His daughter-in-law had done that kind of thing at home behind his back, so what was there to worry about himself? Besides, it's an enemy's mom, more or less a revenge relief. Qiu Runyu already had a tight chest and shortness of breath, and this time she couldn't catch her breath even more. But her body knew very well that there was a way to instantly save her from this near-suffocating torment. She couldn't wait to get to Ma Chao's ear, excitedly trembling and requesting. 20 minutes later, Qiu Runyu still had tear marks at the corners of her eyes. Exhausted, she snuggled into Ma Chao's arms and slept like a baby. She hadn't slept so soundly and sweetly in years, never so soundly and truly and comfortably. Ma Chao stared at the side of her face, her exquisite and incomparable features. The graceful jawline, with the eyebrows, eyes, nose and lips, all in one perfect line. Just now her color was not good, but now her skin was white and red, and her skin was like gelatin, making people feel an unreal beauty. Of course, Ma Chao also noticed the tear tracks at the corners of her eyes. Is she aggrieved and reluctant? I don't think so. She didn't act and react like that just now. Ma Chao guessed in his heart, while the image of carrying clouds and holding rain just now appeared in his mind. Can't help but be stupid again, can't wait to wake this woman up. But he could not bear to disturb this sleeping beauty. He has been unwilling to think. Wang Wei and Lu Yanyan that. Ma Chao hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, did it affect your rest?" "Why yes. I haven't slept so soundly in years." Qiu Runyu looked much better, her whole body was more radiant, and her voice became translucent and bright when she spoke. Ma Chao caressed the side of Qiu Runyu's face and couldn't help but kiss her on her full, rosy lips. "Heartbroken?" she asked. "Will I feel like I'm bullying you?" Qiu Runyu pursed her lips and sheepishly replied, when a son does something wrong, when a mother should be punished. Ah. You're not wrong. Ma Chao wrapped one arm around Qiu Runyu's waist, smiled, and came up to her, discussing, in order to make you remember, shouldn't I punish you one more time? Qiu Runyu's face was flushed and her body temperature was instantly hot again. Taking a deep breath, she wrapped her arms tightly around Ma Chao's neck and nodded vigorously in his ear. Chapter 6, Discovering the Car is Missing. Lu Yanyan and Wang Wei come out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Lu Yanyan tiredly complained, "It's all your fault, I had already finished washing, but I ended up re-washing it again, it's exhausting." With a smile on his face, Wang Wei returned to the bedroom with Lu Yanyan in his arms and casually asked, "When will your husband be back?" Lu Yanyan glanced at the time, it was just after 2 o'clock. "He doesn't get out of class until 5 o'clock, but you'd better get going. I still have to get the house cleaned up. A weekend vacation is more tiring than a day at work." Wang Wei wrapped his arms around Lu Yanyan's small waist and discussed with great interest, "I'll come back for you next weekend." "That's not good, my husband doesn't have to go to class next weekend. What are you doing here when he's at home? Then I'll get a presidential suite at the hotel and wait for you. We'll see about that when the time comes. I still don't know if I have the time. Who's as laid back as you are? You don't have to do anything every day, you just think about eating, drinking and having fun." "I'm thinking about you right now." Wang Wei cupped Lu Yanyan's face and kissed it a few times before reluctantly saying, "Then I'll go first." Then the two started getting dressed. A few moments later, Wang Wei walked out of the bedroom, with Lu Yanyan following close behind to see him off. Wang Wei scratched his head after circling the living room twice and turned to look at Lu Yanyan. Full of confusion, he asked, "Did you take my car keys?" Lu Yanyan shook her head with an innocent expression and flirted, "Stop fooling around and get going." Wang Wei smiled and explained, "I'm not messing with you, the car keys are really missing. I remember after entering the house, it was placed on this table. Ah. Did you just put it somewhere else?" Lu Yanyan reminded a sentence, then went to the restroom and bedroom and began to carefully rummage. 10 minutes later, the two turned the house all over, and did not find Wang Wei's car keys. "Your house isn't that big, so how could you not find it? Did the key open the door and run out by itself?" Wang Wei was confused and incredulous. Lu Yanyan instantly got a chill down her back as she remembered the slamming door she had heard. If someone entered the house, it should be Ma Chao. Since he took Wang Wei's key, he must have found out that the two were in the bedroom. Lu Yanyan was so scared that her face changed, and she muttered warily, "It must be my husband who has come back, what should I do? He must know everything." Wang Wei also tensed up, and after thinking about it, he comforted, "How could it be? If he was the one who came home and found us doing that kind of thing in the bedroom, how could he turn around and leave? Surely he would have rushed into the bedroom." Lu Yanyan frowned tightly and felt that Wang Wei had a point. What man would come home and encounter this kind of thing and turn away? Even the most temperless man would be on fire and should have vented his anger. What she doesn't realize is that Ma Chao has died twice and is too lazy to get angry. Lu Yanyan picked up her cell phone and called Ma Chao with trembling hands, waiting nervously. "Can't read, the number you have dialed is turned off. Sorry." The subscriber. After hearing the beep, Lu Yanyan put down her cell phone and muttered in a low voice, "That crappy cell phone of his ran out of power and shut down again." Then remind Wang Wei, "Do your car keys have a locator function? You can locate your car if you lose it, how do you locate your keys?" Ma Chao gently stroked Qiu Runyu's hair, touched her pink skin, and couldn't help but praise, "You're even more dainty than when I saw you just now." "Are you really Wang Wei's mother?" Ma Chao had a couldn't care less look on his face, he had already planned to end that marriage with Lu Yanyan. It's come to this point, so there's no point in trying to make it work. Hearing Ma Chao's proposal, Qiu Runyu felt both absurd and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Thoughts are very complicated, do not know how to face this pair of sudden punishment. Chapter 7, Borrowing $2 to take the bus. After Wang Wei explained the situation to Lu Yanyan, he saw how nervous Lu Yanyan was. Worried, he asked, "Will he hurt you when he gets home? How about you come with me? I'll arrange a place for you to stay first." "No need, just go. We don't need you to worry about our business." Lu Yanyan urged Wang Wei to leave, and after sending him out the door, she closed the door and squatted on the floor, covering her face with regret. She wasn't afraid that Ma Chao would hurt her, she was more worried about losing her husband. She's not willing to end the marriage, and as much as she loves money, she can't afford to let go of Ma Chao. Ma Chao saw Qiu Runyu get out of bed and put on her clothes, and he himself was too embarrassed to pester her, and he also put on his clothes and prepared to leave. Ma Chao had just walked to the bedroom door when he suddenly remembered something and turned around to ask awkwardly, "Can you lend me $2 so I can take the bus back?" Qiu Runyu froze for a moment, blinked her eyes, and hurriedly apologized, "I'm sorry, I should make it up to you. It just didn't occur to me for a moment. Can you send me your bank card account number and transfer $2 million to you first?" Ma Chao took out his cell phone and waved it in front of Qiu Runyu's eyes, seriously explaining, "My cell phone is dead and turned off, there's no way to pay." Having just met this young man, she was still used to being passive. "Okay, wait a minute." Qiu Runyu turned back to the bedside table to rummage. Find a bunch of expensive jewelry of all kinds, and a few car keys. Mace spray, and some personal items were found, but just not the cash. It's true that not many people use cash these days. Ma Chao looked at Qiu Runyu from behind as she bent over and arched her buttocks, exuding a look of infatuation. This woman is not only beautiful, but her body is also top-notch. The back curve and the perfect waist-to-hip ratio make it impossible to take your eyes off. Ma Chao approached her and suddenly hugged her from behind, comforting her in her ear, "Forget it, if you can't find it, don't turn it over. I'll take Route 11 and walk back. I should be able to get home before dark." Qiu Runyu gently turned around, her body close to Ma Chao, not willing to separate from him. With a slightly mortified expression, he excitedly explained, "I remembered I had cash at home, but in a hurry I couldn't remember where I put it. It doesn't matter, I can go back any way I want. I borrowed $2 from you just to have an excuse to come back to you when it's time to pay you back. It's only $2, do I still have to pay it back? Is that $2? Why I wanted to come to you, you don't count." Qiu Runyu took a deep breath and excitedly fell on Ma Chao's chest. Gathering up the courage to hug him, he tenderly asked, "What kind of relationship are we in? Are you really just doing this to punish me for not educating my son?" Ma Chao cupped Qiu Runyu's face and asked sincerely, "If I were to say that I fell in love with you at first sight and am addicted to you, would you believe me? Who knows which of your men's words are true and which are not? I'm so many years older than you, why did you fall in love with me at first sight? Don't you know what you look like? I know I look good." Qiu Runyu was honest, but she couldn't help but feel a little shy when she complimented herself. Hurriedly and helplessly, he added, "But I'm older after all. How can I compare myself to a little girl? It's the little girl who can't compete with you." Ma Chao stared at her beautiful eyes, pure and lustful, mesmerizing. Couldn't help but start kissing her. Qiu Runyu felt her body go limp and couldn't help but lean forward to wrap her arms around Ma Chao's neck, the 2 car keys in her hand making a sound. As if to remind her that it was time to let the man go, how awkward it would be for the 3 of them to meet when Z returned later. At the same time, she thought of a good idea and hurriedly proposed to Ma Chao, "There are 2 cars in my garage, after my husband left, my son doesn't like that style and no one ever drives them. If you don't mind, drive one away." Ma Chao smiled and nodded his head in agreement, "That's fine, I'll come and give it to you after a few days of driving. Until then." Qiu Runyu shyly and expectantly lowered her head and pulled Ma Chao's hand towards the elevator. The 2 of them walked out of the elevator to the underground garage, and Ma Chao couldn't help but sigh, "The living conditions of your family car are much better than ordinary people." Qiu Runyu pointed to the 2 cars in front of her, "Which one do you like to drive? Then hand over the keys in your hand." Ma Chao looked at a BMW 7 Series in front of him and a Cullinan, and reached out to take the keys to the BMW. Qiu Runyu smiled and asked, "Do you like the car?" Ma Chao replied helplessly, "No, because it's cheaper in comparison and I wanted to keep a low profile." After Ma Chao got into the car, Qiu Runyu reminded him outside, "It hasn't been driven for a long time, but I'll arrange for the driver to do regular maintenance checks so it shouldn't break down." Ma Chao started the car and nodded in satisfaction, emphasizing again, "I'll be back for you in a few days." Qiu Runyu didn't say anything and didn't know what to say, slowly taking a few steps back. Witnessed Qiao Ma driving towards the garage exit. After the BMW disappeared from view, Qiu Runyu turned towards the elevator. Upon returning to her bedroom, she sat on the bed and reached out to touch the wrinkle-filled sheets. Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Looking back on what I experienced today, it feels pretty ridiculous, but it's hard to hide the petulant joy. Wang Wei took a taxi to his home and saw his Big Ben parked in front of the villa. After a brief look around the car, he rushed into the yard. Qiu Runyu was waiting for him in the living room, and when she saw her son coming back, she told him to sit on the sofa and gave him back the keys. Wang Wei looked around and asked with careful vigilance, "Is that man gone?" Qiu Runyu replied, long gone. Then reminded, you must never go back to other people's daughters-in-law in the future. Isn't it good to talk about a girlfriend in a serious manner? Wang Wei didn't want to talk to his mother about it and couldn't help but be curious. That man is sick, isn't he? Finds out his wife is stealing and leaves without saying anything. What did he come to you for, to sue? Qiu Runyu was also embarrassed to tell the truth, so he could only casually perfunctory. I gave him a sum of money, he promised not to bother with you, you must pay attention in the future. Oh, so it's about the money, just tell me. Why bother you? If he dares to hurt you, I'll find someone to waste him. This matter is over, don't bring it up again in the future. If you have trouble to deal with outside, I arrange for someone to solve it, and you yourself should not socialize with some social people. Qiu Runyu reminded his son that he was worried that he would be used by bad people. He himself is in the black and white, has plenty of contacts, some things do not even need to personally appear, a phone call will be taken care of. In fact, today was only because she had a good feeling about Ma Chao, and it wasn't as if she didn't have the ability to resist if she were a different person. There are secret weapons in the nightstand such as anti-wolf spray and high-voltage electric batons, so you can subdue Ma Chao at any opportunity. But this intruder was too fierce, breaking right into her heart, leaving her powerless and unmotivated to resist. Wang Wei inquired again curiously, how much did you give him? Don't mention this again. Qiu Runyu didn't want to continue this topic and asked with concern, have you eaten? I'm relieved that you're okay. I have an appointment with a friend, and they're still waiting for me. Wang Wei took the key and headed out. Qiu Runyu stood up and chased after her son, asking, I'm not going back to the office today, so why don't you come back for dinner tonight? You don't have to wait for me, eat by yourself. I'll be back late. Wang Wei has rushed out of the villa. Qiu Runyu followed to the courtyard and watched Wang Wei drive away. The son is growing up and is no longer crying for his mom, he wants to experience a colorful and exciting life. But those joys don't require a mother to participate. Qiu Runyu turned around and returned to the villa, her own life was becoming less and less fun. Work and rest, as if alternating monotonously in black and white. Until noon today, that sudden intruder, to her boring life, injected bright colors. Chapter 8, Money is the only way to get money. Ma Chao drove home and met his neighbors downstairs, who lived in the same building. Usually do not meet, not talk much, today especially excited to greet him, Io. I just bought a BMW. How can I afford it, drive a friend's car? Ma Chao said hello, and then quickly walked up the stairs. Just opened the door, Lu Yanyan heard the sound and immediately rushed out from the bedroom. Shamefully standing in front of Ma Chao, she stammered and greeted, hubby, you are back. Ma Chao glanced at her because he had slept with Wang Wei's mom. Now that he didn't feel any loss, he naturally wasn't angry with Lu Yanyan. He let out a sigh and shook his head slightly with a smile on his face, there was nothing more to say. Just took off his shoes, Lu Yanyan rushed to take slippers and sent them to his feet. Ma Chao couldn't help but smile in comfort, alright, you don't have to be so humble, just be as usual. Lu Yanyan stared at Ma Chao in surprise when she saw him show a smiling face. After freezing for a moment, she suddenly jumped into Ma Chao's arms, crying and apologizing, hubby, I know I'm wrong. Are you treating me like this because you don't care about me at all? I'm going to go ahead and charge up my cell phone, but I'm exhausted, are there any leftovers from lunch? Ma Chao felt a little weak, gently pushed Lu Yanyan away and walked toward the bedroom. Lu Yanyan followed closely behind and asked with concern, what did you do? Tired like this? Nothing, I'm hungry from not eating at lunch. Ma Chao casually made a perfunctory remark, not having the heart to say that he had helped his aunt to adjust her body. Lu Yanyan awkwardly replied, there is nothing to eat at home, I had wanted to go to the supermarket in a while to buy food and properly prepare a few dishes for you at night. I'll just cook my own packet of instant noodles. Ma Chao charged up his cell phone and headed for the kitchen. There was just one packet of instant noodles left in the house, and I was allowed to eat it for lunch. Lu Yanyan reminded in a low voice, then proposed, I'm also a bit hungry, let's order takeout to eat. A friend recommended a roast duck that is quite delicious. Okay. Then order it. Ma Chao poured a cup of cool white water and drank it down, filling up with water first. Then went to the sofa and sat down. Lu Yanyan hurriedly sat next to him and fiddled with her cell phone. Muttering under his breath, over $100 a piece, no wonder they say it's delicious and not cheap. Those at the night market only buy a few $dozen. Ma Chao stared at her finely tuned appearance and had made up his mind to break up with her when he returned. Suddenly a bit unforgiving now, before this incident today, the two were still very much in love. And although Lu Yanyan is not as beautiful as Qiu Runyu, but there are a few gestures, and the small savage waist twisted up. You really can't blame men for some things. Okay. The order was successful and it was delivered in 20 minutes. Lu Yanyan put down the phone and looked up to meet Ma Chao in 4 eyes. Gradually red eyes, pouting with the urge to cry. Ma Chao calmly comforted her, I respect your choice, you want to live a rich life, I can also understand. Honey, I don't want to be separated from you. Lu Yanyan jumped into Ma Chao's arms and explained with tears, I know it's wrong, I never want the things he bought me again, and I won't meet with him again. In fact, I agreed to be friends with him because I hoped that I would have the chance to please our chairman, and your job would be solved with a casual word from him. I don't want you to go to the factory to go down to the workshop, or to deliver takeaways, those jobs are hard and tiring and don't earn much money. This steals from people, why is she even pretending to be a pussy? Ma Chao muttered in his mind, then casually asked, who is your chairman? It's Wang Wei's mom. Oh, is she that good? Ma Chao nodded and muttered in his heart, let me do this thing of pleasing her. Lu Yanyan suddenly asked nervously, by the way, you drove Wang Wei's car to his house today, didn't they call the police? If it really counts, it's not a small matter. Ma Chao helplessly analyzed, stealing and driving his car is against the law, but him sleeping with you is a moral issue, it's not against the law, right? Lu Yanyan didn't have the heart to speak and lowered her head in shame. That man, your chairman, is quite a man of honor. Knowing that his son did something wrong, he gave me a BMW 7 Series as compensation. When Ma Chao finished speaking, he pulled the car keys out of his pocket and placed them on the coffee table. Really? Where did you stop? Lu Yanyan excitedly picked up the key and broke into a smile. Ma Chao casually pointed, it's downstairs. Lu Yanyan took the key and walked quickly to the windowsill, poked her head out and looked out, and excitedly shouted, wow, it's so beautiful. You drive me to work tomorrow. Let my co-workers see that my husband is driving a BMW too. Looking at Lu Yanyan's happy appearance, Ma Chao silently sighed, this is really material, seeing money. The matter of stealing people is crossed over, is it? Lu Yanyan returned to the sofa, full of smiles holding Ma Chao's arm, the tears in the corners of her eyes had not yet dried. Already smiling so happily. You just said that you made friends with Wang Wei in order to find me a good job. You're really well-intentioned, it seems like I shouldn't blame you, I should even be grateful. Hearing Ma Chao bring up that matter again, Lu Yanyan put away her smile and sincerely explained, actually, I didn't agree at first, but he was too generous with his offer, so I didn't resist the temptation. When a girl sees her favorite expensive bags and clothes, she sometimes tends to get carried away. I know it's wrong and I won't deal with him again. You're quite real. Ma Chao praised one sentence, then seriously proposed, why don't we get a divorce? After you finalize your couple relationship with that Wang Wei, he should give you more money. If you marry him in the future, you'll be Mrs. Magnificent. A little kid like him, he hasn't been characterized yet. Just playful, who dares to expect him to be serious and responsible? Lu Yanyan casually complained, then lowered her head in shame. Ma Chao calmly analyzed, it's not that you don't want to follow him, you just don't feel sure about it, right? Lu Yanyan raised her head and excitedly pleaded, hubby, I actually can't let you go even more. Just forgive me. Ma Chao let out a sigh, hesitating whether or not to confess his affair with Qiu Runyu. After the two of them were silent for a moment, Lu Yanyan couldn't help but ask carefully, hubby, when you came home, since you found out that I did that kind of thing, how could you hold back and not get angry? You do think that when it comes to something like this, every man should rush into the bedroom and fight to the death, don't you? Lu Yanyan was speechless, and her heart was a bit elusive to Ma Chao. Although his own husband was not a vicious and venomous man, he was not bloodless either. How could he wear such a big green hat and turn around and leave? Ma Chao casually explained, I was going to go to his house first and make a scene, but I realized that only your chairman is at home, and that woman is quite nice to talk to. Do you have a crush on our chairman? Lu Yanyan interrupted Ma Chao. How do you know? With a condition like that of our chairman, let alone you men. I'd even be willing to change my sexual orientation if she gave me the chance. Ma Chao looked at Lu Yanyan with a crying expression. Since the words had come to this, he simply stopped pretending and nodded to admit that he was in love with Qiu Runyu. Lu Yanyan had a surprised look on her face, and after freezing for a moment, she asked expectantly, does she like you too? Ma Chao picked up the BMW keys and waved them in front of his eyes, isn't it obvious? Lu Yanyan didn't get angry, instead she excitedly shouted, hubby, you're great. We're rich. This reaction of his wife, completely Ma Chao will not be whole, this gold-worshipping woman can be really real. Chapter 9, Let's Get Together. Ma Chao looked at his wife's happy smile and asked tentatively, do you mind if I have sex with her? Lu Yanyan graciously stated, we are all adults, so it's really no big deal. I won't blame you if you go to accompany our chairman in order for us to have a better life. It's just a skin, as long as your heart is with me. Ma Chao blurted out, the problem now is that my heart isn't with you either. Are you still going to get real with her? Honey, are you talking to me in anger? Lu Yanyan's half-hearted expression left Ma Chao speechless. This daughter-in-law was truly greedy for money, but quite cute. Then pretended to seriously discuss with his wife, look at us as a couple, you are responsible for seducing Wang Wei, I am responsible for pleasing his mom. Then let's amass a crazy amount of money, how about accomplishing a small goal for each of us as early as possible? Of course it's good. But Wang Wei is still a student, not rich like his mom, I can't accomplish a small goal. But I believe you can succeed, go husband. Ma Chao almost blurted out, I'll add you to the list. Then with a smile on his face he shook his head, not having the heart to curse. I have no choice but to confess, Yin Yin, let's stop here. We definitely can't be a couple anymore. You should talk to Wang Wei. Maybe you two can make it work. In case I can get results with your chairman as well, we'll still be family at the end of the day. Honey, the person I love is you. He's just rich and powerful in his family, he's not as good as you in everything else. Lu Yanyan anxiously explained with a piquant and pleasing expression. Okay, don't make comparisons. Ma Chao hurriedly threw out a sentence to advisor, let's not talk about debts, let's just get together and part ways. Lu Yanyan hugged Ma Chao's body tightly and asked fondly, is there really no room for redemption? Of course not, I can't accept this marriage relationship. Ma Chao shook his head helplessly, and before he could finish his words, there was a sudden knock on the door. Here comes the roast duck. Lu Yanyan hurriedly stood up to open the door. After placing the takeout on the coffee table, Lu Yanyan pouted and pleaded, hubby, don't mention the divorce first, okay? Aren't you hungry? Let's eat and get full first. Ma Chao nodded and didn't have the heart to keep bringing up the subject of divorce. Ma Chao opened the bags with Lu Yanyan, 2 boxes of sliced duck meat, 2 packs of pancakes, and 1 box of fried duck rack. A box of side dishes, including shredded green onions and cucumber strips. Plus a small box of sweet noodle sauce, all together. Lu Yanyan picks up a cake and starts wrapping a duck roll. Ma Chao also picked up a cake, directly wrapped a piece of duck meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. He was really hungry, and was too lazy to go into that much detail. Can it taste good if you don't dip it in sweet pasta sauce? Lu Yanyan wrapped the one she was holding and handed it to Ma Chao, reminding him, dip it in the sweet noodle sauce. You eat it. I'll just take it myself. Eat first then. I'm not too hungry. Lu Yanyan put the duck meat roll into Ma Chao's hand and then continued to wrap the next one. After Ma Chao finished eating, she handed over another wrapped duck roll. You eat it too. No need to just give it to me, I'll take it and eat it myself. Ma Chao was a bit embarrassed, but Lu Yanyan insisted on giving it to him and helplessly lamented, maybe in a few days, you'll go live with a rich woman and I won't have the chance to care about you even if I want to. Ma Chao laughed and flirted, don't say that, maybe we'll still be a family after I become your eunuch in the future. Then I'll have to serve you well. Lu Yanyan and Ma Chao were looking at each other, and that delicate look was sending some sort of message. Ma Chao hurriedly reminded her in a serious manner, don't be rude. You're on a roll, aren't you? Do you really think we're both going to get married into a rich family? Lu Yanyan guessed that Wang Wei was just playing around with her, and as for Ma Chao and Qiu Runyu, it was even more impractical, probably just a whim. The status and age of the two people, the difference is too great, and the probability is also unlikely to bear fruit. She was more practical as a person, and in her opinion, the most important thing about knowing that kind of rich person was to get money. Getting the money is the hard way. Ma Chao didn't argue with her, he just wanted to live as he pleased anyway. The big thing is to die and start all over again. The two of them finished 2 boxes of duck, which wasn't a huge amount but had plenty of grease. Both were so full that they couldn't eat any more of the duck rack. I get sleepy when I'm full, so I'm going to take a nap. Ma Chao left a sentence and got up to leave. Lu Yanyan saw that he didn't go to the bedroom, but went to another room, and asked anxiously, why don't you go sleep in the bedroom? Ma Chao turned around and explained, it's better for the two of us to sleep separately. Are you really not going to live with me? Lu Yanyan stood up and anxiously approached Ma Chao. Ma Chao scratched his head, helplessly discussing, all developed to this point, how to live together. Forget about a painful divorce, let's just get together and part ways. We're not too old, don't hold anyone back. Lu Yanyan hugged Ma Chao tightly and shouted, I don't agree. Ma Chao patted her shoulder, not bothering to argue with her. Continuing the discussion, let's calm down for a few days and decide after serious consideration, okay? I'm really sleepy and want to go to bed for a while, will you let go of me first? Lu Yanyan let go of Ma Chao and earnestly pleaded, I'm the one who wronged you first, I know it's wrong. It's fine with me if you interact with Wang Wei's mom or other women, but I don't want a divorce. Wait a few days to calm down. Ma Chao dropped the sentence, turned and walked quickly into the room and closed the door behind him. Lu Yanyan didn't want to push too hard, she believed that the two still had an emotional foundation. As long as she didn't let go, Ma Chao shouldn't be that desperate. But now Ma Chao has died twice, and after experiencing life and death, one's values and sensibilities will change greatly. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. Qiu Runyu had just put down her cell phone after talking to her son on the phone. Wang Wei is having a good time with his friends outside, so I don't think he'll be back until the latter part of the night. This is the youth of the son, when the mother can no longer control him. She can only pray for him silently at home and hope that everything goes well for him. Qiu Runyu's body felt much better today under Ma Chao's conditioning, and she slept soundly in the afternoon. Now I can't sleep because I'm tossing and turning, and my mind starts to automatically play all those wonderful images of passion in my head. She couldn't help but grip the sheets harder with both hands, her face flushed. A deep breath was taken, accompanied by the rapid rise and fall of her chest. Then exhale slowly, breath trembling slightly. Mentally, I couldn't help but begin to anticipate when he would come to return the car. It doesn't matter if there are more or fewer cars in the house, but more or fewer people makes a world of difference. Ma Chao opened his eyes and looked at the darkened room. He was confused from sleep. It was impossible to tell if it was evening or midnight or early morning. He got up and opened the door to his room. The light in the bedroom next to him was still on. Lu Yanyan was still awake. Ma Chao glanced at the clock on the wall. It was past 10 in the evening. He himself had been sleeping from the afternoon until now, and getting up at this time was really a bit awkward. He went to the bathroom to pee, then went to drink some more water and hurried back to his room to go back to sleep. Once you're fully awake, you won't be able to fall back asleep, and you might lose sleep tonight. Ma Chao had just laid down for less than 2 minutes when Lu Yanyan pushed open the door and walked into his room. Chapter 10, Not Tonight. When Ma Chao heard someone come in, he didn't need to look to know who it was. There were only 2 people in the house. He didn't dare to move around and pretended to fall asleep again, not wanting to sleep with Lu Yanyan tonight. Lu Yanyan sat on the edge of the bed and complained in a small voice, "Hubby, don't pretend, are you asleep again so soon?" Seeing that Ma Chao didn't react, she went straight into the comforter and pressed herself against the other's body. Ma Chao took a deep breath and opened his eyes. There was no need to pretend anymore, when he touched Lu Yanyan's body. With a surprised cry, "Why are you not wearing anything? What's wrong with me not wearing it? We're a couple and we're in our own home, do I need to hide it?" Lu Yanyan wrapped her arms around Ma Chao's body with a very clear purpose. No, I'm tired today and I don't want to do that." Ma Chao refused outright, gently pushing Lu Yanyan's body. In fact, at his age, it's easy to come back full-blooded after a good meal and a good night's sleep. Yan Lu reaches out. Smiling, he warned, "It doesn't lie. I didn't take a shower, stop it." Ma Chao continued to make excuses to refuse. "I'll wait for you, go down and flush, it won't take more than 2 minutes. I'm lazy today." "Then there's no need to wash." "You stop." Ma Chao grabbed Lu Yanyan's hands hard to stop her from messing around. Lu Yanyan complained aggressively, "You dislike me, don't you? I've been apologizing to you all day today, what exactly will you do to forgive me? Can't you really give me a chance? To tell you the truth, I slept with your chairman, so we're even. No one is sorry for anyone, but we really can't continue to live together. The first time you went to her house, you had that kind of relationship with her. Is it that fast? Did you lie to me on purpose? Mr. Qiu is usually very serious and has a serious demeanor at all times, how could he be so casual? How can I say this kind of thing? Maybe it's just seeing eye to eye. I'm not lying to you, she's all I think about now, so don't force me anymore. Will you stop being so childish? Do you think it will work out between you two? I don't care, I don't even care, I'm fine with whatever the outcome is." "You?" Lu Yanyan wanted to continue to persuade when her own cell phone rang in the next room. That's annoying, who's calling for what at this late hour? Lu Yanyan impatiently chided, and Ma Chao hurriedly advised her, go answer the phone. It might be someone important. Lu Yanyan reluctantly got out of bed, and Ma Chao followed closely to send her out. Hurry up and close the door to the room and unlock it from the inside. Lu Yanyan returned to the bedroom and picked up her cell phone to see that it was Wang Wei calling. Without good humor, I answered, what are you doing? It's so late. Wang Wei slurred his confession, Sister Yanyan, I miss you again. I don't want to go home tonight, I'll go to the hotel and get a room and wait for you. You're drunk, aren't you? My husband is going to divorce me, so don't cause any more trouble. That's perfect, I'll marry you if he divorces you, let's be husband and wife, okay? I'll propose to you right now. Are you of marriageable age? Wait 2 years before you say such big words. Lu Yanyan knew that Wang Wei was just talking off the top of his head, not to mention that he was drunk and probably tomorrow might not even remember what he said tonight. Wang Wei continued to promise, I said I meant it, I just want to marry you. I think you are the most suitable with me, much better than those gibberish girls. Talk to me when you're sober. Lu Yanyan directly hung up the phone, turned around and walked out of the bedroom to the door of Ma Chao's room. Twisted the doorknob to find it locked from the inside, raised his hand just to knock and his cell phone rang again. Lu Yanyan turned around and went back to her room, helplessly answering the phone, Wang Wei, what the hell do you want? I've already let you have your way, but you're not done yet. I don't care, just addicted to you. I'll be with you when you get divorced and I promise you, I'll be good to you. Wang Wei was very excited, as if he had made up his mind somehow. Chapter 11, Breakfast Together. Although Lu Yanyan knew that this kid's words couldn't be fully believed, her heart was more or less looking forward to it. After all, this was the young master of the mansion. If she can formalize her relationship with him, she doesn't dare to hope that she can really marry into a rich family. Even if you just play along for a few years, you should still be able to make a lot of money. Thinking of this, Lu Yanyan didn't say the words so absolutely, and gently comforted, it's too late, listen to your sister, you hurry home. If you really want to have that heart, wait until next weekend, when your mind is clear, and then talk to me. Okay, I'll do as you say. You hurry up with the divorce and I'll see you next weekend. Wang Wei agreed painfully, and then after a few ambiguous sentences with Lu Yanyan, he hung up the phone to go home honestly. He has school tomorrow. Usually only has 2 days on the weekend. Lu Yanyan sat on the bed and casually threw her cell phone to the side, caught in a dilemma. She also had a crush on Wang Wei, but in her heart, she preferred her husband. But Wang Wei's wealth was too tempting. And Lu Yanyan wasn't sure how long she could hold Wang Wei. She knew Wang Wei was really addicted now. Lu Yanyan not only has posture, her body is even hot and strong. Moreover, she has soft muscles and bones and has learned to dance since she was a child. Though I didn't become a professional dancer, my skills will always come in handy. There's also her natural physiological response, which is kind of a gift, paired with a high level of skill. It was no wonder that it could make Wang Wei addicted to her and unable to stop. Wang Wei's first 2 girlfriends were rich girls of similar age. With a good family and a few good looks, they had a self-righteous attitude. Whenever you make out, you don't know how to be fancy or interactive the whole time, waiting to be served like a log. Wang Wei made a point of asking for something, and the other party still had an impatient look on his face, making him lose interest. And the experience Lu Yanyan brought him was beyond words. It's a downgrade compared to his first 2 terms. Lu Yanyan also knew her own skills. Her successive boyfriends were all taken by her. When she married Ma Chao, her ex-boyfriend was so devastated that he almost couldn't survive. Lu Yanyan sat on the bed and thought for a moment, not continuing to look for Ma Chao in the next room. Intend to take one step at a time, nothing is absolute. Maybe it's true what Ma Chao said, both of them can successfully marry into a family and still be a family. The relationship between a father-in-law and daughter-in-law is actually quite good. Lu Yanyan lying on the bed, after closing her eyes, it is difficult to hide the shame. The next morning, Ma Chao got up and walked out of his room. He did not sleep well last night, although he had already made up his mind to end his relationship with Lu Yanyan. But physiologically still uncontrollable, cannot help but think of that woman as good, when the day is almost bright, even dreamed of with her. Ma Chao glanced at the breakfast on the table. Lu Yanyan had gotten up earlier than him and had already prepared breakfast. Dressing herself up in the restroom right now, she still wants to try and save the marriage. After all, she got this husband on her own, and she hasn't been scarce enough. Ma Chao came to the door of the restroom and glanced inside. Lu Yanyan was inside applying makeup in the mirror, wearing a pink halter nightgown. The nightgown was very thin, semi-transparent, and very short. The top showed her shoulders and the bottom revealed her thighs, making Lu Yanyan look dainty and mouth-watering. She faced the mirror, her body leaning forward in a perfect S-curve. Her waist and buttocks were like her secret weapon, making people think about her. It wasn't very hot yet, and she was clearly seducing Ma Chao by dressing like this. Ma Chao 2 hands on the front of his body, he just got up in the morning, energy, not to mention, the mane also hold a urine. At this moment really cannot withstand the temptation, it is easy to impulse. But seeing that Lu Yanyan had no intention of coming out, she didn't have the good sense to urge her, and turned around just to leave. Lu Yanyan opened her mouth and called out to him, "Aren't you going to the restroom? Where are you going?" Ma Chao stood in front of the restroom door, bent over and politely replied, "I'll be on when you come out. Come in if you're pissing. Is there any need to hide it from me? It's not like I haven't seen before." Lu Yanyan casually advised, turning her head to stare at Ma Chao's hands that were blocking the way. Embarrassed, Ma Chao replied, "It's not pee." Lu Yanyan simply cleaned up the dresser and walked out of the restroom, her body deliberately rubbing against Ma Chao. "Leave a message, get in there. Don't suffocate." Then wiggled her waspish ass into the bedroom. Ma Chao couldn't help but turn his head to steal a glance, and did feel a little bit left out. Then hurry into the restroom, close the door behind you and run the water first to calm yourself down. By the time Ma Chao came out of the restroom, Lu Yanyan had already changed her clothes and was sitting at the dining table. Dressed in a beige slim-fitting chambray shirt, and tight, low-waisted jeans, she showed off her delicate figure to the fullest. In fact, with a body like that, it doesn't matter so much what your face looks like anymore. Ma Chao sat across from her, and couldn't help but glance at her slender legs, and the perfect curve of her waist and hips. Although she wasn't as pretty as Qiu Runyu, she was also overly beautiful, plus she had excellent makeup skills. After applying heavy makeup, she looked very delicate and charming. Ma Chao stared at the flirtatious eyebrow and flavorful woman in front of him. When he thought that she wouldn't belong to him in the future, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Said nothing, looked down and started eating. "Hubby, one day as husband and wife, we've been sharing the same bed for 2 years. Don't you have any attachment to me?" Lu Yanyan stared at Ma Chao's eyes, still wanting to continue to stay. Ma Chao looked up and locked eyes with her for a moment and said honestly, "Staying can be more than a little bit, that's quite a lot. But there are some things that I couldn't care less about. Let's just go our separate ways." Then helplessly shook his head, avoiding Lu Yanyan's hot and eager eyes. For this woman, Ma Chao can only advise in his heart that it is he who is not blessed. Lu Yanyan could see that Ma Chao's mind was made up, and she didn't pester him. Although she can't let go of Ma Chao, but she is not the kind of infatuation-complaining girl. More importantly, she now had hopes for Wang Wei as well. Lu Yanyan is not a bad person, but she is a refined egoist, a smart and realistic woman. Here's the deal. I promise to divorce you, anyway, there is a month's cooling-off period. We both think it over, and if you don't want a divorce then, you can back out. For a month, we'll live together, but we won't interfere in anything with each other. Do you think that's okay? Hearing Lu Yanyan's proposal, Ma Chao considered it for a moment. Or are you afraid you won't be able to hold it together if the two of you live together? Embarrassed, he negotiated, "Your family paid for the house, so I'd better move out for the month." Lu Yanyan's skill, Ma Chao knew better than anyone. Chapter 12, Sending her to the office. Lu Yanyan graciously comforted, "You don't have to be so polite with me, we've been married for the past 2 years. You don't smoke, don't drink, and don't have any bad hobbies, you hardly spend any money and give me your monthly salary. Although there is not much money, but it is all you have. And you come home from work and your cell phone is not a secret from me. I know you never have flings with other women, you spend all your energy on me." Okay, stop it. Ma Chao interrupted Lu Yanyan's words. Early in the morning is the time of high energy, really can't stand her saying this. Lu Yanyan could see that Ma Chao was staying away from her, grabbed Ma Chao's hand and started to pout. "You ignored me last night, and I lost sleep. It was almost dawn before I fell asleep, and I also dreamed of talking to you." Lu Yanyan didn't say anything, biting her lip lightly and staring at Ma Chao's eyes with a crooked head. Ma Chao only locked eyes with her, and there was a tingling sensation from his canopy to his heels, and his back teeth itched a little. He avoided the other's expectant eyes and pretended to be calm as he reminded, "You should go to work soon after you finish eating. Don't be late. What's the hurry? We got up early today, and we still have some time after dinner. You can accompany me to the bedroom for a while. Okay? Lu Yanyan's offense made it difficult for Ma Chao to fight, and stammered perfunctorily, I have to go out early, I ran early yesterday, and the training teacher told me to go early to make up for it. Cut the crap, you're all just there to make up for it. And you're the one who drives a BMW 7 Series, do you still care about that unemployment money? If you have that kind of effort, why don't you think about how to please our chairman? People die for money and birds die for food, husband, I support you in conquering that ant. Ma Chao revealed a helpless smile and flirted, it's come to this, so you should stop calling me your husband. What's to stop me from screaming, as long as we don't have a divorce decree, you're my husband. A legally compliant couple, you still have the obligation to share a room with me. In the face of Lu Yanyan's aggressiveness, Ma Chao cried and laughed and shook his head, discussing with her, just spare me. I'd better go and concentrate on pleasing your chairman. She gave me a BMW yesterday, maybe next time she'll be happy and give me a villa. When we get divorced, you'll get half of the property. As soon as she heard about the property, Lu Yanyan immediately smiled with joy and nodded, I think it's fine. Then he seriously discussed with Ma Chao, hubby, I can't bear to part with you. If you and our chairman really get results, I'll try my best to take down Wang Wei. At that time, we'll still be a family, I'll call you father-in-law when there's someone, and you'll still be my husband when there's no one. Pull yourself together. Ma Chao put down his chopsticks with force, not wanting to listen to Lu Yanyan's nonsense. But looking at Lu Yanyan's serious and innocent expression, she couldn't help but laugh. This woman lived a sprightly life, taking egoism and the greed in human nature to the extreme. She wants Wang Wei's money and can't afford to lose Ma Chao, a man who is both greedy for money and lustful. But she at least admits this in a big way, that a true villain is better than a hypocrite. Lu Yanyan looked at Ma Chao's serious expression and casually threw out a sentence, look at you as if you're a pushover. If you don't agree, I can still force you. If only I could be as spontaneous as you. Ma Chao threw out a sentence, lowered his head and continued to eat. I believe that you will slowly get the hang of it, life is a few decades on earth, excluding youth and old age, the good years are gone in a blink of an eye. If you don't take advantage of your youth to make yourself happy, what are you waiting for, the next life? Who knows if you'll be a pig or a dog in your next life, even if you're a human being, you don't always have the capital to indulge. Lu Yanyan twisted her waist twice and asked Ma Chao with a bit of mischief in her delicacy, do you think so? Ma Chao didn't say it with his mouth, but he still couldn't let go of Lu Yanyan a bit. Even though this woman's three views were rather bombastic, she still felt that she was quite cute. After all, it's the woman you loved and used to love so much. Maybe we'll be two heads in our next life, and we'll just push a ball of poop around every day, but have a great time. Roll on, go be happy with yourself. Lu Yanyan smiled and waved before standing up and approaching Ma Chao, sitting on his lap. Caressing Ma Chao's face, he softly teased, maybe you were really ahead in your past life, practicing pushing a ball of every day. That's why your cart pushing skills are so good in this life. Eat up and get going. Didn't you ask me to take you to work? Ma Chao put down his chopsticks and pushed Lu Yanyan away, getting up and urging her to go to work quickly. What's the hurry? It's still early. There's no harm in leaving the house early in the morning rush hour traffic. Based on our relationship, what's there to be afraid of being late for a while? My husband has already slept with the chairman of the board, does anyone dare to control me? You'd better keep a low profile in the company, it's a bad influence. Hurry up and go. I'll go down and wait for you first. Ma Chao was in a hurry to go out and didn't want to tangle with Lu Yanyan at home. Lu Yanyan carefully dressed up before going downstairs. In the downstairs several middle-aged men, under the gaze of the eyes, twisted to the BMW car. Opening the car door and sitting in the passenger side, she closed the door and excitedly shouted, honey, it feels so good to be rich. Who says we're rich? You don't have to say it out loud, look at those big brother's eyes, I love this being watched by others like this. Ma Chao spat out 4 words, love of vanity. Lu Yanyan admitted unabashedly, yes, I just love this feeling. Ma Chao started the car, showing a helpless smile, and left with a foot on the gas. The road was very crowded because it was rush hour and I don't know if the land was short of roads or just full of cars. It's either a road repair here or there, concentrating all the cars on one road anyway. It's like going to work on the way to work just for the hell of it. More than 10 kilometers, running nearly an hour, everywhere you can see the cuts and collisions occurring because of the rush. It takes a lot of hard work to go to a ING class, like a ING trip to the West. Lu Yanyan sat in the passenger side, glaring at the same side of the vehicle, from time to time out of a few sentences, less than 100,000 broken domestic car, you squeeze what squeeze ah. Crash together, you can afford to pay? Ma Chao used his afterglow to gauge Lu Yanyan's disgusted expression, both hating her for being a snob and finding her hilarious. Couldn't resist reminding her, a BMW 7 Series isn't that upscale, and a regular car's insurance is sufficient. Look at that broken car, it's falling apart, can it have insurance? You stay away from it, maybe once it hits us, the driver won't even want the car right away and just run away. Lu Yanyan pointed outside the car window with a disgusted expression. Ma Chao smiled and shook his head, too lazy to say anything more, just want to quickly send this ant to the company. Chapter 13, Meeting at the Office. Ma Chao drove to the main gate of Lu Yanyan's company, except for the cars of customers and company executives. The private cars of ordinary employees do not have access to the company's internal parking lot and can only be parked in the open parking lot on the company's periphery. Ma Chao drove to the company's main entrance, intending to stop the car and let Lu Yanyan go down, then turn around and leave himself. But the lifting bar lifted automatically because Qiu Runyu's car was registered with the company. The system recognized the license plate and automatically released it. Ma Chao simply kicked the gas and drove into the company. Lu Yanyan looked around excitedly, it was the first time she entered the company's internal parking lot. After Ma Chao parked the car, he turned his head and asked her, "When do you have time? Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau." Lu Yanyan held Ma Chao's arm and asked knowingly, "What's the point of going to the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Ma Chao said helplessly, "I advise you not to delay, let's just leave in pain. Divorce is fine, but we're still going to be friends." Ma Chao understood that she was talking about more than just friends, but she was too lazy to argue with her right now. Casually, he nodded his head and agreed, "Sure." Because of the retreat to good friends, there is no need to be so sensitive to the issue of Lu Yanyan's. Ma Chao was just about to drive away when a Mercedes S600 pulled into the parking space next to him. Qiu Runyu got out of the car and noticed his BMW at a glance. She went around to the passenger seat, opened the door and sat in sideways. The slim gray suit was tightly fitted, perfectly fitting every inch of her graceful curves. Ma Chao stared unblinkingly at her posture as she got on the car, a long and plump leg stepping on the car first, then the round and full buttocks. From the side, the curves were smooth and natural, dignified yet firm and elastic. Outstanding beauty and temperament aside, that body alone is enough. It's true that it's not just talk when your shoulders are wider than your shoulders and you're better than a living god. Qiu Runyu closed the car door and faced Ma Chao at close range, slightly shy. Nervously and excitedly, he asked, "How did you find my company?" Ma Chao blinked and simply followed her words and replied, "I came to return your car." "There's no need to be in such a hurry, no one drives this car at home anyway." "Don't you like the car?" "Of course not, it's a good loan." "I'm embarrassed to drive your car for nothing." "You don't have to be so polite, if you like it, just keep driving it. Even if you don't want to drive it anymore, don't send it to the company, just send it directly to my house." As soon as Qiu Runyu mentioned letting Ma Chao go to her home, she nervously lowered her head slightly and couldn't help but show a petulant expression. Ma Chao had died twice, and no longer had any worries in this life, so he said straight out what was on his mind, "Mr. Qiu, I like you, I want to be with you." "Why are you talking like this, aren't you married?" "Yesterday it was because my son was in the wrong first, so I took his place even as an apology to you to make amends." Since she had gotten better with Ma Chao yesterday, Qiu Runyu felt permeable. It was as if she had opened her capillary and regained her life. She clearly craved that taste of pleasurable pleasure, but her introverted nature was still forcing her reserve. "I've made a deal with my daughter-in-law to sign the divorce today." Qiu Runyu cautiously asked, "What? Why do you want a divorce?" She was a little ashamed and self-conscious, as if she were a third party. "I've decided to end that marriage since I came home yesterday and found out about her affair with your son. As for what happened with you, it was a windfall, and I didn't think I'd become so enamored with you." Qiu Runyu didn't know how to react, she half believed Ma Chao's words, after all, her wealth was here. This young man was, most likely, rushing to curry favor with her money. Looking at Qiu Runyu's difficult expression, Ma Chao guessed, "You're worried that I'm trying to figure out your money, aren't you?" Qiu Runyu frankly shook her head, "I'm not sure. It's certainly not a bad thing that you're so rich, but I covet your beauty and body more. And what attracts me the most is this character charm of yours." "What character charms?" Qiu Runyu had a puzzled look on her face, not knowing whether or not she should believe this young man's sweet words. It's that when I look into your eyes, I can feel a very sincere response. And you superficially give off a dignified and elegant, calm and introverted, even somewhat serious and high-cool temperament. But underneath the facade of being a prude, you actually have a bold and fiery side, a very charming and flirtatious flavor. Seeing Qiu Runyu lower her head in shame, Ma Chao hurriedly explained, the flirtatious here is by no means a derogatory term. I think a woman should be like you, what you do is perfect. Doing what like what? Qiu Runyu repeated and smiled, as a woman, I'm really successful in my career, and I don't seem to be good at anything else. Ma Chao also revealed a smile and bravely held Qiu Runyu's hand, praising, through your reaction yesterday, I can tell that you're not the kind of person who is mute and uninteresting. After getting familiar with each other, you will definitely be a woman of great flavor. Qiu Runyu took a deep breath and tried to suppress her excitement. She glanced at Ma Chao and couldn't help but smile happily. Consoling herself in her heart, she really liked this young man, even though the destiny was a bit ridiculous. If it wasn't for God's forceful arrangement for him to break into the house, I don't know how long it would have taken for myself to have the courage to blossom. May have to watch myself slowly dry up and wither and fade away. And on second thought, he had plenty of money anyway. So what if this young man was really after money? It was no secret that money could buy love, long ago. Chapter 14, Appointment at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Then she inquired with concern, where do you work? Ma Chao replied honestly, I just filed for unemployment and I'm not looking for a suitable job right now. Do you have any career paths? I don't have a direction for the industry, anyway, I have hands and feet and good health, but I don't have excessive specialized skills. It's just a way to earn some hard money. Isn't that all there is to the jobs in society that are always recruiting people from the outside world? Qiu Runyu extended an invitation to Ma Chao, would you like to work in my company? What can I do? Go work as a security guard at the gate? Ma Chao appeared to be very unconfident, after flirting with a sentence, then he nodded his head and agreed, actually, it's fine, now this kind of. Qiu Runyu wanted to say something and deliberately put on a serious expression. I love to see a gentle woman like you when you're angry. Ma Chao reached out to caress Qiu Runyu's burning cheeks. Her breathing became rapid, and though she did not refuse, she excitedly urged, this is company, you'd better not. Ma Chao hurriedly lowered his hands, okay, Mr. Qiu. Qiu Runyu offered with a smile on her face, I don't know if there's a shortage of security guards, and I don't want you to guard the gate. You drive for me. Anyway, one more driver is not too much, and one less is not too little. You become my exclusive driver, in terms of salary and benefits. Needless to say, none of that matters. I mostly like driving for you. Ma Chao interrupted Qiu Runyu's introduction and told her seriously, I do. Then it's a deal, when you're ready, just come directly to the company. Give me a call then, and I'll arrange for someone to take you to do the entry procedures. Qiu Runyu left her contact number with Ma Chao, then got off and left. Ma Chao looked at her departing back and muttered, crotch width over the shoulder, more than a god. This life is worth it. Then drive away from the office. More than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Ma Chao in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, finally waiting for Lu Yanyan to appear. After seeing her get down from the cab, Ma Chao rushed to meet her, what took you so long, is this a good time? Lu Yanyan replied, we are divorced, not married. Do you still need to see a good time? Besides, today is still a single number. What a mess, I'm afraid of letting people get close to the end of their shift and not processing us. If we can't do it today, let's do it some other time. You're in such a hurry to break up with me. Wasn't I afraid it would affect your work? It's not easy for you to take a vacation. Ma Chao pulled Lu Yanyan and headed inside the hall. Don't you come with me on this, you're in a hurry to please our chairman. Lu Yanyan reluctantly followed Ma Chao into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Both of them couldn't help but blush as they signed, even though this wasn't an official divorce yet. But after all, it was an important part of the process, and once it was signed, legally speaking, they would still be husband and wife for the next month. But in both men's minds, the marriage was over by default, emotionally. On the way home, both men were silent. It was as if a barrier had suddenly been added between the two, something that really couldn't be fooled around with. Lu Yanyan looked out the car window for a long time, and after turning her head to look at Ma Chao, she finally couldn't help but shed tears. Ma Chao glanced at her and said nothing. But both of them coincidentally reached out a hand and clasped together. When he passed by the supermarket, Ma Chao asked, do you still have any vegetables at home? Do you need to go buy some? Lu Yanyan replied with a slight loss, I don't have the heart to prepare dinner, let's eat outside. It's better to eat less outside, I'll go home and cook. It won't kill you to eat a few times every now and then, and today is such a special day, let's go to a barbecue restaurant and jerk off. Have some beer to celebrate. What's to celebrate? Ma Chao awkwardly muttered a sentence, did not have the good sense to pick up again. Passing a gas station, Ma Chao drove in. 95 gasoline, at 150. Ma Chao told the staff member, who enthusiastically ran over to him, sounding a bit unsure of himself. The staff blushed, but didn't have the heart to say anything. Lu Yanyan guessed that Ma Chao couldn't come up with $200 on him, and when he used to work in the factory, he had almost no expenses. Couldn't help but smile and tease, our chairman just gave you a car to drive, didn't he give you gas money? Ma Chao casually and perfunctorily said, this car has a small gas tank, it can't add much gas. What did you say? This car also has a small gas tank. Lu Yanyan wanted to say something, she knew that Ma Chao was. Ma Chao looked at Lu Yanyan drinking at speed, his heart was a little unsure, did not dare to promise her. A couple of giggles for good measure. An hour later, the two finished a case of 12 bottles. Lu Yanyan asked Ma Chao to get another box, and Ma Chao shook his head and waved his hand, his eyes barely open. You're so lazy, I'll just go get it. Lu Yanyan complained and was just about to get up. Ma Chao hurriedly reached out to stop her, slurring his words as he explained, I'm not lazy, I really can't drink anymore, I can fall asleep right now just by lying on the ground, believe it or not. What kind of skill is it that you can fall asleep while lying on the floor, and you still have the face to show off? It's only 6 bottles, you're useless. Lu Yanyan smiled and chided, then reached out to caress Ma Chao's face heartily. She had seen early on that Ma Chao would only have 4 to 5 bottles, and by drinking 6 bottles today, she had gone overboard. This amount of alcohol, barely able to get to the drinking table. Sort of rookie level, basically afraid to speak. Lu Yanyan never drank at home because there was no one to accompany her and she didn't want to drink. But when she was out partying with friends, she had no problem drinking more than 10 bottles. Seeing Lu Yanyan stood up, Ma Chao reached out and scratched, and didn't touch people at all, and he had a double image when he looked at things. Slurred advice, don't take the wine, I really can't drink. I'll check out. Lu Yanyan dropped a sentence and left with a smile on her face. After checking out, he returned to the table and saw that Ma Chao had begun to doze off. Don't lie here, I can't carry you even though you're not fat. Lu Yanyan helped Ma Chao up and put one of his arms on her shoulder. One of his own arms around his waist, as if he were rescuing a wounded man on the battlefield. A table of guests around him watched Ma Chao, and in their hearts they both envied him for having a beautiful woman with him, and couldn't help but laugh at him for being so useless that he couldn't even drink with a woman. A few middle-aged men were whispering, and one of them suspected that Ma Chao was pretending to be drunk on purpose, just to trick the girl into sending him home. The person next to him nudged him in the head and said with a smile, they're a couple, they live in that neighborhood right next to each other, I run into them all the time. The two had just taken a few steps out when Ma Chao gently pushed Lu Yanyan away, a little wobbly but he wanted to walk home on his own. Lu Yanyan guarded him from the side, worried that he would fall, and could not help but tease, what's wrong, using me to assist you, too embarrassing Ma Chao said in a serious manner, you're the one who got me drunk, so you should get me back. But I feel okay, I should be able to walk back on my own. Lu Yanyan watched Ma Chao's serious expression and deep and shallow steps from the side. She couldn't help but want to laugh, and wanted to love him even more. When Ma Chao is drunk, he doesn't get unusually excited or yell. As soon as he's drunk, he can't wait to find a place to lie down and sleep honestly. Lu Yanyan thought that this kind of character of his was very cute, although Lu Yanyan liked to drink, but hated people with bad taste in alcohol, no matter men or women. The two of them smoothly went up the stairs to the front door of the house. Lu Yanyan smiled and praised, hubby, you're really great. Shaking all the way up, but surprisingly you didn't fall down even once. Ma Chao couldn't tell if this was praise or mockery, he was too lazy to speak, and after entering the house, he hurriedly took off his shoes and went straight to the bedroom. It was probably the fact that his feet felt different when he took off his shoes and landed on the ground. Those few steps from the living room to the bedroom, he lost his balance. He was bumping around from head to head, and if it weren't for the wall in his way, he would have fallen over. Lu Yanyan rushed into the bedroom right after him, and Ma Chao sat down on the bed, just about to undress. Realizing that this was their former bedroom, he stammered and chanted, I'd better go sleep in the next room. He said that he was about to stand up and leave, but was pressed by Lu Yanyan on the bed and loudly rebuked, don't pretend with me, quickly take off your clothes and go to sleep. Look at how drunk you are, you can't even stand up. Still worrying about those useless things. Ma Chao giggled a few times, looked down at himself, and said ashamedly, "It's true that I don't feel anything anymore. People are drunk, he's too sleepy to do anything when he's drunk." After a few minutes, Ma Chao took off his shirt and in pants and officially went into sleep mode. He never snored in his sleep, but at the moment he started snoring too. After Lu Yanyan went to the restroom to wash up, she returned to the bed and lay beside Ma Chao. Tucking him in and stroking his face, he couldn't help but kiss him a few times. Then he fumbled under the quilt for a while and chided with a smile on his face, "Big dummy, so useless. Where's the usual high spirits? Now hang your head and play tricks on me." Ma Chao, half asleep, confused with Lu Yanyan, pick up. Lu Yanyan knew that he wasn't even awake right now, similar to talking in his sleep. Teasing him on a whim, "Honey, don't you love me the most?" Ma Chao closed his eyes and did not know whether he heard or not, but knew to nod his head in agreement anyway. Lu Yanyan ordered mischievously, "You said you love me the most. Never leave me." Ma Chao stammered and said he wasn't quite sure, but honestly complied. "Say it nicely, say you love me best and will never leave me." Ma Chao, like a faulty repeater, did not express himself clearly, but listened to the instructions over and over again, carefully repeating Lu Yanyan's words. Lu Yanyan stared at Ma Chao's face, gradually reddening her eyes, after kissing him on the cheek. Lying on his chest, he said tenderly, "Honey, I love you the most too. I love money and I love you too. We're going to get a lot of money, and we're going to be together forever, okay? Promise me now." Ma Chao closed his eyes, nodded his head mechanically in agreement, and then began to snore again. Lu Yanyan knew that if she asked about these words tomorrow, Ma Chao would surely have forgotten all about them. But she still felt happy, snuggled up to her husband and fell asleep with a smile on her face. She is a money-grubbing, pleasure-seeking person, and is unwilling to accept the constraints of worldly morality. She's what most people want to live up to, but usually the people who mix well won't admit it. Chapter 16, Exclusive Driver. The next morning, Ma Chao let his urine wake him up. He opened his eyes and quietly got out of bed with his clothes. This bloated state of his own right now, if Lu Yanyan saw it, what would happen? After Ma Chao urinated, he simply washed up and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Lu Yanyan opened her eyes and realized that there was no one around her anymore. Angrily, he slapped at the bed and grumbled, "He's letting him get away again." If it was the two of them getting up together, Lu Yanyan had absolute certainty that she would make Ma Chao obedient. She knew her husband very well, and that energetic state in the early morning could not withstand her temptation. But now that Ma Chao was hiding in the kitchen, it wasn't so easy, and she didn't bother to get physical with him. When the two of them ate together, Ma Chao told Lu Yanyan truthfully what he had done yesterday morning, when he met Qiu Runyu at the company. Lu Yanyan was silent for a moment before speculating in surprise, "You drive for her, so wouldn't you have to be together a lot? Maybe with time, you can really marry into a rich family." Ma Chao seriously corrected, "How can you call it marrying into a wealthy family? I'm not a woman, even if she's rich and powerful, so what? I'm called marrying into a family. It's just a little white boy, a soft touch." Lu Yanyan teased a sentence, then joked, "We are 1.78 big lad, is to be soft rice hard to eat, right? I have no advantage in the height department, so I'd better try not to mention it. But you're handsome, good looking and useful. You're a little short on booze, but that little flaw doesn't take away from your excellence. It feels like I'm using my own husband in a nest to please the leader. It's not like she knows you, I don't think you're about to expose yourself. That's right, women are very jealous, maybe Qiu will always target me. I can't afford to mess with that woman. She shouldn't be that kind of person, it's just that I think it would be awkward for her to meet if she knew who you were." "You slept with her just once and you know her that well?" Lu Yanyan questioned, then helplessly said, "Don't worry. I'm a small staff at the bottom of the hierarchy, I don't have many chances to meet her. Even if I meet up with her, people won't notice the tiny me. Ma Chao seriously proposed, after I go to work in your company, you can stop calling me your husband, and we'll pretend to be ordinary co-workers." "Ordinary co-workers aren't necessary, just be strangers." Ma Chao nodded, "That's fine, it saves people from pointing fingers behind their backs. You're afraid of upsetting your old aunt." Lu Yanyan could not hide her envy and jealousy. "It's better to do more than less." Ma Chao casually made a perfunctory remark and continued to eat with his head down. "Since I can't get your man, let's beg for money." Lu Yanyan sighed and then requested, "There must be a lot of benefits in oil and water for you to be the exclusive driver of General Manager Qiu." A lot of the gifts that customers send to General Manager Qiu, she doesn't care and is too lazy to ask for them, so I guess she just throws them in the car and gives them to you. Like some of the jewelry and makeup and such, she doesn't see it in her eyes, but for us ordinary working class people. I see, if there is one, I'll be sure to honor you first. Ma Chao interrupted Lu Yanyan and painfully assured her. The children are teachable. Lu Yanyan reached out to caress Ma Chao's face, pouting her lips and pouting, hubby, you have a good rest at home today. Don't avoid me at night anymore. We are still husband and wife now. You have to fulfill your responsibilities as a husband. Ma Chao hurriedly held his head with one hand and digressed, maybe I didn't wake up, why do I still have a bit of a headache? Don't you pretend, it's not like I need you for anything right now. Let's see what I'm going to do tonight. Lu Yanyan wanted to say something, but she glared at Ma Chao with a smile on her face and continued to eat her breakfast. It wasn't that she was shy, she was just worried that it would scare Ma Chao into leaving home at night. He is now covered by a rich woman, his wings are hardened, no one can stop him if he wants to fly. After Lu Yanyan left, Ma Chao cleaned up the dining table and went to the bedroom to find his cell phone. That was dead and shut down again last night. Ma Chao plugged the phone into the charger. After waiting a moment to open his cell phone, he saw a text message from Qiu Runyu in the evening. Have you eaten? There was also a missed call that followed. Could she have tried to ask me out to dinner and called and found it turned off? Ma Chao guessed in his mind and hurriedly called her back to explain. My crappy cell phone has a short standby time and it dies and shuts off in the evening. What do you want to see me about? It's not much, I was going to ask if you had time to join us for dinner, but now it's definitely too late. Qiu Runyu's awkwardly gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. How can it be too late? Dinner can be eaten every day. Do you have time tonight? Let's have dinner together. Yeah. Will you be the one to pick me up this afternoon when I'm done? Or I'll have the driver pick you up. I'll pick you up, I don't have much to do anyway. And you're going to be your chauffeur from now on, so you're just in time to try it out and see if I can handle it. When I say you can, you can. Qiu Runyu's domineering and gentle voice makes Ma Chao unable to resist his heart. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Qiu Runyu called Ma Chao. Although the time is a bit early, but Ma Chao did not ask more questions, hang up the phone immediately after the departure. Ma Chao arrived at the company's internal parking lot and then called to inform Qiu Runyu that he had arrived. A few minutes later, Qiu Runyu came to the parking lot and opened the back door of the car to get in and sit down. Ma Chao turned his head to meet her eyes, then looked at the passenger side again with a slightly surprised expression. He thought Qiu Runyu would sit in the co-pilot's seat so that the two of them would be a bit closer. Qiu Runyu noticed the surprise in Ma Chao's eyes. She was also accustomed to being a boss, and had never had the habit of sitting in the passenger side by side with the driver. But this man driving the car now was clearly not one of those ordinary drivers. Qiu Runyu realized her distant behavior with Ma Chao and immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I'm used to sitting in the back. Then you have to open the door and get out of the car. Ma Chao hurriedly reached out to stop her and seriously advised, No, you should just do the back. This habit can't be changed because of me. I have to get used to my job in advance. Qiu Runyu closed the car door and sat in the back seat at ease, asking, when do you plan to report to the company for induction? Ma Chao asked rhetorically, Mr. Qiu, you're anxious to wait. Whatever. Tomorrow. I'll report for duty tomorrow. I'm just asking, you don't have to rush. No, a woman is not truly happy without the pleasure of the opposite sex. Except for some groups, of course. Qiu Runyu had Ma Chao drive to a French restaurant, which honestly wasn't very large and didn't look particularly luxurious. But it's very expensive and you need to make reservations a few days in advance to eat here. Of course, people of Qiu Runyu's status have the privilege of arranging meals at any time. Chapter 17, A Long Dinner. After Ma Chao and Qiu Runyu were seated, although they weren't in a private room, they couldn't see any other guests around them. The design of this dining room is unique in that each table is in a secluded corner where it will not be disturbed by other guests. Qiu Runyu asked the waiter to give the menu to Ma Chao so that he could order whatever It mustn't pass so quickly. I said, why are we serving the main course first? Ma Chao pointed to the bread on the table and reached out to break off a piece to pat his stomach first. Qiu Runyu asked expectantly, is it good? Ma Chao nodded, well, it's better than the ones you buy at the supermarket. Qiu Runyu introduces a few snacks to Ma Chao and tastes them up with him. It was a matter of a few bites for Ma Chao, and he quickly savored it, then asked expectantly, when will the food be served? It should be a while. Qiu Runyu's expression was slightly helpless. She knew very well that it would take at least 2 hours to wait for all 5 dishes to be served. She placed a gift bag she was carrying on the table and told Ma Chao, "Isn't it time for you to change your cell phone? It's for you." Ma Chao took out a box from the gift bag. It was the latest model of fruit cell phone, worth tens of thousands of dollars. He broke into a happy smile, feeling the joy of getting something for nothing for the first time, and it was no wonder that some girls were so enamored with the ability to pay money. Then realizing there was something else in the bag, he thought it was a matching giveaway or something. It turned out that when he took it out, it was 2 cell phones of the same model. "Is this buy one get 2 free?" Ma Chao held the 3 boxes and was a bit puzzled. Qiu Runyu hurriedly explained, "I didn't know which color you like, so I bought 3 different colors. You can use whichever one you like." Ma Chao smiled and shook his head. "Poverty can indeed limit my imagination." Then he casually chose a phone and returned the remaining 2 to Qiu Runyu. "I'm not a girl, I don't even care about the color of the phone, as long as it works well. You can keep it all. You can change them or give them to your relatives or friends." Qiu Runyu asked Ma Chao to take all 3 cell phones. Ma Chao was no longer polite. To him a tens of thousands of dollars cell phone was considered a luxury. But to others, it was not worth mentioning at all. "Then I'm welcome, thank you Mr. Qiu." Qiu Runyu glared at him, "This isn't in the company, you can't call me by my name properly." Although Qiu Runyu was naturally beautiful and looked young, only in her 30s. But Ma Chao knew that she was over 40 and was a dozen years older than himself. He always felt that it was a bit impolite to call her by her first name, and was embarrassed to call out. After a moment's consideration, an excited, "Thank you, Run," was called out. "Darn, what are you calling that word alone for?" Qiu Runyu blamed Ma Chao on her lips, but couldn't help but show a happy smile. The food was slow anyway, so Ma Chao simply opened his cell phone case and took out his new phone. Replacing your own cell phone card with that crappy phone you've been using for 5 years, finally making it to retirement. The first course finally came up, 2 large white plates, still covered by a large golden bowl-shaped lid. Ma Chao took a look at that scene and guessed that it might be a hard dish. I think it was a roasted leg of lamb, or a tomahawk steak or something like that. The moment the waiter opened the lid, there was a sort of magic trick. It's as if the original plan was to make the plate of food disappear, but it didn't quite work out and ended up with a bit of residue left over. The waiter simply described, "It's duck liver with oysters and topped with a special sauce." When the waiter left, Ma Chao stared at the 2 bites of ingredients in the center of the huge plate as if he was looking for hearts on a target. With a smile on his face, he shook his head, picked up his cutlery and began to savor. Qiu Runyu could see that he was deceived with the amount of food and smiled as she reminded him, "Eat slowly, the next dish won't be up for at least 20 minutes. Ma Chao looked up at her and threatened, "If you don't get enough for this meal, I'll eat you if you leave the restaurant." Qiu Runyu knew it was just a joke, but she was still suddenly thrilled to death. It was as if Ma Chao's words hit her right in the center. She couldn't help but blush and feel anxious in her body. She lowered her head full of shyness to savor the food, and a moment later asked, "How does it taste?" "Face it, anything you eat is delicious." Ma Chao replied casually, his tone a bit perfunctory. He didn't really like the food here. "It's your first time here, so you might not be used to it. Let's take you to another place to try next time. Japanese food is also good." Qiu Runyu smiled and comforted, and the 2 looked up and looked at each other in all directions, and began to talk while eating. After the first course and a long wait, the second course was finally served. Same setup, rituals galore. After 2 hours, I finally finished the 5-course meal. There were indeed quite a lot of famous ingredients, and the detailing of all aspects of the design was also very exquisite. But it all adds up to a stir-fry. Luckily, there was bread to fill the stomach, and Ma Chao finished the bread before he left, so he finally had a full meal. The 2 of them walked out of the restaurant. Qiu Runyu habitually walked towards the rear door again, while Ma Chao also walked towards the driver's side by himself. Qiu Runyu froze for a moment and walked toward the passenger side again, and Ma Chao hurried around the front of the car to open the door for her. Qiu Runyu took his hand and comforted him, "You don't have to be so polite with me." Ma Chao replied seriously, "It's still a good habit to develop, so that when you're in the company in the future, you can't lose face." After Qiu Runyu got into the car with a smile on her face, Ma Chao stood by the car door and stared at the curves of Qiu Runyu's body from top to bottom. Looking down from this angle, Qiu Runyu's smooth shoulder and back lines and plump, towering upper body formed a beautiful landscape. Ma Chao couldn't help but praise a sentence, "Every side of you is beautiful, 360 degrees without dead angles." Then gently closing the door behind her, Qiu Runyu smiled and stared unseeingly at Ma Chao as he rounded the front of the car. The two had a great conversation along the way, and sitting in the passenger seat does make it easier to chat. Chapter 18, Not Leaving Tonight. BMW parked in front of Qiu Runyu's villa. She turned her head to look into Ma Chao's face and asked expectantly, "Are you doing anything else tonight?" Ma Chao smiled and requested, "Can I go to your house and take a bath? Are you still going after the shower?" "You don't have to ask, it's not up to you whether to leave or not." Qiu Runyu took a deep breath, gathered her courage to jump into Ma Chao's arms, and tenderly ordered him, "I won't let you go." Ma Chao cupped Qiu Runyu's hot cheeks and kissed her deeply. Only a few minutes later the two people got off the car, Qiu Runyu holding Ma Chao's arm. The two walked into the villa together. While Qiu Runyu was taking a shower in the bathroom, Ma Chao received a call from Lu Yanyan outside. "What time is it and why aren't you home?" Ma Chao had to confess, "I'm not going home tonight." "If you're not going home, where are you going? You don't know what you're talking about. We're not officially divorced yet. You're cheating on your wife, do you know that?" Ma Chao was amused by Lu Yanyan and helplessly reminded her, "If you had understood this, we wouldn't have come to this point." Lu Yanyan was speechless and helplessly spat out two words, "Nasty." And then he also cared to urge, "You take it easy, don't get exhausted. Mr. Qiu is as old as a wolf, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." Ma Chao nodded awkwardly after hearing this, "All right. I know, don't worry about it." Then hangs up after a few casual remarks. After a short silence, it was surprising to feel a few moments of loss. After slightly adjusting his emotions, Ma Chao comforted himself by saying, "Why think so much? Life is just like that. The most important thing is to be happy." He came to the bathroom door, took off his clothes and pushed the door straight open and walked in. "Why are you in here? I haven't finished washing." Qiu Runyu gave a delicate reproach, and was then tightly embraced by Ma Chao. She took a deep breath, and her breath couldn't help but tremble. Too excited to speak. Lu Yanyan threw her cell phone aside and sat on the sofa in a daze. In front of her lay the sexy pajamas she had just purchased and had planned to give Ma Chao a new and exciting feeling tonight. Coupled with his own flavorful performance, I don't believe he can. Lu Yanyan was a little distressed that he was tossing back and forth, and also a little expectant. "Oops. You don't have to persuade me, if I don't see you tonight, I'm sure I won't be able to sleep all night. I miss you so much that I can't stand it." Listening to the excited confession on the other end of the phone, Lu Yanyan was also getting more and more favorable towards Wang Wei as a person. Isn't this how men and women cajole each other to be happy? You can't really say it's a lie, most people should be expressing themselves from the heart the moment they are moved. But people grow and change, and comparing the person he was to the person he is now is a mistake in itself. The same person may be a different person 10 years ago and 10 years from now. Wang Wei wanted to book a hotel room in advance, which was rejected by Lu Yanyan, who was too lazy to run outside. And whispered to Wang Wei, "He's not coming home tonight." An hour later, Qiu Runyu curled up in Ma Chao's arms and asked expectantly, "Are you still coming home tonight?" Ma Chao gently caressed her smooth and delicate shoulders and easily replied, "I'll leave if you don't want to keep me." "I won't let you go, I want to have you with me all night." Qiu Runyu moved her body and tried to stick with Ma Chao as much as possible. Then cautiously inquired, "Does your wife come to you, and how are you two getting along now?" Ma Chao replied frankly, "We have signed the divorce, just wait for a month of cooling off period, then we can officially end the relationship between husband and wife." "Is she willing to divorce you?" Ma Chao hesitated for a moment and just nodded slightly. "So where do you live now?" Ma Chao was honest, still living with her for now, but we've been sleeping separately. It should be easy to rekindle old feelings when a lone man and woman are in the same room together, not to mention the fact that you were once a couple. Ma Chao looked at Qiu Runyu's worried expression and gently picked up her chin, tweaking her pouting lips twice with his fingers. "But I can't sleep on the street either. Renting an apartment also takes time to find the right one. You don't have to rent a house, I have property elsewhere, you can stay as long as you like." Qiu Runyu interrupted Ma Chao's words before proposing again, "Or it's okay for you to stay at my house, I want to be with you every night. But it might be a bit inconvenient when my son comes home on weekends. Can't I just stay out those 2 days on the weekend? Then I'll leave you to it for now, because I'm afraid he won't be able to accept me being with you for a while. He's the reason we met and got this far." Ma Chao teased, then casually guessed, "I'm not sure he recognizes me." "You haven't met?" Ma Chao shook his head. He met with Wang Wei twice, died twice, this time the two did not meet. Moreover, Lu Yanyan had never mentioned Ma Chao's name to Wang Wei, and even if the two had met, Wang Wei did not recognize Ma Chao. He will only think of Ma Chao as just Qiu Runyu's driver. Chapter 19, A Moment's Pleasure. Qiu Runyu wrapped her arms around Ma Chao's neck and said excitedly, "Tomorrow I'll arrange for someone to take you to see the houses, and you'll pick a house you're happy with. Go and stay for 2 days during the weekend, and usually stay with me in this house, okay?" Ma Chao casually asked, "Is this a package deal?" Qiu Runyu replied seriously, "Of course it doesn't count, we are in love." Just as the words came out of her mouth, she asked again, slightly nervous and unsure, "Will you be pressured if I say this? I really like you, are you serious with me?" Although Qiu Runyu knew that there was a relatively large age difference between the two and suspected that Ma Chao was just trying to get money, he still couldn't help but ask this silly question. The relationship between a man and a woman unadulterated by love cannot reach a higher level of enjoyment. Ma Chao told her seriously, "I like you just a little bit more than you like me." When Qiu Runyu heard Ma Chao's words, she was silent for a moment before turning a corner and revealing a happy smile. Although she was middle-aged, she didn't have much experience when it came to relationships between men and women. Before she met Ma Chao, she only had one man, her ex-husband, and it had been a long time since she had touched a man or woman. Ma Chao stared into her girlishly clear eyes, certain that he was truly in love with this aunt. Then seriously remind her, "I mean emotionally, I like you a little bit more than you like me. In terms of material wealth, I wouldn't dare to compare myself to you. I just want your feelings." Qiu Runyu told Ma Chao with a smile on her face, then couldn't help but caress his body, adding shyly, "And your people." The two look at each other with deep four eyes and can't help but kiss each other. Qiu Runyu breathed heavily and came to Ma Chao's ear, "You're so good at coaxing women, you must have been in love many times." Ma Chao blurted out, "It's the first time I've talked to you anyway." Qiu Runyu froze for a few seconds, and when she reacted, she smiled and chided, "You're so oily." "Thank you, Mr. Qiu. It's not like I'm complimenting you. And why are you calling me that again? This isn't a company. Can't you just call me by my name properly?" "Okay." Ma Chao came to Qiu Runyu's ear and called out, "Runbao." Qiu Runyu's breath trembled instantly. The whole body was tingling. That's a very carnal term, but the aphrodisiac effect does work. She felt like she was going to melt and couldn't wait to wriggle her body. A net car parked in Lu Yanyan home downstairs. Wang Wei rushed out of the car, scrambled to dart upstairs. It was now past 8 o'clock, and he could only meet up with Lu Yanyan for an hour before he had to take a taxi back again. For the first time, he felt that time had passed so quickly, as if an hour had turned on a dime and crossed over in the blink of an eye. The usual 45-minute class feels like years. A sharp knock on the door startled Lu Yanyan. Come on. She got up from the couch and stood in front of the mirror, admiring her new nightgown once again. Shiny black silky fabric with a powerful body and delicate face. It added a bit of mystery to her sexiness. After a little bit of organizing, Lu Yanyan nodded with satisfaction before going to open the door. The moment he opened the door, Wang Wei rushed into the house and embraced Lu Yanyan tightly into his arms. "Can't wait to kiss and say, you don't know how much I miss you, I can't sleep well every night, I can't sleep thinking about you." Lu Yanyan asked with concern, "Have you eaten?" "Don't say that it doesn't work, I just want you." Wang Wei hugged Lu Yanyan, collapsed on the sofa, "Even into the bedroom cannot wait. You go take a shower. Wait a while and take a shower when you're done, you'll be full of blood right after." "Bummer, I don't want to be done with you." Lu Yanyan said so on her lips, but in her heart, she was looking forward to Wang Wei doing what he said. For a 20-year-old guy, a double fight in an hour is just normal play. An hour later, Wang Wei had called for an internet car and was downstairs in 10 minutes. Wang Wei put on his clothes while comforting Lu Yanyan, "You'll be officially divorced in a month, and I'll start my summer vacation in a month. And I'll start my internship next semester, so I don't have to live on campus anymore. I'm going to move out of my house and live with you. My family has plenty of real estate, and I can accommodate you with whichever type of house you like. And I will definitely marry you when I reach marriageable age. I'm just afraid that if you live with me, you'll get tired of me quickly, and I'll just be a character to keep you company as you grow up." Lu Yanyan is worried that Wang Wei will change his mind in the future and she will end up with nothing. Wang Wei tidied up his clothes and jumped on the bed again to hold Lu Yanyan in his arms, promising earnestly, "I'll transfer the house and the car to your name, and if I don't marry you, I'll never let you suffer." Lu Yanyan asked expectantly, "Don't talk big, your family's properties are all under Mr. Qiu's name, right?" Can you say anything about it? I'm the only son my mom has, and everything she has will be mine in the future. That can't be changed even if the King of Heaven comes. Wang Wei confidently assured, then comforted Lu Yanyan, when some days pass, I'll take you to see my mom. As long as I insist, she will definitely not oppose us. I'm divorced and my husband went to her, Mr. Qiu will definitely have a problem with me. About your ex-husband, just don't bring it up again. If you don't talk about it and I don't talk about it, how will she know? Just be afraid. Lu Yanyan wanted to speak without mentioning Ma Chao's name. She suddenly realized that Wang Wei didn't know Ma Chao. And Qiu Runyu didn't know her either, so that was fine. In the future, if they really become a family, only she and Ma Chao know each other well, and everyone will not be too embarrassed. Well, it's decided. I'll suffer for a few days this week and come back to you at the end of the week. Wang Wei looked at the time, the internet car was coming soon, he had to leave in a hurry. Lu Yanyan sent him to the door, reluctant to kiss him goodbye. Only after Wang Wei disappeared into the hallway did she gently close the door and return to her bedroom with slight fatigue. Lu Yanyan did not sell a lot of energy today, making every effort to charm Wang Wei, seemingly unintentional but very intent to please. This luxurious young master is an important opportunity for her to change her life's destiny and make a class leap. Be sure to take advantage of Wang Wei's lust and whet his appetite. Men are a species that no amount of pleasing will help once he's tired of changing his mind. It is in the nature of most male animals, including humans, to love the new and hate the old. Lu Yanyan lay on the bed, she was tired and almost satisfied tonight. But the moment she thought of Ma Chao, the woman's desire to win rekindled again. A bold thought arose in his heart, as long as he and Ma Chao could hold that mother and son. When Qiu Runyu grows old and old, she will still have her own charm. By that time, it will be possible to snatch back the man you once lost. Chapter 20 Becoming a Colleague. Until the middle of the night, Ma Chao was still making love to Qiu Runyu. Qiu Runyu's face blossomed into a contented smile, and he couldn't help but yawn a moment later. Asked, are all you young people so energetic? After thinking for a moment, Ma Chao replied, it depends on with whom. Embracing a woman like you in his arms, a middle-aged man shouldn't be able to be idle. You're starting to cheer me up again, for you men, even the most beautiful woman. Once you get it, there is no freshness after a while. What's more, at my age, I'll soon be old and gray, but I will definitely not treat you poorly. When you get tired of it and want to leave me, I can at least compensate you financially. Ma Chao put away his playful smile and met Qiu Runyu's eyes, telling her with a slightly serious expression, if my wife doesn't do something like that, I will never leave her either. As long as you keep needing me like you do now, I won't leave you either. I'm too lazy to switch around, and I think with anything, the longer you use it, the more affectionate it gets. Including women. Darn, what kind of analogy is that? Qiu Runyu reproached shyly on her mouth, but in her heart she was very happy to hear Ma Chao say that. Even if he backs out in the future, this moment is still touching and happy, a feeling that really exists and has been owned. Ma Chao could see that Qiu Runyu was a bit tired and sleepy, so he gently stroked her smooth back and persuaded her, the night is late, let's call it a night. Okay? Qiu Runyu raised her head and reminded Ma Chao, when I arrived at 9 or so, I said I didn't want it, but you just wouldn't listen to me. You only said it once and were not assertive. When I reconfirmed with you, you stopped talking and took the initiative. Shut up. Qiu Runyu reached out to cover Ma Chao's mouth and ordered with a smile on her face, no more talking, go to sleep now, good night. Ma Chao kissed her hand twice and took a deep breath to her ear, good night. Rumbo. Qiu Runyu's heart trembled and she pinched Ma Chao's ass. She both longed for Ma Chao to call her that and was a bit overwhelmed by it. Too mushy but love it. The next day, Ma Chao went to the company with Qiu Runyu. Qiu Runyu arranged for her personal assistant to take Ma Chao to check in and officially become her exclusive driver. Company drivers have a duty room with computers and office equipment. When they are not out on the road, they stay there, just like normal employees at work. Most drivers are responsible for picking up and dropping off leaders and clients, as well as miscellaneous things every day, and rarely have time to spend inside the duty room. Only Ma Chao is relatively free, except for transporting Qiu Runyu, the leadership will not assign him other work. When she went to the cafeteria for lunch, Lu Yanyan heard her colleagues in the company talk about how Mr. Qiu had personally arranged for someone to come into the company and work as a driver for her. It's a young guy and he's good looking. As soon as Lu Yanyan heard it, she knew that it must be Ma Chao reporting into the company. The co-workers were smiling with excitement and whispering, all suspecting that it was the chairman's adopted gigolo. Lu Yanyan did not say a word, only occasionally echoed the smile. Everyone is particularly interested in this kind of gossip between men and women, which is always a hot topic after tea. The two male co-workers next to him are even more envious, dreaming of becoming the chairman's gigolo. A few female co-workers laughed and sarcastically said, "Are you too worthy of? Don't daydream, toads want to eat swan meat." The two male co-workers also laughed happily, they were just saying it casually. If they were really serious, they wouldn't dare to take the initiative to pursue Qiu Runyu even if they had 200 guts. In fact, their appearance conditions are not bad, if Qiu Runyu did not meet Ma Chao before. If someone can boldly take the initiative to care to please words, also have the opportunity to struggle for decades less, flat cloud straight up to the peak of life. Qiu Runyu's kind of traditional type of woman will not change once she determines the man she is satisfied with. It's a shame that they miss the moment when a woman is at her most vulnerable and in need of companionship and affection, and Ma Chao happens to show up at that moment. The thing about men and women is that they support the bold and starve the timid. More than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Yanyan took advantage of the free time to leave the office area. A few minutes later, she found the driver's duty room, and only Chao Ma was in there by himself. He was dressed in a sharp suit, not very tall but very well proportioned in body and bone. Coupled with that angular and handsome face, this kind of appearance is a bit of a waste if it is not utilized properly. Since you work for a big company, it is natural to focus on grooming. The sudden change in dress elevated Ma Chao's aura. It used to be handsome, but from the dress to the styling, it is poor at first sight. Now as a transformation, a night not seen, a second into a refined type of man. Lu Yanyan came to Ma Chao's side and saw him playing the card game that came with the computer. Ma Chao heard footsteps and looked up to notice her with an embarrassed smile, not knowing how to speak for a moment. Lu Yanyan teased, "You're still quite laid back, Master Ma." Ma Chao glanced at the doorway and seriously reminded, "When we're in the company, it's best if we don't expose our previous relationship." "Don't worry. I don't want people to know that we're a couple either. You went to Mr. Qiu's house last night to have a good time, right?" Ma Chao smiled and reminded, "Didn't we agree? Although I still live in your house, we don't interfere in each other's private lives. And I'll go back this weekend to pack up and move out." "Didn't Miss Qiu let you stay at her house?" "Usually stay at her house, but with her son home for the weekend, I don't feel the need to meet with the boy for a while." Lu Yanyan confessed to Ma Chao, "That kid took a taxi last night and ran over 100 kilometers to find me again. Hoping to formalize a relationship with me and promising to take me to see his mom and that he'll marry me in a few years." Ma Chao casually threw out, "Isn't that great? But one day in the future, if the four of us do meet, we'd better pretend we don't know each other in front of that mother and son." Ma Chao hesitated for a moment and asked with a bit of difficulty, "Can you fool a moment, but can you fool a lifetime? It's hard to say if the four of us will be able to maintain our relationship for the rest of our lives. Even if we lie to them for the rest of our lives, it's still a well-intentioned lie. To Miss Qiu, I'm just an ordinary employee of her company who was looked at by her son. And to Wang Wei, you're just a good-looking young driver who's taken a shine to her mother. Isn't that nice? Once we were officially divorced, we stopped bringing up the past. As long as we both keep our mouths shut, they're even less likely to ask about the past." Ma Chao was silent for a moment and nodded in agreement. Chapter 21. The backseat of the car is spacious. Lu Yanyan looked Ma Chao up and down, couldn't help but reach out and put her hand on his shoulder, praising, "The last time I saw you dressed so exquisitely, it was on our wedding day." Ma Chao hurriedly stood up and stepped back, reminding, "If you want to hide our past identities, you'll have to be more careful in the future, and don't make a move with me. It's normal for ordinary co-workers to talk and laugh with each other. Besides, there's no one else here, it's you who's too sensitive." Lu Yanyan comforts Ma Chao while noticing that he got a new cell phone. Picking it up directly from the table, he asked excitedly, "Mr. Qiu bought it for you, didn't he?" Then she took a closer look and muttered in a small voice with her mouth, "It's the newest model, and it's still the top of the line, it's so pretty. I want to change my cell phone too, but I've never been able to spare the money to buy one." Ma Chao awkwardly explained, "Your cell phone wasn't just bought last year. That old cell phone of mine, it really doesn't work anymore, it shuts down when it doesn't move. It's too delayed. Whether it's good or not, the old one is not as rare as the new one." Lu Yanyan put her cell phone on the table and glared at Ma Chao with an aggrieved face. "Mainly because I'm afraid of delaying work, this kind of thing, there is a can use on the line. Mr. Qiu bought me 3 phones, the same model but different colors. If you like it, those 2 will be yours." Lu Yanyan pulled on Ma Chao's clothes and couldn't wait to urge, "Yeah. Quickly bring it to me. I left it in the car, so wait a minute and I'll go get it for you." Ma Chao said and headed out. Lu Yanyan followed closely behind. I'll go with you. What are you following me for? This is a company, it's just a normal interaction between co-workers, just be generous. Ma Chao did not say anything else. The two walked out of the duty room one after the other. When he came to the underground parking lot, Ma Chao opened the back door of his car and went inside to get the gift bag. Lu Yanyan also opened the door from the other side to get into the car, and Ma Chao asked curiously, "What are you doing up here?" "You shut the door and I'll tell you something." "You stop it, get your cell phone and get out of here." Lu Yanyan said seriously, "Hurry up and close the door, I'll tell you something serious." Ma Chao closed the car door and waited with a half-hearted expression. Lu Yanyan took the gift bag, looked inside twice, and casually placed it at her feet. Muttered, "The back seat of this car, it's pretty roomy." Then reminded Ma Chao, "Do you remember when we first got married, you said that when we bought a car, we must try it out in the car. You call this serious? Just get out of the car." Ma Chao pushed the car door open and went out. Lu Yanyan reached out and didn't pull him back. "Pick up the gift bag and open the other side of the car door and go down too. You hurry back to work. And about the cell phone, don't tell anyone that I gave it to you." Ma Chao turned back to give a few words of explanation and walked away quickly. Lu Yanyan followed him in disgust. "Find a time, let's make a date. You drive me to a secluded place and I'll fulfill your wish." No, I've given up on that idea now." Ma Chao waved his hand and ran away without looking back, quickly distancing himself from Lu Yanyan. Lu Yanyan stopped her steps and pouted at Ma Chao's back, muttering in a small voice, "Humph. What kind of prude are you pretending to be? If you don't have feelings for me, why are you avoiding me?" Then turned and left in the other direction, checking his cell phone in the gift bag as he went, immediately breaking into a happy smile. In the evening, Qiu Runyu called Ma Chao and said that she had an important meeting in the evening and would not be able to leave the company until later. She told Ma Chao that he could go home first, and that she could just ask the other drivers on duty to take her back. "What am I going back for if you're not home? I'll wait for you at the office, I don't have much to do anyway." After Ma Chao chatted with Qiu Runyu, he hung up the phone and honestly waited in the duty room. It was almost 8 o'clock when Qiu Runyu finished her meeting and called him. The two of them in on their way home, Qiu Runyu asked with concern, "Have you eaten?" Ma Chao replied painfully, "No, I'll wait for you to join me. In the future, if I'm late from work, you don't have to wait for me and go eat by yourself. By this time, I usually don't eat." "Why don't you eat? Afraid of gaining weight?" Qiu Runyu replied with a lost voice, "Because there's no company." Ma Chao turned his head to look at her and stretched out a hand to hold hers, smiling and teasing, "Don't make yourself sound so pathetic, as long as you open your mouth, the people who want to dine with you can fill a truck. Let's go to Japanese food tonight. It's too late and it's best to eat light." "Whatever, I'll do whatever you want. It's also really strange, before, when it came to this time, I didn't want to eat anymore after I got over my hunger. But now that I have you with me, it feels like my appetite has opened up. You used to come home alone and just lay down and go to sleep, and you didn't have to exert yourself. It's different now, add a program of pre-bedtime exercise, without eating, which has the energy to toss and turn to match." Qiu Runyu shyly glared at Ma Chao and discussed with him, "After dinner, it should be quite late. Are you still tossing and turning tonight?" Ma Chao asked rhetorically, "What do you think?" "I think after we get home from dinner, let's wash up and go to bed early." Mouth full. That's certainly not what you had in mind. Qiu Runyu didn't retort and smiled without saying anything, looking at Ma Chao's side face. Two people holding hands together, both can't help but exert themselves. After the two of them had finished their meal, it was after 9 o'clock when they returned home. Before getting out of the car, Ma Chao suddenly pulled Qiu Runyu's hand and asked a bit shyly, "Do you want to try it in the car?" Qiu Runyu didn't react for a moment and asked a rhetorical question, "Try what?" "It's nothing, I'm just kidding, let's go." Ma Chao put away his little fling and drove the car door down. Qiu Runyu took his arm and walked into the villa before reacting. Surprised, she asked, "Did you just try to do that in the car?" Ma Chao could tell from her petulant expression that she thought about that kind of thing. "I'm just saying, take it as a joke." Runyu stopped and looked at Ma Chao, telling him seriously, "As long as you like it, I'm willing." Then sheepishly negotiated, "Shall we go back now? There's no rush, I'll take you out for a picnic one day. Find a picturesque spot, preferably rainy, so we can hide in the car." He. Ma Chao couldn't help but reveal a smile, then teased, "Do I look like a pervert like this?" Qiu Runyu couldn't help but smile and nodded, like, "But I like it." Ma Chao looked at Qiu Runyu's smiling blossoms and became more and more fascinated with her. "Let's get back in the shower together." With a rush of urgency, he took her hand and walked quickly into the villa. "Let's wash them separately. There are several bathrooms in the house anyway." Qiu Runyu gently discusses with Ma Chao, she prefers to go back to the bedroom. Chapter 22, Moving Out of the Former Home. It was already late at night after 11 o'clock, Qiu Runyu snuggled in Ma Chao's arms and gently blamed, "It's all your fault, you had to take a bath with me. You didn't stop after going back to the bedroom, and tossed and turned until midnight again. Aren't you tired?" Ma Chao replied easily, "As long as you're happy, I'm not tired if you like me." "That's not good, I have to think of you, young people have to be moderate too. There's no such thing as a plowed field, only tired oxen, right?" Qiu Runyu smiled and nodded, stroking Ma Chao's body and flirting with the phrase, "You're a little wild horse." Then suddenly remembering something, he proposed to Ma Chao, "I still have a farm in the suburbs. It's been handed over to the workers to take care of, and I haven't been there in years. I remember that there are mountains and water there, and the scenery is beautiful. I'll make time to go with you if you want." "Well, it looks okay to me." Ma Chao nodded and asked, "How far away is it?" "It's like 30 kilometers or so, and it doesn't take an hour to drive there." Ma Chao thought about it and proposed, "Then you don't need to arrange another residence for me, I'll usually stay here with you and go to that farm for 2 days on weekends." Qiu Runyu asked with concern, "It's rather remote, can you get used to living there?" "It's okay, I like the quiet, think of it as a weekend away. It's too bad my kids have to go home for the weekend, or I'd love to go on vacation with you every weekend." Qiu Runyu hugged Ma Chao's neck tightly and couldn't help but yawn in his ear. "You're sleepy, aren't you?" Ma Chao lightly patted Qiu Runyu's back. Qiu Runyu replied shyly, "Right. I want to sleep when I'm full." Then he couldn't help but smile and bury his face into Ma Chao's arms. When she says she's full, she doesn't just mean today's dinner. Lu Yanyan hung up the phone and threw it aside, leaning against the bed wearily. After she talked to Wang Wei on the phone, Wang Wei told her about the pain of love. Has been completely mesmerized by this big sister, can't wait to be with her every day. Lu Yanyan is also quite fond of Wang Wei, after all, the young man is young and strong, and a talented man. More importantly, coming from a powerful family, having that one advantage is enough. Lu Yanyan was holding those 2 new cell phones in her hands and fuming. She was still more attached to Ma Chao, and the two had just been married for 2 years, so it wasn't time for them to get tired of each other. Separated when it wasn't rare enough, Lu Yanyan was ultimately unwilling. And emotionally, it still feels good to be original. She believes that the two are not destined to end, and sooner or later she will get her man back. On Friday morning, Qiu Runyu was on her way to the office when she discussed with Ma Chao, "The kids are coming home tonight, do you really want to go to that farm for 2 days?" Ma Chao replied painfully, "Of course. I'll take some time today to go home and pack up my things, so I'll go to that farm when I get off work. Just tell me the address. You don't have to wait until the end of the day, you can leave after lunch with me. I'll have one of the other drivers take me home." Qiu Runyu had a lost and unwilling expression, staring at Ma Chao without looking away. Ma Chao smiled and comforted, "Why are you unhappy? Is it because you can't bear to see me leave you?" Qiu Runyu didn't bother to pretend, and nodded her head in resignation, "Right. When I didn't have by my side in the past, I had survived all. I'll have my assistant call them when I get to the office. Have them prepare ahead of time and help you get your room ready." Qiu Runyu chatted with Ma Chao about the situation over at the farm. Ma Chao casually asked, "How old is that couple?" "I don't know the exact age, anyway, it's my eldest, I guess he's in his 60s now." Qiu Runyu made a rough guess, then comforted Ma Chao, "They work well and clean up the farm. They are very warm to our family and will definitely take good care of you. Of course they're warming up to you when you're paying them. It's not just that, they're really nice people, just wait until you meet them." Ma Chao asked out of the blue, "What do I say when they ask me about my relationship with you?" "Whatever." Qiu Runyu looked out of the car window with a smile on her face and waited slightly nervously. Ma Chao thought for a moment and replied happily, "I'll just tell them that I'm a soft eater and that I'm a gigolo that you raised." Qiu Runyu turned her head to glare at Ma Chao and couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. At noon, Ma Chao accompanied Qiu Runyu to dinner and then sent her back to the company. "Just drove back to my former home, packed my stuff briefly into my suitcase. When all cleaned up, Ma Chao put the house key on the coffee table, in the house around a few rounds. He was a nostalgic person, and it was inevitable that he would feel a little sad when he really had to say goodbye to this place. And he couldn't let go of Lu Yanyan. After so many years of loving each other, there's still family when love ends. Although Ma Chao intentionally distanced himself from her on the surface, he just didn't want to have man-woman affairs with her anymore. But in his heart, he still cared for her as if she was a friend, or even a family member. Standing in the living room sentimental for a moment, Ma Chao carrying suitcases, leaving this once happy nest. Chapter 23, The Unexpected. Ma Chao entered the address of that farm in the navigation. At this time of year, the road is clear and soon pulls out of the city. Already approaching the farm, Ma Chao dropped the window on, feeling the fresh air among the suburban fields. But as he drove into the farm, he couldn't help but frown. Although the surrounding landscape is beautiful, the inside of the farm is filthy, littered with debris, and the air is filled with a putrid odor. Ma Chao parked his car in front of a 3-story wooden house, around which chickens, ducks and geese were kept, as well as 2 vicious dogs. When they saw Ma Chao getting out of the car, they started barking furiously, but fortunately, they were chained up so they couldn't get close to him. Not far away are pig pens, from which the strong odor of feces wafts out. Ma Chao was a bit puzzled. That couple should be the workers in charge of management and cleaning here. How come they were living as their own family? Didn't they plan to let Qiu Runyu's family come on vacation again? At that moment, a man and a woman came out of the house to greet Ma Chao. And apologized one after another. "I'm really sorry, I just got a call this morning that a guest was coming. We haven't been idle all morning, tidying up and cleaning inside, so we didn't bother outside." Ma Chao revealed an awkward smile and carefully surveyed the pair in front of him. They were like 2 people. Not very tall, all very solid, all estimated to be around 180 pounds. But they looked to be in their 30s or 40s, not at all like the age Qiu Runyu said they were. Ma Chao demolished them bluntly. "You're not the administrators here, are you? Where's the original couple?" The man hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. "My parents are old and not in good health, that's why we came to help take care of them. They are too old to continue this job and should have spoken to the owner of the farm. How can anyone else just come and take over?" Hearing Ma Chao question them, the fat-headed woman on the side asked impatiently, "What is your relationship with the owner of this farm?" Ma Chao glared at her and told her in a forceful manner, "I don't need you to ask about my relationship with the farm owner." The woman glanced at the BMW behind Ma Chao and threw out a sentence full of disdain. "Rich people are great." Ma Chao seriously reminded her, "Being rich is nothing great, but you can't do whatever you want without money. Regardless of whether one has money or not, one must abide by the rules as a human being." The man could see that Ma Chao was a bit angry and hurriedly consoled, "My daughter-in-law just talks too much and likes to pry, so don't bother with her." Then she accused the woman, "People call to say that there are guests coming, you can just treat them well, why do you pry so much?" When he finished, he scowled at the woman, as if he was deliberately hinting at something. Ma Chao could see clearly, and couldn't help but wonder in his heart, what kind of secret signals are you two playing? "Do you think I'm blind?" The woman turned angrily toward the house as if Ma Chao had trespassed into her home. The man smiled and invited Ma Chao into the house. Ma Chao looked around the outside of this dirty and messy environment. This couple is certainly not a clean person. You can imagine that the house is not much better. And they must be hiding something. They made the farm like this. It's not like they've only been here a few days. They should have been here a long time. The chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs are getting so big, do they buy adult pigs and raise them? But since he came all the way here, Ma Chao, with all the questions, followed the couple into the house. As soon as I approached the screen door, flies landed all over it. I don't know what color the screen was, but it's greasy and black now anyway. A mixture of human sweat, rotting food, and an indescribably unpleasant odor hit the room upon entering. It made Ma Chao feel nauseous, and his heart had already begun to beat a retreat. All he wanted now was to go home to his mom. Although Ma Chao grew up in a family that was not wealthy, his mother was clean and tidy, and cleaned up the house and outside the house. After getting married, Lu Yanyan is not only flavorful, but also a neat person. The house is never dirty. As for Qiu Runyu, not to mention the fact that she would hire a regular housekeeper to come to her home once a week to do a big cleaning. It's also natural to clean up by hand wherever you see something that doesn't look good on your own. People who love cleanliness have no room for debris and dirt in their eyes. Ma Chao was taken to a room that was obviously well tidied, but only superficially. "You must be tired since you just arrived all the way here, take a rest first. I'll call you when dinner is ready." The man finished politely and was about to turn away. Ma Chao followed up with, "Where are your parents?" They've gone back home and won't be back for a few days." The man made a casual, perfunctory remark, having walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. Ma Chao put the suitcase next to the bed and looked around the room twice. There were signs of wiping everywhere, but it wasn't clean at all. Because it hadn't been cleaned in so long, it looked pretty clean after wiping it down with a wet rag. When it dried, it was still a layer of dirt. Ma Chao couldn't help but lift up the bottom of the bed to take a look, and was so startled that he hurriedly put down the sheet. As he expected, the unseen corners had not been cleaned at all, and they were filled with piles of filth. It became a gathering place for rats and ants. Ma Chao took a deep breath, not daring to lie on that bed at all. Who knows what's under that freshly made sheet? And this room is on the first floor, and the lighting is not good, it's like a cell. The first floor of this field-built house is rather damp and unsuitable for living. Usually the rooms for resting and sleeping are upstairs. The more Matua thought about it, the more angry he became, although he did not want to bully others with his power, but these two families were too much. He didn't want to stay here for 2 days and 3 nights, and couldn't stand a minute of it. And I need to go back and tell Qiu Runyu about this, so she can send someone to talk to the old couple. Since you chose this job, you should be more or less responsible. How can you afford to get a monthly paycheck in hand by making this place look like a dump? Ma Chao pulled his suitcase and headed out, but the door was bolted from the outside. After a few attempts failed to open the door, Ma Chao angrily muttered to himself, "What age is this, and you still want to imprison me?" Faced with a wooden door that wasn't very solid, he took 2 steps back and kicked it a couple times harder. It didn't kick the door open, but it kicked a hole in the rotting door panel, just enough to stick his arm out. Ma Chao put his hand out through the broken hole and felt around outside, trying to find the bolt to open the door. What he didn't know was that the couple was out there. The man stood by the door with a hammer in his hand and saw Ma Chao's hand reach out to fumble with the bolt. Decisively slammed down on his wrist. The tremendous external force caused Ma Chao's wrist to instantly deform, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Ma Chao knew that his hand was broken, but to be honest there was no sharp pain for the time being, more fear and surprise. He hurriedly retracted his arm and held it in his arms looking at his injured wrist, which was severely deformed and definitely ruined. It was then that the intense drilling pain began to spread, instantly causing him to sweat profusely and his body couldn't help but tremble. Ma Chao slowly backed up and sat on the bed, grinning a pained expression. He hadn't expected things to develop so suddenly and be so serious. Couldn't help but wonder how such a thing could happen in a harmonious society. Was the couple crazy? Chapter 24, Caught Off Guard. The man crouched down and peered through the hole in the door. It was determined that Ma Chao was sitting on the bed, his wrist had been badly injured, and should not be in much jeopardy. It was only then that he opened the door and walked into the room, carrying a hammer, and the woman was holding large, self-locking nylon ties. The man is holding a sledgehammer, ready to strike. The woman approached Ma Chao and had him turn his back, to tie his hands. Ma Chao's deformed wrist had begun to swell, and now it was too drastically painful to move at all. He angrily questioned loudly, "Are you two crazy? If something happens to me, someone will definitely come looking for me. Are you still trying to hide it from the world? That can't be helped, whoever sent you to your door looking for death." The man's tone was also helpless and signaled the woman to hurry up. The woman was just about to make a move when she was kicked to the ground by Ma Chao and ran out the door. The man swung the hammer on Ma Chao's shoulder, he stumbled and almost fell, but endured the pain and still rushed out of the room. He was now injured and definitely couldn't deal with the man, so it was better to run out first. But just after he ran out of the room, he was met with a shovel slapping him in the face, instantly sending him to the floor, bleary-eyed. Ma Chao raised his head to take a closer look, and at some point, another man and a woman actually appeared outside. "What the is going on here? Do I have to get killed today?" Ma Chao muttered something in his mind, and before he could get up, the man in the room chased him out and swung a few hammers at his head. Looking at that intensity, there was no intention of leaving anyone alive. Ma Chao instantly lost consciousness, head broken and fainted. The heavily made-up young woman outside, dressed in a halter top and ultra-short skirt, squatted beside Ma Chao, already in. She put her hand into the collar of Ma Chao's shirt, felt over his chest, and said, "There's still a heartbeat, he's just passed out." Then staring at Ma Chao's face, he couldn't help but sigh, "He's quite handsome, what a pity. Tie him up and drag him down to the basement for now, and when he wakes up let's see if we can make some money. Let's get out of here as soon as possible before anyone comes looking for us." The man with the hammer in his hand gave the word, and the woman beside him rushed to do it. Tying Ma Chao's hands behind his back, and tying his ankles and necks together. Another man lifted him by his feet and dragged him toward the basement. The tattooed woman followed him and stared at Ma Chao's face, unable to hide her adoration. As Ma Chao was dragged down the stairs, his head hit the stairs again and again, causing him to gradually awaken. But because of the excessive bleeding, he was very weak and had a serious head injury that could have killed him at any time. Ma Chao was thrown in a corner of the basement, even though he was half dead and having a hard time getting back on his feet. The man still had a chain around his neck, locking him in place to prevent him from escaping. Then he turned to leave and chided the tattooed woman, "Don't look at him, look at that pussy, is he still available?" The tattooed woman threw out, "Can't even look?" By the dim light, an elderly man was seen also chained and trapped in the basement. After taking a big breath and letting his breathing steady, Ma Chao said breathlessly, "Don't worry about who I am." Then guessed, "Were you the original janitor of this farm?" The old man nodded, he looked physically weak as well. Ma Chao looked at the old man and asked curiously, "Tell me about it. What's going on here?" "It's my fault for not being vigilant enough, I didn't realize those people could be this bad." The old man felt very self-conscious and then began to explain, "About a year ago, a man and a woman came to visit the farm. I politely reminded them that this was a private place and they could not just enter. They were also very friendly and asked if they were still hiring here, and they also wanted to work here. I'm just telling them the truth, my partner and I are also working for someone else and are responsible for taking care of things here." They understood the situation and left. "I didn't realize that night they came back with 2 more men to storm the farm. Tied me and my old partner up and locked us in this basement. Throwing some leftovers down every day for us to eat. Half a year ago my old partner's body couldn't take the environment and she got sick and passed away. They carried it out and buried it, leaving me barely alive by myself. My body is getting worse by the day, and I don't know how much longer I can hold on." Ma Chao nodded, probably understanding what was going on. Then slammed his head against the wall. He was already badly injured with a cracked skull. When he slammed his head against the wall again, he really had a hallucination of seeing too much milk. The old man shouted in surprise, "Young man, what are you doing? You're hurt so badly, hitting your head like that could kill someone. Early death and early relief, when I am reborn I will come back to save you and avenge myself." Ma Chao had the breathlessness to explain a few sentences, then endured the pain and continued to hit the wall. "Young man, have you read too many novels? That's all fake, you mustn't believe it." The old man continued to persuade Ma Chao, but he could no longer feel the pain or hear the old man's voice. "Until it's pitch black in front of you and your body slides slowly against." Ma Chao held Qiu Runyu's bejeweled body in his arms and couldn't wait to get his hands on her. But now Qiu Runyu can't accept him yet, fighting back and discussing with him, "Is it okay if I give you money to compensate?" Ma Chao locked eyes with Qiu Runyu and asked expectantly, "I don't want money, I want you. Don't you have any feelings for me?" Qiu Runyu was surprised, this man appeared too suddenly. Even if she was physically needy, she couldn't just accept this stranger. One can only plead helplessly, "I don't even know you, so let go of me first, okay?" Ma Chao saw Qiu Runyu's panicked expression and realized that he had been too impulsive. Hurrying to let go of Qiu Runyu, he began to pretend to be aggrieved and complained, "I'm sorry. It was me who was too impulsive. But what man can stand it when he comes home and encounters that kind of thing? Though it is said that there is a reason for the injustice, and the trouble is not as bad as the family. But aren't you even a little bit responsible for not educating your son properly?" Seeing Ma Chao's tearful and sad appearance, Qiu Runyu immediately softened her heart. Gently comforting, "Responsible, of course I'm responsible. I'm really sorry, let me apologize to you for Wang Wei first, okay? I don't need you to apologize for him, I'm going back to him now." Ma Chao said he was about to get up and leave. Qiu Runyu hurriedly pulled his sleeve and negotiated in a nice voice, "Since you found my home, let's have a good talk, okay? Whatever conditions you have, as long as I can, I will definitely." "How do you know?" Qiu Runyu was dumbstruck with surprise. Ma Chao pulled Qiu Runyu into his arms, and this time Qiu Runyu didn't strongly resist, but was still too embarrassed to accept it. "It doesn't matter if you're doing it for the sake of conditioning your body or whether you're doing it for your son's wrongdoing and accepting the punishment. Just don't resist, don't you feel as if we were destined to be together in a past life?" Qiu Runyu was eye to eye with Ma Chao, although she knew that what he said was ridiculous, but she did have a good feeling about him, and it really seemed like a general déjà vu. In fact, it was impossible for her to have an impression of Ma Chao, but the affectionate way Ma Chao looked at her was infectious. It made her suspicious that maybe it really was fate. Under Ma Chao's light caresses, Qiu Runyu was half pushed at first. She tried to stop this absurd behavior, but was unable to do so, unable to control her physical urges and hurry up and call Ma Chao. What are you doing in the middle of the night? It's none of your business, get your sleep. That's ing hilarious, how dare you call the police? Ma Chao was amused by the guy's words. He had just walked. All four men were brought to the first floor hall and tied to each other back to back, with Ma Chao and the old man sitting next to them. After a few people's explanations, Ma Chao figured out their details. Four people do not have a formal job, often together to eat, drink, play, and stink. And all owe banks and loan sharks a lot of money, relatives and friends have been cheated by them almost, no one is willing to lend money to them. C can't pay back the money has been prosecuted, had wanted to run to the field to hide, inadvertently came out to play found this farm. So he had a plan, why don't he just hide here and forget about it, hide for a day. I didn't realize that no one had been bothering them, so they simply made it their home and became self-sufficient and began to live their lives. The old man's wife, who couldn't be brought back from the dead, stared angrily at the four men and couldn't help but tremble. The man who was injured by Ma Chao's bump threatened, "You'd better let us go, and we'll pretend nothing happened. We'll leave here and never come back. If you call the police, I can sue you too. And I will definitely find you in the future and take revenge on you." Ma Chao looked at him with contempt and a disbelieving smile. Then he turned to the old man and asked, "What do you mean?" The old man shuddered and replied, "I want them to pay for my old partner's life." "Okay, just do as you say." The old man looked at Ma Chao in surprise, he was really just speaking in anger. But with Ma Chao's encouragement, he began to move in for the kill. Ma Chao calmly discussed with him, "Burn this cabin with a fire and let them bury your old companion with them." A few people looked at Ma Chao's cold look and knew that they were afraid, so they were scared and begged for mercy. The old man, however, was too embarrassed to do it, and said in embarrassment, "I also want to avenge my old partner, but the owner of this farm has been very kind to me, so how can I burn his house?" Ma Chao comforted him, "This house, to the farm owner, is not worth mentioning at all. You just say to the public that it." A few moments later, the old man returned with 2 shovels. Ma Chao stood up to face the four and flirted, "Let's go. Come out with me and take a look around and pick yourselves a good spot." A few people saw that it was going to get real. The middle-aged man hurriedly reminded Ma Chao, "Brother, you stop, killing is a felony. You're still young, you mustn't go down the path of crime." The old man assured Ma Chao, "Young man, if something happens in the future, just push it onto my old man, I definitely won't drag you down." Ma Chao told the old man with a full heart, "Don't worry. Even the loan sharks can't find them, surely no one knows they're here. A few less of this kind of scum is a good thing for society, no one will care." The four men began to panic and shout, and one by one they became incoherent and began to lie in bull. Ma Chao was too lazy to listen to them blowing their power and took out his electric baton to kick a few people out. They could walk, but with their hands tied back to back the four of them could not escape in one direction. Several people were taken to the chosen spot and sat paralyzed on the floor, watching Ma Chao and the old man, digging them a new home for the future. 2 hours later, Ma Chao climbed out of the big pit and pulled the old man up again. Sitting on the sidelines panting and flirting with the four, "Are you guys still happy with this new home? 0 down payment, no mortgage, permanent residency. It's just a little cramped for space, but you guys don't need to move around, it's enough. Brother, have you had enough? This is 4 lives. Don't be impulsive, it'll be too late for you to regret in the future. Yeah, look at you, you're so young, you drive a BMW 7 Series, and you're handsome. Impulse is the devil." A few people were trembling with fear and excitedly persuaded, pleading that Ma Chao could change his mind. People like you, who have no face and no bottom line, are already invincible. Without using special means, justice really can't do anything about you, and it's always late in the face of people like you. Releasing you will be a scourge to the others after all. I'll consider it as ridding the people of the evil, so you guys can go on your way in peace." Ma Chao took out an electric baton and drove a few people into the pit, and one was electrocuted and fell to the ground in convulsions. Then shovel with the elderly and send them on their way. Chapter 27, Independent Living. Elderly man decides to stay on the farm and continue this job as caretaker. As Ma Chao was leaving, he told the old man, "I'm coming back this weekend for 2 days, so sell all those pigs. Don't make a stink. Don't worry. I'll get someone to take care of it tomorrow, and I'll definitely restore the place to its former state." The old man assured Ma Chao and then watched him drive away. Turning around, he murmured, "It should be Mr. Wang's son." So good looking, a bit like his mom. Macho repeats familiar drama over the next few days. Friday afternoon, Macho came to the farm again. The place has been refreshed, the trash is all cleaned up and the house is very neatly cleaned. The old man entertained him warmly, and to the old man he was not only a guest, but also a lifesaver. Lu Yanyan returned home from work, saw the key on the coffee table, and went to check the room again. She felt a sense of loss and sadness in her heart as all of Ma Chao's things were taken away. Couldn't help but call Ma Chao to inquire, "Have you moved to Mr. Qiu's house?" Her son came home for the weekend, and I went away on vacation, so I'll go back in a couple of days. Where are you on vacation? I want to go. Stop it, young Master Wang definitely can't wait to find you, so don't run around and wait honestly at home. Ma Chao casually chatted before hanging up the phone. Lean back in your recliner and enjoy the sunset from your doorway. When Wang Wei came home in the evening, he didn't say a few words to Qiu Runyu before taking the car keys and getting ready to go out. Qiu Runyu stopped him and asked in surprise, "What are you doing to go?" Wang Wei casually replied, "I'm going to a friend's house and won't be back tonight." Wang Wei didn't intend to hide it and nodded to confess, "I plan to bring her to see you again in a while. You guys are still young, not old enough to get married, so make sure you stay safe. As for meeting the parents, there's no need to be in such a hurry, who knows how long you'll be able to date." Wang Wei excitedly assured, "I'm serious with her." That would be best. Qiu Runyu didn't bother to argue with him, but didn't hold much hope for her son. Didn't believe he could stabilize so early in his relationship. Then remembering her affair with Ma Chao, she pretended to ask without thinking, "If mom gets a boyfriend, you're okay with that, right?" "Of course it's fine, you should have given it to a boyfriend a long time ago, it's just that the other person has to be worthy of you. I'm not short of money, the other person just needs to be nice, their wealth doesn't matter, does it?" As soon as Qiu Runyu thought of Ma Chao's conditions, he immediately emphasized his merits. "That's what I mean. It doesn't matter what you have. A man with a successful career who is old and ugly is not good enough for you. You should find a handsome man, preferably young and strong, who can take good care of you. Just don't forget to sign a prenuptial agreement, and make sure you protect your property. Men tend to change their minds when they have money." Qiu Runyu casually comforted, "Don't worry. All of our family's property will be yours in the future, he doesn't look like the kind of person who is greedy for money." Wang Wei excitedly proposed, "You found it. What does he do? I'll keep an eye out for you. We haven't known each other long, we just started dating. I'll introduce you guys to each other in a few days, okay?" Qiu Runyu was relieved to know her son's attitude. "If it's an old, ugly man, there's no point in meeting, I'm not against it or for it. Don't worry. He's handsome and not too old." Qiu Runyu showed a shy expression as she described Ma Chao. Wang Wei stared at his mother's face and scrutinized it, and came to a sudden realization, "No wonder you've, lately, changed your complexion and skin so well. Suddenly refreshed and looking several years younger." "Well, come on eat. Aren't you going to a friend's house?" Qiu Run urged Wang Wei to eat quickly, now can't wait for him to move out. Wang Wei smiled, bowed his head and hurried to eat, he also cannot wait to find Lu Yanyan. Wang Wei parked the Big Ben downstairs in Lu Yanyan's house and quickly ran up the stairs. Entering the house and holding Lu Yanyan in her arms, she asked slightly nervously, "Your husband won't come back again?" Lu Yanyan told Wang Wei with a slight loss, "Don't worry. He packed away all his things and left the key, so he can't call back even if he wants to now. You look like you can't bear to part with him." Chapter 28, A Romantic Rainy Night. After Wang Wei left, Qiu Runyu cleaned up at home for a while, in fact, deliberately looking for something to do. Alone in the house, it feels like time passes too long and every minute is suffering. Thinking back to the times when I had Ma Chao at home with me, I didn't realize it was midnight. Happy times always fly by. After Qiu Runyu finished her shower, she glanced at the time, it was not yet 8 o'clock. I went back to my bedroom and sat on my bed, looking out the window and wondering how I was going to spend the long night. She had a strong feeling that she would lose sleep tonight. Ma Chao was still sitting outside the house, the old man had gone back to his room to sleep 10 minutes ago. It's not like downtown, it's dark all around and it's very quiet. Ma Chao looked at the dark night in front of him, and couldn't help but start to ramble. After all, he had buried 4 people alive here, just the other day. Though the conscience is clear, any breeze in the face of such a quiet night makes you think about it. More or less creepy. Just when Ma Chao was in a high state of mental tension, a sudden bolt of lightning crossed his path, making him think he was hallucinating. A loud clap of thunder immediately afterwards scared him. Couldn't help but yell, scared me. And then made myself laugh. Instantly pea-sized raindrops fell, crackling against the BMW. Ma Chao hurriedly got up, dragging his recliner backward and hiding under the eaves to avoid the rain. Looking at the pouring rain in front of me, I can't help but think of Qiu Runyu. I wonder what she's doing now. Qiu Runyu closed the window and stared out. She needed company more than ever on a stormy, lightning-filled night like this. I don't know how I lived all those years in the past, and I don't seem to be so vulnerable. But now I can't stand being alone and lonely for a minute. She picked up her cell phone and after a moment's hesitation, she sent a message to Ma Chao. Is it raining where you are? It's raining so hard over here, I miss you. After reading the text message, Ma Chao replied with only 2 words, Roger that. Then without hesitation he rushed the BMW. When Qiu Runyu saw the text message, it was as if she felt Ma Chao's firmness and determination, but she wasn't quite sure. Could he have darted to my side? It's raining so hard, it's better not to let him rush. But I really miss him, especially this night. If I didn't have him, I would have lost sleep until dawn tonight. If he ever comes back. Qiu Runyu couldn't help but start her reverie, her breath trembling and already nervous. She ran to the window and looked out excitedly. Expect the light you long for to appear soon. Lu Yanyan panted in disgust with Wang Wei, let go of me first, I'll go close the window, the rain is sweeping into the house. Wang Wei directly picked up Lu Yanyan and walked to the window. You can really fool around, a little more this way, I can't reach it. Lu Yanyan finally closed the window, then urged Wang Wei, alright, let's go back to bed. Wang Wei did not go back to bed, but put her on the windowsill. You're so annoying. Lu Yanyan smiled and chided. More than 40 minutes later, Qiu Runyu stood by the window and saw a beam of light approaching his villa. She had a hunch, as if by telepathy, that it was the person she was expecting. Qiu Runyu couldn't wait a second, she ran out of the room regardless. Ma Chao parked his car in front of the villa and just opened the door to get out of the car. Qiu Run rushed over head-on and jumped into his arms. Tightening her arms around his neck, she happily chided, what are you doing back here when it's raining so hard? Why are you out here in just your nightgown? With a heartfelt rebuke, Ma Chao pulled her towards home. Don't go home, don't go home. Qiu Runyu opened the back door of the car and pulled Ma Chao into the car. When you close the door, you don't have to be afraid of the wind and rain and thunder outside. The small, warm space in the car felt safe. Ma Chao took off his clothes and draped Qiu Runyu in them, helping her wipe the rainwater from her face and shoulders. Accidentally peeled off the thin straps of her nightgown and was just about to lift them up for her. Qiu Runyu stopped Ma Chao and delicately advised him, no need to wear it. Ma Chao looked at her soft and delicate appearance and couldn't help but swallow a little, nervously asking, Wang Wei is at home, it's not convenient for me to come back is it? No, he's gone to a friend's house and won't be home tonight, and he shouldn't be able to come back tomorrow. Then why don't you hurry up and come inside with me? You don't want to catch a cold or a flu if you get wet. I'm not cold at all. Qiu Runyu shook her head and came to Ma Chao's ear to remind him, didn't you want to try it in the car? Then he met Ma Chao on all fours, and his sharp breathing and expectant eyes thrilled Ma Chao. Compelled to start kissing Qiu Runyu. Qiu Runyu felt that Ma Chao was a bit out of control, even slightly rough, but she liked it. It was cooler outside, but the car was getting hotter and hotter. The car window gradually covered with a layer of white fog, a jade arm suddenly raised, delicate skin pressed against the car window. The body's warmth melts the layer of white fog inside the car window. The rain got heavier and kept overflowing from the roof of the car and running down the windows on both sides. Ma Chao held Qiu Runyu in his arms, and after the passion, the temperature in the car was slowly dropping. The rain continues outside and it doesn't look like the night will end easily. Ma Chao used his own clothes, wrapped Qiu Runyu tightly, and discussed in her ear, let's go. Run Bao. Don't catch a cold. Qiu Runyu asked with a smile on her face, are you satisfied now? Why don't you sleep in the car tonight? That's not good, let's go back and take a hot bath, it'll be too late when your body feels cold, it's easy to catch a cold. Okay then. Qiu Runyu was just about to return Ma Chao's clothes to him when Ma Chao pushed open the car door and pulled Qiu Runyu out of the car. Don't catch a cold. Qiu Runyu wrapped her arms around Ma Chao's waist and showed her concern for him. It's fine, go back to a hot bath and exercise a bit before you go to bed. Ma Chao wrapped his arms around Qiu Runyu and ran towards home while talking. 10 minutes later, the two were sitting in a steaming bath. Qiu Runyu stayed close to Ma Chao and mentioned to him the conversation with Wang Wei during dinner. Ma Chao wrapped one hand around Qiu Runyu's waist and lifted the other, letting the water fall from his fingertips onto Qiu Runyu's shoulder, dispersed into multiple droplets that slid down her delicate skin. Chapter 29 All Men Are Horny. Ma Chao smiled and praised after listening to Qiu Runyu. Your son is quite concerned about you, knowing to let you find a young and handsome one with good health. I feel gratified as his future elder. You're only a few years older than him. At most, you're his big brother. Qiu Runyu gently stroked Ma Chao's face, her eyes full of dependence and favor, both treating him as a man who could be relied upon and as a boy who longed for caring care. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but express his concern. I didn't tell him your specifics, so maybe what he thinks is young is just a few years younger than me. Would he be okay with you being a dozen years younger than me? So what if he doesn't accept it? Are you going to abandon me for him? Looking at Ma Chao's serious expression, Qiu Runyu smiled and teased, Look at you, why are you still fighting with my son over jealousy? Of course not, as long as you are willing to stay by my side, I will follow you in everything. Ma Chao asked tentatively, if we get married, do we need to sign a prenuptial agreement? Qiu Runyu didn't know how to answer. Emotionally speaking, she wanted to trust Ma Chao completely. But from the point of view of a successful businessman, when money is involved in anything, it must be said clearly. She can initiate the gift, but the right to give or not to give must be in her own hands. Looking at Qiu Runyu's difficult expression, Ma Chao gave her a kiss on her pink cheek and comforted her. I told you long ago, I figure you're people, I'm not interested in your assets. You've been generous by feeding and housing me and paying me a monthly paycheck. I not only love you, but I am grateful to you. Although she was not 100% sure that what this man said was true, Qiu Runyu was still moved to tears. Excitedly sending a kiss, she leaned over Ma Chao's shoulder and tenderly whispered, I love you too. I've never been so enamored with a man. Not only do I like him physically, but I've never been so dependent on someone emotionally. Even if you change your heart in the future, I won't blame you. Even if we separate in the future, the heart that loves you will not change. I will bless you and help you live a better life. Ma Chao's hand crossed the water and lightly caressed Qiu Runyu's smooth back. Firmly tell her, two people of good will bless each other even if they are separated. But we won't. We will not be separated. Qiu Runyu took a long breath and chided in a soft voice, You can really take a big breath. Are you particularly good at making women happy? It's the woman who will coax gentleness and kindness, like you. Ma Chao held Qiu Runyu's shoulders, looked deeply into her eyes, and added, And pretty, of course you're a bit too pretty. In fact, I don't have high requirements for a woman's appearance, it's enough to be able to reach the top of the average. You've already reached the top, belonging to the phoenix hair and diamonds kind. Qiu Runyu revealed a happy smile and asked, What you value most in a woman is being pretty, right? Ma Chao nodded and graciously admitted, That's definitely The first thing you can see clearly is the outside, then you can slowly get to know her inside. Strong words, you're just horny. What about you? Well, me too. Qiu Runyu stared at Ma Chao's face and nodded sheepishly. With a smile on his face, Ma Chao asked curiously, If I'm not good looking, or even ugly? If I suddenly broke into your house that day, would you call the police to arrest me? I'll look for an opportunity to use the mace spray and electric baton on you first before I call the police on you. Same thing, change your ugly face and you're a hooligan, right? Qiu Runyu smiled and explained, In fact, the main thing between people is to see if there is eye contact. Maybe if you change your face to one that is not handsome, I will also have a good feeling about you. Ma Chao laughed and teased, You did get hungry at that time, didn't you? Nasty, don't you dare talk about me like that. Qiu Runyu gave Ma Chao a blank look and gently slapped the water onto him. Normal physiological needs, what's there to be ashamed to admit? You really didn't look well at that time, you looked haggard. Look how good you look now, all glowing. Slippery and delicate and inviting from the inside out. Inside you can also. Qiu Runyu was halfway through her sentence when she felt that she shouldn't have asked this question. Ma Chao nodded vigorously, Can. Qiu Runyu jumped into Ma Chao's arms and sincerely said, Thank you, you really helped me a lot. Both physically and emotionally. Thank your good son. If he hadn't done what he did, he wouldn't have been able to facilitate our destiny. You sound like you're still mad at him. Qiu Runyu lay on Ma Chao's shoulder with a smile on her face. That's not so bad, I'm too embarrassed to take it up with him as his elder. And you call me auntie. You should be equals. Qiu Runyu laughed and teased, then asked curiously, if you broke into my house that day and found out that I'm an out-of-shape and not so pretty-looking old aunt, what would you do? How can I say this? Come all the way. It doesn't have to be pretty, it almost makes sense. What if it's just not pretty, or even ugly? Ma Chao hesitated for a few seconds and said firmly, that's going to cost extra. You're really— Ma Chao hung up the bath towel and picked up Qiu Runyu and walked out of the bathroom. I'm not wearing an— Ma Chao looked at Qiu Runyu's white and plump body, and suddenly said with great interest, I've taken a few classes at the training school for the unemployed, and I've learned a set of techniques for doing touch drills for babies, so I'll press it for you. Qiu Runyu, with a smile on her face, asked with a curious expression, what are you learning all that for? Are you planning to become a sister-in-law? I didn't want to learn either, when it wasn't for unemployment benefits. Having to choose a training course is all just going through the motions. After Ma Chao finished speaking, he started with Qiu Runyu's forehead and chanted, Runbao, let's start doing touching. A wide forehead is good for learning, eyebrows curved like a crescent moon, and little ears like Yuanbao. Qiu Runyu smiled and laughed and reddened her eyes, tightly wrapping her arms around Ma Chao's neck and tenderly saying in his ear, if you want, I'm willing to have children with you. Ma Chao awkwardly explained, I didn't mean that, I haven't been rare enough for you. Our two-person world has just begun, I don't want to be disturbed by anyone. Then he pulled over the quilt to cover the two of them and patted Qiu Runyu's back, the touch drill is done. It's time for the baby to go to sleep. You young man, you're not big enough for your aunt. Qiu Runyu gentle reproach, close to the Ma Chao arms, peaceful and solid gradually fall asleep. The next day, Wang Wei called Qiu Runyu to pick a house and move out to live on his own. Originally, a mother should be very reluctant to let her son move out and live independently. But Qiu Runyu now has a young boyfriend to keep him company, and doesn't have the heart to keep him, and painfully arranges for someone to take him to see the house. Wang Wei took Lu Yanyan in the upscale district of the main city and chose a large flat of more than 200 square meters. The one staircase, one family design and luxurious, extravagant decor made Lu Yanyan very happy. She couldn't contain her excitement and kept walking around the house trying to memorize every corner of the house. She looked out through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and it turned out that the city was so beautiful from a rich man's point of view. Wang Wei hugged Lu Yanyan from her and came to her ear to ask, do you like? Lu Yanyan took a deep breath and urged impatiently, then let's go. Let's go shopping. Then took Wang Wei's arm and walked out, with a happy smile on his face. For a woman like Lu Yanyan, the pleasure of shopping recklessly without considering the price is even more important than for a man. Qiu Runyu receives a call from Wang Wei, who tells him that he has already chosen a house and won't be coming home this weekend. Qiu Run asked with concern, I'll prepare some daily necessities and send them over to you. No, I'm so old I'll buy whatever I'm short of myself. Besides, it's not like I'm not going back, let's wait until later. Wang Wei didn't want to let his mother come to disturb his two-person world with Lu Yanyan during these 2 days of the weekend. Qiu Runyu heard her son's impatience, so she didn't force the issue and hung up the phone after a few brief instructions. Couldn't help but murmur, my son is a big boy, and I'm going to be a small supporting role in his life from now on. Chapter 31, A Chance Encounter at the Mall. Ma Chao heard Qiu Runyu talking to Wang Wei on the phone from the side and probably knew what was going on. Wrapping his arm around Qiu Runyu's shoulders, he comforted, he married a daughter-in-law and forgot his mother, and now that another woman has taken over taking care of him, you don't need to worry about his affairs anymore. How can a girlfriend be compared to a mom? Maybe he's just met that girl and is even more clueless than he is and needs him to take care of her. Qiu Runyu is still worried about her son. Ma Chao pulled Qiu Runyu into his arms and speculated, maybe he's also found an older woman who knows that she cares for him and takes care of him. Just like you. Qiu Runyu revealed a shy smile, then suddenly asked worriedly, is he still in contact with your ex-wife? The girlfriend he just met wouldn't be your ex-wife. Ma Chao forced himself to calm down and replied awkwardly, I don't think so. My ex-wife said that after that time with him, and had no more dealings. Qiu Runyu looked into Ma Chao's eyes and carefully asked, are you still in contact with your ex-wife? No, just a casual chat while signing the divorce papers at the civil court. Haven't had much contact since then. Qiu Runyu couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard Ma Chao's stilted reply. Cupping his face with both hands, he teased, why do I think you're a bit vain? Are you not good at telling lies? Ma Chao laughed and did not reply, but just hugged Qiu Runyu tighter. Be gentle. I can't breathe. Qiu Runyu happily complained, then sincerely said, I'm not that kind of careful woman, after all, you a couple, after the divorce can also be friends. I won't mind. Ma Chao stared at Qiu Runyu's eyes until she sheepishly dodged, and then seriously guessed, "You're being tongue-in-cheek, you obviously mind that I keep in touch with my ex-wife. It's just that a gentle and kind character like you is too embarrassed to countenance it, right?" "I'm sure you have a point." Qiu Runyu was lying on Ma Chao's shoulder, and that was her way of dealing with men. "Just because you trust me so much, I will not fail you. If I do anything to wrong you, let me die. Blah 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 blah, even if you change your mind, I still want you to live well. How can you say such a thing?" Qiu Runyu seriously blamed Ma Chao with a heartbroken expression, fearing that such words would come true. Ma Chao then playfully explained, "Don't worry. Even if I die, I'll be reborn and come back to you. Just shut up, how could it be? You have a good foundation, and if you take care of yourself, you'll still look good at 60. You're greasing the skids with me again, saying nice things to trick me." Qiu Runyu wrapped her arms around Ma Chao's neck, and their lips couldn't help but get closer. Ma Chao picked her up, and the two nestled in the sofa, saying endless sweet words. A moment later, Qiu Runyu gently pushed Ma Chao away and chided shyly, "You're going to eat me?" Ma Chao nodded, "Well, you look delicious." Qiu Runyu pursed her lips and smiled as she discussed, "Let's not stay at home all the time, let's go out for a stroll. Go to the mall and buy you some clothes. I realized that you don't have a few decent clothes. Just have 2 sets to change into. I'm not really interested in costumes and I don't care what people think. But I care. I want to dress you up in a sophisticated and stylish way. Afraid I'll dress shabbily and embarrass you, right? Mr. Qiu." Qiu Runyu gently caressed Ma Chao's face and explained with a smile, "I'm afraid that if I'm not good enough for you, you won't live with me, and I'm afraid that you'll leave me." Ma Chao was full of concern and said, "I don't ask for much, I'm content with food and shelter, it's good to feed. You're a good boy." Qiu Runyu cupped Ma Chao's face, her lips couldn't help but get close, and the two began to stick together again. It was only after a few minutes that Qiu Runyu reluctantly separated from Ma Chao, licking her lips shyly. "Discuss with him, come on. Let's go to the mall for a stroll. There's a nice Western restaurant there, let's take you to eat steak for lunch. It looks fine to me. At least it's a good amount, it should be better than that French restaurant." Ma Chao nodded and stood up with Qiu Runyu's assistance. "A casual complaint, you're making my legs go numb from sitting on them." Qiu Runyu explained accusingly, "I wanted to come down a long time ago, but you just wouldn't let go. I can't let go of your fleshy ass. Nasty." Qiu Runyu glared at Ma Chao and walked towards the restroom with a smile on her face. In her mind, Ma Chao was calling her fat. "I was complimenting you on your nice ass." Ma Chao stared at Qiu Runyu's twisting waist and hips and added with a smile. Qiu Run didn't say anything or turn around, reaching his hands behind him and deliberately blocking his ass. Ma Chao laughed even more. For some men, the ass was a woman's second face. A good but is even more important than a face. Wang Wei and Lu Yanyan in the shopping mall to make a big purchase. Lu Yanyan grew up so big, or the first time to spend money so addictive. It's all about buying simple everyday items, but it's all about choosing the upscale stuff. Usually, I just look online and wonder why these brands sell for so much. Now that she wasn't curious, it turned out to be all about separating the rich from the commoners. Lu Yanyan's vanity was fully satisfied, and she was happy as a clam all morning. Just as the two of them were coming out of the luxury store with their large bags, they happened to encounter Qiu Runyu holding Ma Chao's arm and walking over head-on. Lu Yanyan hurriedly took the initiative to greet, "Mr. Qiu, hello, what a coincidence." Then he couldn't help but glance at Ma Chao and nodded politely. Qiu Runyu looked at Wang Wei and asked in surprise, "How did you two get together?" Although she couldn't call Lu Yanyan's name, she looked familiar and knew that she was an employee of her company. Wang De generously introduced her, "She is my girlfriend, called Lu Yanyan." Qiu Runyu looked up and down after Lu Yanyan, but also relatively satisfied, politely greeted her. Wanted to ask her how old she was, but didn't have the heart to ask. Wang Wei stared Ma Chao up and down and asked incredulously, "And what is the relationship between you two?" Qiu Runyu replied in an embarrassed whisper, "Didn't I mention it to you the other day?" Wang Wei likewise didn't have the heart to ask Ma Chao's age. He hoped that his mother would find a younger and more handsome man. But Ma Chao wasn't younger, he was simply worse. Chapter 32 Hiding from Each Other. Wang Wei noticed Lu Yanyan's eye contact with Ma Chao and asked curiously, "Do you two know each other too?" Lu Yanyan answered truthfully, "Yeah. Both work in the same company and have met a few times." To Qiu Runyu, Lu Yanyan and Ma Chao were both employees of her company. Now one was her boyfriend and the other was her son's girlfriend. Since they happened to meet, they simply got to know each other and took the initiative to invite Wang Wei and Lu Yanyan to have lunch together. Lu Yanyan was naturally too embarrassed to refuse, while Wang Wei felt a bit rushed to have lunch together. Wanting to refuse but wanting to understand this man beside his mother himself, he asked his mother if the evening was convenient. Since he had seen them all, he wanted to take Lu Yanyan to his home for dinner. Sure, go ahead and go about your business. Just come home together for dinner when evening comes. Qiu Runyu warmly invited Lu Yanyan, although she felt that this woman was a bit old. But considering the age difference between herself and Ma Chao, she was too embarrassed to oppose her son. After Wang Wei took Lu Yanyan away, Qiu Runyu asked Ma Chao, "Are you familiar with this woman?" Ma Chao casually replied, "Anyway, I've met a few times." "She looks about your age, doesn't she?" "Well, it should be about the same." Ma Chao nodded, pretending that he wasn't quite sure. Qiu Runyu requested Ma Chao again, "I'm afraid that Wang Wei would mind and it's not convenient to ask more. You go around more with that Lu Yanyan in the company, and ask around to find out more about her by the way." "What?" Ma Chao had a surprised look on his face. Qiu Runyu noticed Ma Chao's expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong, are you afraid of her?" "That's not true, I'm embarrassed to talk about prying into people's business behind their backs." Qiu Runyu smiled and comforted, "It's not like I'm asking you to spread rumors and say bad things, maybe we can really become a family in the future." "What's wrong with you, the future father-in-law, caring about your daughter-in-law?" Ma Chao cried and laughed and shook his head, proposing to Qiu Runyu, "Let's just talk about our own business. That's your son and daughter-in-law, it doesn't have that kind of relationship with me. You're still not happy after I let you take advantage of me. Forget it. I won't take this kind of advantage." Ma Chao took Qiu Runyu's hand, and the two of them talked and laughed as they walked into a men's clothing store. After Wang Wei took Lu Yanyan away, he hurriedly inquired with Lu Yanyan, "Is that little white boy also from your company? Is he 30 years old?" Lu Yanyan pretended that she didn't know much about Ma Chao and casually guessed, "I'm not in the same department as him, I've only met him a few times and I'm not familiar with him, he should be about the same age as me." "What does he do?" "The company's driver, seems to specialize in driving for Mr. Qiu. This guy is so good at chasing my mom down. Maybe your mom saw him first." "My mom's not like that." Wang Wei had a bit of a problem with Lu Yanyan's speculation, as if talking like that was not very polite to his mother. Lu Yanyan hurriedly explained, "I'm not saying that Mr. Qiu is not good, you men can like a girl who is more than 10 years younger than you. What's wrong with women liking young handsome guys, it's normal." Wang Wei was silent for a moment before shaking his head to express his concern. "Young girls will really like older men because of money, but young guys won't be able to move their true feelings towards their aunts because of money. That can also be divided into what kind of aunt, leaving aside wealth and status. Mr. Qiu's appearance conditions do not also have a great advantage." After hearing Lu Yanyan's words, Wang Wei nodded, "That's true." Then frowned and muttered, "If he and my mom do become a thing, depending on his age, I'll call him big brother or uncle." Lu Yanyan smiled and asked, "What is appropriate for you to call me?" "Of course it's called sister." "Then just call him big brother, or call him by his first name. Talk to Mr. Qiu on each side, you're so old, neither of them will mind." Wang Wei reveals a helpless smile and pulls Lu Yanyan as he walks, "I really didn't expect that my mom would find such a young boyfriend. You have to keep a close eye on him at the company and always pay attention to his every move. If you find out he's a scumbag, let me know as soon as he shows his tail. I can't let my mom fall for that." "Don't worry. I'll definitely keep an eye on him and watch him from now on." Lu Yanyan smiled and assured Wang Wei. After Qiu Runyu and Ma Chao ate lunch outside, they went to the supermarket and bought a bunch of ingredients, preparing for an evening of entertaining. When she got home, Qiu Runyu wanted to take a nap, and when she got up, it was time to prepare dinner. "There's no need to be too grand, but it's still important for your son to bring a girlfriend to the house for the first time." Ma Chao also wanted to go along for a nap, and Qiu Run hurriedly persuaded, "Go find something else to do. I'm afraid you'll affect my sleep." Although she rejected Ma Chao with her mouth, she could not hide the excitement and happy smile on her face. "Why would I want to interfere with your sleep? It's not like I'm going to cry and roll around." Ma Chao followed Qiu Runyu, staring at her buttocks, into the bedroom. After Qiu Runyu changed into her nightgown, she discussed with Ma Chao, "I felt so tired after shopping at the mall for so long. I still have to prepare dinner in the afternoon. Don't toss me around, I can't compete with you youngsters, I don't have the physical strength you do." Ma Chao picked up Qiu Runyu and got into bed, reminding her with an innocent expression, "It seems like you're the one who initiates wanting it every time. You're always making out with me, so of course I want to." Halfway through her sentence, Qiu Runyu turned around and threw out, "Ignoring you, I'm going to sleep." But holding Ma Chao's arm tightly in his arms. Ma Chao hugged her from behind, staring at the delicate skin of her neck and shoulders, and couldn't resist kissing her a few times. At the same time, the hand in Qiu Runyu's arms also began to tenderly caress. A moment later, Qiu Runyu turned around with a flushed face, not waiting for her to speak. Ma Chao then solemnly ordered, "Stop it. Sleep honestly." Qiu Runyu laughed and chided, "Nasty, you're the one who provoked me first. I only made a little move and you can't stand the test, what a shame. Too much of a disappointment to me." Facing Ma Chao's flirtation, Qiu Runyu helplessly complained, "Why is it that when you touch me, I get hot all over?" "Don't worry, Dr. Ma has a solution, just give you a shot." Qiu Runyu's face showed her shyness, holding Ma Chao's face as she scolded, "You naughty little wild horse." Ma Chao gently caressed Qiu Runyu's flushed cheeks, stared into her eyes, and asked in a small voice, "Do you want it?" "Not now. I want to sleep, wait for the night." Qiu Runyu stubbornly told Ma Chao before burying her face in his arms and deliberately making 2 snoring sounds. "Are you imitating that little pink pig, Paige?" Qiu Runyu looked up, smiled and reminded, "Only Daddy Paige snores." "How do you know? Did you sleep with Paige's dad?" "In the future we'll have a baby and name it Paige, and I'll sleep with Paige's dad." Looking at Qiu Runyu's sweet smile, Ma Chao shook his head. "You don't like the name Paige? It could be George, too." Qiu Runyu smiled even more happily. Chapter 33, Can't Wait for Night. Ma Chao told Qiu Runyu with a firm attitude, "Didn't I say so? Don't want anyone to disturb our world of two." Qiu Runyu seriously reminded him, "Think about it, when some more years pass, even if you want to be a father, I may not have the ability to help you realize it. You can just die with that one. I won't allow anyone else to share you with me. You're young, you'll change your mind and regret it in the future." Ma Chao hugged Qiu Runyu tightly and said firmly in her ear, "Even if I regret it, I can start over. I could have chosen not to meet you, but since I broke into your house and met you, I will be responsible to the end. I'll never leave you in my life unless you don't need me anymore." Qiu Runyu wrapped her arms tightly around Ma Chao's neck and inhaled deeply, pleading excitedly, "I need you, I'll always need you. I want you now. You were so tough just now. You're a pain in the ass." Qiu Runyu gave a scolding laugh with a smile on her face and turned her back to Ma Chao again, this time hugging Ma Chao's arm tighter. Ma Chao embraced Qiu Runyu, close to her body, feel that concave and convex curves cannot help but be stupid. The two of them were tightly pressed against each other, and Qiu Runyu clearly felt Ma Chao's strong reaction. Couldn't help but whine and twist her body slightly twice. At this moment, Ma Chao only needs to take a little initiative, Qiu Runyu will not be able to hold it. However, after hesitating for a moment, Ma Chao still chose to stay put. He wanted Qiu Runyu to get a good night's sleep, not wanting to tire her out too much. After a few minutes of silence, both stabilized and drifted off to sleep. An hour later, Qiu Runyu slept until she woke up naturally and opened her eyes feeling energized and refreshed. Kids dread naps, their bodies are full of new parts. The battery is also new and lasts a long time on a full charge. But middle-aged people are a different story, and many of them don't sleep well at night. Taking a nap is like recharging your batteries for a second time, and it's also like taking care of your body. Qiu Runyu turned her body and realized that Ma Chao was looking at her with his eyes open, and smiled as she asked, "Did you just wake up?" Ma Chao immediately responded, "Roger." And at this moment, Wang Wei also brought Lu Yanyan back to his new home, and set up all kinds of high-grade supplies in the bathroom. After the two finished soaking together in the bath, Wang Wei hugged Lu Yanyan to the bedroom to test the quality of the mattress. Lu Yanyan consumed today is very addictive, the mood is good, interest is also high, naturally also more attentive to please. She made Wang Wei mesmerized and unable to stop. This woman can always bring Wang Wei greater surprise and excitement. In the evening, Wang Wei brought Lu Yanyan back home. Qiu Runyu was busy in the kitchen, while Ma Chao played next to her. Wang Wei brought Lu Yanyan to the kitchen door and greeted them briefly. Lu Yanyan was always a bit nervous in front of Qiu Runyu, and habitually trying to please the leader, she took the initiative to go into the kitchen to help. Qiu Runyu smiled and refused, and asked Wang Wei to show her around and wait a little while for dinner to start. Wang Wei pulled Lu Yanyan upstairs and took her to visit his room. After the two left, Qiu Runyu chatted with Ma Chao. "This girl is very polite and seems quite stable, she's just slightly older. Wang Wei is still too young, and I don't know how long the relationship between the two will last. Ma Chao comforted her, don't worry about the two of them, your son can't suffer anyway. That Lu Yanyan knows what she wants and isn't a sentimental person. Even if the two of them have played enough to break up, it's a good and peaceful breakup, and they shouldn't be dying to be entangled. How do you know? Aren't you not familiar with that Lu Yanyan? Guessing from the temperament and talk, this Lu Yanyan should be more sensible and realistic. Qiu Runyu nodded, agreeing with Ma Chao. She also felt that Lu Yanyan didn't look like the kind of girl who was in love with her brain. After the four people sat down to eat together, and after a few brief polite words, they all lowered their heads and ate their own, making the scene slightly awkward. Wang Wei touched Lu Yanyan, hoping that she could talk to Ma Chao more. He wanted to know more about his mother's little boyfriend. Lu Yanyan pretended to break the silence reluctantly and opened her mouth to inquire, Master Ma, what did you do before you came to our company? Ma Chao raised his head and mother and son carefully helped Ma Chao and Lu Yanyan cover. Ma Chao and Lu Yanyan know well, muffled the whole performance with the performance. That past relationship between Ma Chao and Lu Yanyan, just don't ever bring it up again. It's better for everyone if we just pretend nothing happened. After dinner, Wang Wei wants to go to his room to pack up some of his things, anxious to go back with Lu Yanyan to live in the world of two people. Qiu Runyu asked Ma Chao to accompany Lu Yanyan to sit in the living room for a while she and Wang Wei went upstairs to pack up their things. Ma Chao and Lu Yanyan nodded politely and watched the mother and son leave. After Qiu Runyu walked up the stairs, she couldn't help but smile and complained, the old man was right, when a son grows up, he really does marry a daughter-in-law and forget his mother. Wang Wei looked back at Lu Yanyan and Ma Chao before taking his mother's arm with a smile on his face and guessed, it seems like you don't have the heart to accompany me either. Qiu Runyu glared at Wang Wei and after a sigh, she smiled without saying anything. Her mind was indeed spoken by Wang Wei, if Ma Chao hadn't appeared. Her son, who has been with her for many years, suddenly has to move out and live on his own. She will not be able to let go of him, and she will feel a sense of emptiness in her heart, and she will not be able to control the sadness she feels. But now, although she was still a bit uneasy, she didn't feel lost or sad, instead she was glad that she and Ma Chao could also have a sweet two-person world. Qiu Runyu could tell that her son was very happy and joyful at the moment. Just like her, every day felt fresh, full of anticipation and blissful. Only Ma Chao and Lu Yanyan were left in the living room on the first floor. Ma Chao invited her to sit down and said politely, have some fruit. Lu Yanyan stared at Ma Chao's eyes with the corners of her mouth rising and flirted, you really think of yourself as the master? Why are you so polite to me? They are not present, so don't act, we are the couple, aren't we? We've signed off on the divorce, so we'd better not make jokes like that. We signed the divorce papers, the divorce won't be official until next month, it's a cooling off period, you won't forget that, will you? That's just going through the official process, we're on our own, we don't need their consent. The moment we sign the papers, we're already married. Legally that's not how it works, after the cooling off period is over. We both have the right not to accept the divorce and to stay in the marriage. Ma Chao looked at Lu Yanyan's mischievous appearance and knew that she was deliberately fooling around. Indifferently said, whatever you want, if you back out, we'll go through the legal process. There's no need to continue acting, just confess to mother and son. Lu Yanyan smiled and shook her head, she could see that Ma Chao's relationship with Qiu Runyu was a bit stronger. Even if they told the truth, it wouldn't affect them much. But let Wang Wei know that his mother's young boyfriend is actually his girlfriend's ex-husband, I guess the lad can't accept it. Lu Yanyan seriously told Ma Chao, I don't dare to pick our relationship, since we've already started to disguise, let's just continue to play our roles. When the cooling off period is over, we'll go get a divorce license. From now on, hubby becomes hubby daddy, and you'll be my elder. Even if it really comes to that day, there's no need to be so particular, just call them by their names, there's no need to discuss seniority. Ma Chao obviously didn't like that kind of unorthodox name calling, and he was beginning to worry that the paper wouldn't hold up, and what if the lie came undone? Qiu Runyu would be heartbroken if she knew that she had joined forces with her ex-wife and cheated them both, mother and son, together. Ma Chao's expression became serious as he planned to find a chance to confess this matter to Qiu Runyu. That gentle and kind woman would definitely forgive him. Lu Yanyan stared at Ma Chao's face and asked curiously, what are you staring at? What are you thinking about? Ma Chao asked her in a low voice, do you think you'll really get anywhere with Wang Wei? What if he realizes that we cheated on him in the future? Will he forgive you? If you don't say it and I don't say it, how will he know? Even if it really comes to that day, if he can't accept it and has to take it to heart, I'll just break it up. He didn't spend a lot of money on me, but I also did my best to serve him and let him enjoy himself. We don't owe each other anything. After Lu Yanyan finished speaking, she and Ma Chao looked at each other with 4 eyes, and it was still hard to hide their ambiguous feelings. Unable to hold back his true feelings, he asked expectantly, "If I hadn't done anything wrong to you, you would love me forever and grow old with me, wouldn't you?" Ma Chao helplessly reminded her, "Since you can't stand the temptation of money, how can we grow old together? Sooner or later, I'll have to wear a cuckold, but it's just the difference between knowing it earlier and later." Lu Yanyan was silent for a moment, nodded and admitted, "You are right. It's all because of our bad birth. If we were both born in a rich man's house, we can talk about our feelings without any distractions." "Don't say those things, we can still be friends. You're much better at admitting that you like money than those who want to be a whore. You're so complimentary." Lu Yanyan blanked Ma Chao and asked in a slightly flirtatious manner, "Don't you miss me at all? You used to love me night after night too, and couldn't wait to eat me. It's only been a few days. You've forgotten everything." Ma Chao avoided Lu Yanyan's hot eyes and waved his hand repeatedly, "Don't mention the past, I don't remember much." "Nonsense, we've been living together for a year, married for 2 years, and you've slept with me for more than 1,000 nights. Now you're saying you can't remember. What kind of brain is that? Your forgetfulness is too fast." Ma Chao looked at Lu Yanyan's angry expression and couldn't help but smile, awkwardly explaining, "What are you counting this for? This kind of thing is all mutual. If you don't sleep with me, how can I sleep with you?" Lu Yanyan also couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't say I was at a disadvantage either. But how can you say you can't remember? That was a wonderful memory that belonged to us, I'll always remember it, and you can't forget it either. I just don't want to talk about those things anymore, we're already separated, how embarrassing to talk about those things. We've all been here before, what's there to be embarrassed about, what's the point of pretending to be innocent and green?" Ma Chao didn't bother to argue with her and looked at the second floor without smiling. A sigh followed by a whispered mutter, "Isn't that done packing yet?" Chapter 35, Recognition of Mistakes. Lu Yanyan also looked up at the stairs, then turned her head to stare at Ma Chao and asked with interest, "How is Mr. Qiu treating you?" Ma Chao casually replied, "It's good. She's a good, gentle, and considerate woman." Lu Yanyan reminded enviously, "And so rich, right?" Ma Chao nodded, "It was indeed good to have money, everyone liked money." Lu Yanyan asked in a whisper, "Is Mr. Qiu good in that area?" Ma Chao just smiled, not wanting to discuss this topic with Lu Yanyan. Seeing that Ma Chao didn't reply, Lu Yanyan muttered, "Although General Qiu is very pretty and has a good figure. But after all, she's middle-aged, her physical strength is definitely not as good as mine, and she's also given birth to a child. It's also not as good as me. Don't you say it." Ma Chao interrupted Lu Yanyan's self-analysis and comparison with Qiu Runyu and helplessly told her, "She's not as good as you anywhere, I'm declaring you the winner, satisfied?" Lu Yanyan covered her mouth and snickered, replying with satisfaction, "It's not good for others to say, but you do have a say, after all, you've slept with them all." Ma Chao lowered his head on the table and covered half of his face with one hand with a crying expression. "What are you ashamed of? We're not divorced yet, legally speaking. What's there to avoid between husband and wife? Talk about whatever you want." Lu Yanyan still wants to continue exporting tiger and wolf words to Ma Chao. Qiu Runyu and Wang Wei walked down the stairs laughing and talking. Lu Yanyan had to collect herself and stand up in a serious manner to greet the two. Wang Wei simply packed up some of his personal belongings, but he still had to come back to live occasionally anyway. Qiu Runyu also said that her son is welcome to bring Lu Yanyan home often. Ma Chao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. This subtle movement of expression was noticed by Lu Yanyan. Although he was upset, he didn't have the heart to show it. She never accepted the fact that she divorced Ma Chao, who would always be her original husband in her heart. Ma Chao was sure that he was in love with Qiu Runyu right now, but having just spent some time alone with Lu Yanyan, he also drifted back to the good times the two of them used to have. Often fighting and joking, they had nothing to say to each other. At one time they were so in love and in harmony, as Lu Yanyan said, it was more than 1,000 wonderful nights. How can you say forget it? Ma Chao began to worry that if he let Lu Yanyan seize the opportunity in the future, he really can't carry it. After sending off Wang Wei and Lu Yanyan, Ma Chao and Qiu Runyu walked up to the second floor hand in hand. Qiu Runyu asked as she walked, "What do you think of that girl?" Ma Chao replied awkwardly, "I don't know her well either." "I know, just from the conversation and contact with her today, do you think she's right for Wang Wei? Honestly, men and women just get what they want. They might just be having a hormonal moment, and when they sober up, they'll just get along. Why do we have to worry about it? Let them follow their own destiny. Qiu Runyu took Ma Chao's arm and asked expectantly, then what is between us? Will you also just have a momentary swing of hormones? When you wake up, you'll leave me. I won't tell you, you can guess for yourself. I don't have to guess, and I don't care, I just want to cherish every moment I have with you. Ma Chao looked at Qiu Runyu's innocent face, which was her deadliest weapon, making Ma Chao die to her. Come on. Let's go take a shower together. You're not allowed to do that in the bathroom. Can't you be a little more reserved then? I like messing with you, it's not like I'm going to force you. But I can't stand it when you fool around, and there are times when it's impossible to control yourself. I know, we'll just shower and talk about it back in the bedroom bed, okay? Qiu Runyu nodded shyly and walked into the bathroom on Ma Chao's arm. Before going to sleep, Ma Chao turned sideways and hugged Qiu Runyu from behind, whispering in her ear, Teacher Run, I want to discuss something with you. Qiu Runyu turned her head slightly, gently comforting, it's already past 10, let's go to sleep. If you're in a hurry, it's okay if I give it to you right after I open my eyes tomorrow morning. I don't want to do it again. Ma Chao couldn't help but laugh twice, then carefully asked, if I've been deceiving you and admit my mistake now, can you forgive me? Qiu Runyu heard that Ma Chao's tone was more serious and turned to inquire, about which aspect of deception, is it serious? Ma Chao stared at Qiu Runyu's nervous appearance, and didn't want to sell the story anymore, directly confessed, that Lu Yanyan is my ex-wife, she was afraid that Wang Wei would mind my identity. So let me pretend I don't know her, a piece of cooperation to deceive you mother and son. Qiu Runyu looked into Ma Chao's eyes and after a moment of silence, she could not hide her sad expression. Aggrieved and cautious, he asked, did you and that Lu Yanyan really divorce? Ma Chao immediately assured her, this is true, I'm not lying to you. Where's your divorce papers? It's a cooling off period, and you won't get it until next month. Qiu Runyu nodded half-heartedly, I don't blame you. Then still unable to hold back the tears, he said sadly, if you and that girl are doing this for money, just tell me a number and I can give it to you. Just pretend that nothing happened before and let that girl leave my son. Looking at Qiu Runyu's disheartened look, Ma Chao touched her face and asked excitedly, you suspect that I'm working with Lu Yanyan to set up a trap for your son, don't you? Qiu Runyu pondered for a moment before analyzing with tears in her eyes, I also hope it's not, but your wife brought my son to do that kind of thing in your house, letting you catch him, and you could have caught the adultery in the act. But you turned your head and barged into my house, obviously rushing towards me on purpose. What man comes home to something like that and can suppress his anger enough to actually manage to turn away? It's not that I haven't been angry, it's just that after trying twice, I didn't think it would solve the problem at all. Only then did I turn away, because it was only after I met you that I decided to let that go. Qiu Runyu didn't understand Ma Chao's words and asked with a frown, this isn't the first time you found out about the two of them? Ma Chao felt that the more he talked, the more confused he became, and Qiu Runyu would definitely not believe that he had been reborn several times. Simply nodded helplessly, it's fine if you interpret it that way, I didn't intentionally set you up anyway. If I were the kind of person you say I am, why would I expose myself now? Qiu Runyu briefly ran through her thoughts, cupped Ma Chao's face with both hands, and excitedly pleaded, I really love you, and I can't bear to part with you. Just tell me directly what you want and don't lie to me anymore, okay? Without thinking, Ma Chao blurted out, I want you. Then looking at Qiu Runyu's sad appearance, she couldn't help her heartache and gently wiped her tears. Remind her, I want you, didn't I tell you the first time I met you? I'm coming clean with you now because I don't want to lie to you again for the rest of my life. Of course there are some things I say, but you. Then with a long sigh, he muttered, should I tell Wang Wei? Wang Wei is still young, so it doesn't matter if we let him fool around for a few years. I also don't think he'll last long with that girl. If I tell him the truth, maybe he'll hold a grudge against me because I'm with you, and I don't want to become estranged from my son. Qiu Runyu expressed her concern and then helplessly said, just do what you said and let the two of them go with the flow. I hope the two break up peacefully early, I don't want to become family with that girl. Ma Chao looked at Qiu Runyu's slightly serious expression and smiled awkwardly. He guessed that Qiu Runyu must be worried that the break between him and Lu Yanyan was not clean, and that there was a possibility of old feelings returning. After a moment of silence, Qiu Runyu finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and inquired with Ma Chao, Wang Wei was mesmerized by that girl must be very good at pleasing people. She's pretty and has a good figure, you should not be able to give up on her either, right? Ma Chao knew this question, and it was not easy to answer. A couple, sure, there's some reluctance, but you can't say that. Qiu Runyu wouldn't believe it if he denied it outright. Ma Chao buried his face into Qiu Runyu's arms in shame and apologized with a smile. General Manager Qiu, I was wrong. Qiu Runyu was also amused and cupped Ma Chao's face to comfort him. I'm not blaming you, just tell the truth. A one-night marriage is still 100 days of kindness. Not to mention you've been together for so long, I can understand you. Ma Chao met Qiu Runyu's 4 eyes and said seriously, maybe it's because of having lived together, I do still have feelings for her. Nearly between friendship and affection, but definitely no more love, I swear. That's a nice way of putting it. Qiu Runyu was quite satisfied with this explanation from Ma Chao and gently pinched his face. He exclaimed, actually, there is no man who doesn't make mistakes. If you are too serious, no one's life will ever end. Yeah. Ma Chao nodded his head repeatedly and began to seriously analyze. To say that one can never waver in their desires, it's a human being who can't do it. Even the Tang monk didn't resist the temptation of the queen back then, and that night the holy monk was about to hand over his gun and surrender. If it wasn't for the crucial moment when the demon stepped in and tied him up, spoiling things for the two. Once he gets a taste of it, it's going to take off. The old virgin who has been holding back for decades. Qiu Runyu covered Ma Chao's mouth and accused with a smile, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm asking you about your affair with your ex-wife, you've gone too far. Ma Chao tightened his arms around Qiu Runyu's waist and confessed with deep emotion, I won't fail you, and I can't afford to let you be sad. I promise you with my life. I know that human nature can't be tested, let alone tested again and again. I don't ask that you never make a mistake in your life, as long as you have me in your heart, that's enough. Qiu Runyu took out her gentleness as a weapon again, making Ma Chao couldn't help but want to feel sorry for her. Can't help but love her. It's too late, go to bed. Qiu Runyu whined, unable to hide her excited and flirtatious eyes. You're not going to the office tomorrow anyway, so we can get up later. Ma Chao couldn't wait until tomorrow morning, having just watched Qiu Runyu shed a few tears. Now he couldn't wait to apologize to her with his actions and make it up to her. It's the middle of the night, aren't you sleepy? Sleepy or not, you decide. Ma Chao continued to please Qiu Runyu, face to face with her, tenderly caressing her. Nasty. You know I can't stand. Qiu Run complained delicately, her breathing becoming rapid. Lips slightly parted, breath quivering on the tip of the tongue. Ma Chao felt Qiu Runyu's body temperature rising, this is the state of each other like. Chapter 37, Helping with the Move. Sweet weekend over, Wang Wei goes back to school on Monday. In the afternoon, Ma Chao was in a lazy state, playing solitaire on the computer all morning, the class was a little too easy. Just as he was in the middle of his 100th day, Lu Yanyan walked into the duty room. Coming to him, he greeted him warmly, Master Ma, what are you busy with? Ma Chao smiled and asked directly, what do you want? It's nothing important, I just moved to a new home last weekend as you know. There were some things I wanted to take over from our previous home. It's not worth it to call a moving company, and I can't get it all by myself. I took a half day off this afternoon, can you drive me back and help me move it? But I'm at work now. I don't know if our leader has other plans for the afternoon, if I leave work without permission. Stop pretending. Who can't tell from your relationship with Mr. Qiu? The head of your department looks at you as if you were his own father. Besides Mr. Qiu, who dares to give you a job? If you don't want to help me, just say so, no need to beat around the bush. Lu Yanyan bluntly picked out, too lazy to be blindly polite with Ma Chao. Ma Chao really didn't have anything to do in the afternoon and was waiting to pick up Qiu Runyu at night. Since Lu Yanyan was still considered a friend, it didn't matter if he did a small favor. And they will eventually have to overcome the level of Lu Yanyan, if they just hide and dare not face the words, how can they live in the future? Okay, I'll give the leader a call to say so, you go wait for me outside the company first. Ma Chao promises Lu Yanyan, but doesn't want to be seen leaving together at the company. Leaving in your car at the office, and you're still afraid of being seen? We even had dinner as a family of 4 the day before yesterday. Mr. Qiu wouldn't care if he knew, you don't need to be so cautious. A daughter-in-law riding in her husband's father's car, what's there to avoid? Lu Yanyan flirts easily with Ma Chao, she doesn't know that Ma Chao has defected and is not an ally with her anymore. Ma Chao didn't want to deceive anyone and simply confessed to her, I've already explained to General Manager Qiu who we are, she forgave me and doesn't support or interfere with what's going on between you and Wang Wei. You can see for yourself. Lu Yanyan panicked and complained, how can you betray me? Didn't we both agree to hide it from the mother and son together? I was serious with her and didn't want to cheat on her. But it didn't matter to you. She was worried about affecting her relationship with her son and decided she wouldn't break it up or interfere with you guys. If she says it, you believe it. If a big shot like her really wants to deal with me, can you stop her? Don't think so badly of people. Qiu Runyu is not the kind of person you think of. She has a very gentle and kind personality. That's just for you. If you can make her happy, of course she won't hurt you. It's never as simple as you think for her to achieve what she has and where she is today, so don't be so simple. Ma Chao seriously assured Lu Yanyan, I know she definitely has the ability and means, but she won't do anything to you. If she really wants to pursue the matter, I'll bear it with you. Lu Yanyan was touched by Ma Chao's words and suddenly proposed, hubby, let's not get divorced. Let's not play with that mother and son, or go back to our old life. What's with you for a while? You're playing, I'm not. Qiu Runyu and I have a real relationship, don't mix it up, okay? Alright. Just pretend I didn't say that. I'm going to wait for you at the station outside the office, so hurry up and come out. Lu Yanyan turned away after saying. Ma Chao looked at her departing back and muttered in a low voice, this woman has transformed so quickly. It's also too realistic. Moments later, Ma Chao drove away from the company and picked up Lu Yanyan at the site. The two returned to their former home and Ma Chao sat down on his familiar couch, not having been away for very long, but certainly feeling a lot of emotions. Thinking about when he and Lu Yanyan, don't overestimate yourself, if you really ask Ms. Qiu to choose between two, she will definitely choose her own son. A little white boy like you, what's the harm in getting another one? Ma Chao looked out the window with an indifferent smile, the big deal was to turn off the computer and restart it. It doesn't matter if you can't be reborn, you've already started over several times in your life, so you should be content. Lu Yanyan saw that Ma Chao did not take care of her, and did not bother to say anything more, turned around and went to the bedroom to pack up her own things. A few moments later, Ma Chao helped Lu Yanyan carry the box and left downstairs. After sending Lu Yanyan to her new home, Lu Yanyan excitedly showed Ma Chao around this large flat. Ma Chao wandered around for a while, and then said goodbye to Lu Yanyan and left. Lu Yanyan pulled his arm and seriously discussed, I brought Wang Wei home and did something wrong to you. Don't you want to get back at him? Let's go. I'll show you the bedroom. Lu Yanyan pulled Ma Chao and headed for the bedroom. Ma Chao gently pushed her hand away, Wang Wei's mother has already apologized on behalf of her son, and I have accepted her apology. You don't need to feel guilty anymore. After saying that, he turned and walked out. Seeing Ma Chao so determined, Lu Yanyan can only send him away helplessly. Chapter 38 Relationships Exposed. Lu Yanyan took what she got back and simply organized it. From the box, he found two couples' body shirts with a big headshot of himself and Ma Chao printed on them. That was specially customized when they first started their relationship. I wore it once and thought it was too childish, so I didn't feel like wearing it again. Lu Yanyan pressed these two body shirts in the bottom of the box for many years, he forgot about these two couples' clothes, and thought they were ordinary body shirts. Now open a glance, recall those good times in the past, cannot help but begin to miss. But also know that these two body shirts should not appear in this home, if let Wang Wei see will be trouble. Lu Yanyan casually threw the two body shirts on the sofa, intending to dispose of them after organizing her other belongings. She had a date with a friend to go shopping for dinner and planned to take out the two body shirts and throw them away when she got out the door. When she was almost done packing, her friend was already waiting for her at the cafe, urging her to hurry up. Lu Yanyan hung up the phone, in a hurry to go out, forgetting to take the couch couple t-shirt. In the evening, Lu Yanyan is enjoying dinner with her friends. Suddenly received a phone call from Wang Wei, excitedly told her that he took a taxi back again tonight and had almost reached home. You really can fool around, it's going to be summer vacation soon, can't you settle down for a few days? Lu Yanyan complained Wang Wei, and told him the truth, he was outside to eat with friends, it will take a while to go back. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yanyan also talked and laughed with her friends, chatting freely about their little rich second-generation boyfriend. 10 minutes later, the two walked out of the restaurant and each took a taxi home. The moment Lu Yanyan got out of the car, she unintentionally glanced at the garbage can by the side of the road, and suddenly remembered the two t-shirts she intended to throw away. She hurriedly spread her legs and ran home, hoping to go home one step earlier Wang Wei and hide the two body shirts. When Lu Yanyan opened the door, she saw that the living room was lit. Heart-thumping, he was still a step too late. Wang Wei sat on the sofa with an angry expression. And looked very sad and upset. The two body shirts were on the coffee table in front of him, and the intimate mugshot of Ma Chao and Lu Yanyan seemed to be mocking him. Lu Yanyan slowly walked over to Wang Wei and sat down, and without waiting for Wang Wei to open his mouth, he directly confessed, Ma Chao is my ex-husband. Wang Wei reddened his eyes and glared at Lu Yanyan in question, then why are you two pretending not to know each other? What the hell are you up to? Lu Yanyan and Wang Wei looked at each other, ashamed, lowered his head, helplessly explaining, I also did not expect him to be able to go that far, and Qiu is also so good to him. My mom must have been cheated by him, I'll find someone to kill him. Wang Wei roared in anger, thinking of his mom being taken down by Ma Chao. He was instantly enraged and almost spat out blood in anger. Mr. Qiu already knows about my relationship with Ma Chao and has accepted to forgive him. Only you still don't know and... Lu Yanyan's voice became smaller as she spoke, embarrassed and at a loss for words. Why did you join forces with him to lie to me? Wang Wei sternly questioned, raised his hand to give Lu Yanyan a slap, but hesitated for a moment without bothering to do so. He grabbed the two body shirts and slammed them hard on Lu Yanyan. Lu Yanyan was taken aback, but after slightly adjusting her emotions, she raised her head and chest to put away her humble attitude. Without being condescending, he explained, I didn't expect that Qiu would get serious with Ma Chao, I just didn't want to embarrass everyone, so I didn't have the heart to tell you. Now that it's come to this, you don't have to throw your face at me. I spent your money, but I also let you sleep with me, we don't owe each other anything. As for Mr. Qiu's affair with Ma Chao, it's not because of you. He wouldn't have broken into your house if he hadn't come home and found out about you and me. Lu Yanyan looked at Wang Wei's clenched fists in anger and was too lazy to explain more. Taking the two body shirts, she left the couch and went to pack her belongings. She loved money but was used to conquering men on her own and getting what she wanted. Giving up her pride and groveling to please, she couldn't do it. Wang Wei stared at Lu Yanyan's back and stood up violently, chanting right behind her, what are you doing? What do you mean you're packing your bags? Lu Yanyan ignored him and packed her own belongings. As soon as Wang Wei turned her around, he grabbed her shoulders hard and asked sadly, are you breaking up with me? Lu Yanyan calmly replied, Ma Chao and I haven't gotten a divorce certificate yet. He and I are still married. The two of us from the beginning to now, are just cheating, just talk about what to break up. You'd better tell Mr. Qiu to end that relationship with Ma Chao as well and return my husband to me, I don't want to get divorced now. You're deliberately trying to piss me off, aren't you? Didn't you say you liked me and would like to be with me forever? Wang Wei was enraged and couldn't control his growl. He still can't let go of Lu Yanyan, and doesn't want to part with this woman. After he gets older and goes through a few more relationships, he won't be so passive when faced with a breakup. Now just 20 years old Wang Wei, in front of Lu Yanyan, this kind of flavorful and experienced women. He is still slightly tender and easily trapped by love and unable to extricate himself. Does a rich kid like you still lack women? Why bother with a divorced woman? Let's just get together and leave. I have nothing to explain and I don't want to argue with you. Seeing that Lu Yanyan has a firm attitude, that is, she intends to break up and go her own way. Although Wang Wei was furious, he still helplessly showed weakness and asked fondly, you used to be so nice to me, and all those things you said to me, you were lying to me, weren't you? Lu Yanyan asked in a serious tone, what exactly is true and what is false? Is it that important? Adults weigh the pros and cons before making a decision in their favor and... You give me the life I want, and I'll let you have a good time. If people are happy together, everything is real. If they don't get along, it can all be fake too. I'm happy with you, we get along, I don't want to part with you. Wang Wei interrupted Lu Yanyan and emotionally wrapped her in his arms. When men and women fight over their feelings, it is ultimately the one who cares more that is on the weaker side. Whoever cares more about the other person is the loser. Lu Yanyan is also not willing to give up this rich second generation, and it is not as if she does not have feelings for him. After taking a deep breath, he stroked Wang Wei's face and gently comforted, I know it's not right for me to lie to you, but your mom suddenly appeared in front of both of us with Ma Chao. Who would be ashamed to really tell the truth? How embarrassing. Ma Chao has already confessed to Ms. Qiu and gained her understanding. I actually don't want to keep lying to you, I just haven't found the right time to talk to you. Chapter 39 Mother and Child Negotiations. Wang Wei stared at Lu Yanyan's eyes, loving and hating her. The more he looked, the more fired up he became. Couldn't resist a passionate kiss, then carried her into the bedroom. Lu Yanyan can see that Wang Wei still cannot let go of her, but it is just a temper tantrum, a little mood. She pulled out what she could and apologized to the lad in kind. Do him a favor and take the heat off him too. After the clouds and rain, Wang Wei took Lu Yanyan in his arms and tenderly caressed her face. Mouth panting, body pain, anger gradually calmed, just a lump in the heart for a moment cannot be solved. Frowning tightly and helplessly, I asked, so what now? Do we just let your ex-husband be with my mom? Lu Yanyan calmly consoled, in fact, it's clear that we were at fault first, because of you Ma Chao and I chose to divorce. He and Qiu are always in love with each other, so there's no need for you to interfere. But I don't believe he'll be sincere with my mom. What man can rest easy after being green? He'll definitely find a way to take revenge. I can't let him stay by my mom's side, it's like a time bomb, too dangerous. A person of Qiu's status and position, what kind of people have he not seen before? How could he be so easily fooled? Lu Yanyan helps Ma Chao and Qiu Runyu and hopes Wang Wei won't interfere in their affairs. Wang Wei nodded half-heartedly, I'll go to your company tomorrow and talk to my mom. Lu Yanyan reminded him, if you're against Mr. Qiu being with Ma Chao, I don't think Mr. Qiu will agree with what's going on between you and me either. What about you? Are you going to leave me again? Wang Wei questioned with resentment on his lips, his arms holding Lu Yanyan tighter, obviously just not willing to part with her. Lu Yanyan wore a flirtatious and confident smile and easily replied, that's not a matter of a word from you, young master. Wang Wei slapped Lu Yanyan's ass twice, and with a slight hint of resentment, ordered, I want you to stay with me forever. Li Yanyan is a sensible woman, she knows that the oaths and promises between men and women do not have any practical binding power, but is just an aphrodisiac when the emotions are excited. But she didn't go on a factual reasoning with Wang Wei, she just softly promised, got it. My young master Wang. Wang Wei knew that Lu Yanyan was joking and didn't walk at all. But it just eats her up and is mesmerized by her. Couldn't help but love on her and kissed her neck threateningly, I'm going to punish you tonight and not let you sleep all night. You're scaring my sister to death. Lu Yanyan pretended to be scared and then showed a happy smile. To her, it was just a hairy young man, nothing to fear. It's all under control. The next morning, Wang Wei sent Lu Yanyan to the company to work, he went directly to Qiu Runyu's office. Qiu Runyu came to the company, the assistant at the office door told her that Wang Wei was waiting inside. Qiu Runyu walked into the office and saw Wang Wei sitting on the sofa with a heavy face. Walking over to him and sitting down, she asked worriedly, why aren't you in school? What are you doing here? Are you in trouble again? Wang Wei faced his mother and was suddenly a little embarrassed to speak. After hesitating for a moment, he forced down his anger and awkwardly asked, Lu Yanyan has already told me about her relationship with Ma Chao, you should know even earlier than me. Isn't that right? Qiu Runyu nodded in shame, she also felt that the relationship between the four was unusual, absurd and ridiculous. Wang Wei excitedly reminded, Mom, don't be fooled by Ma Chao, he can't be sincere to you. Think about it, what man can stand this kind of thing? He must be looking for a chance to get back at us, you can't keep him around. Separate yourself from him. You are in such a good condition, as long as you nod your head, what kind of man can't be found, why do you have to choose him? Qiu Runyu sighed helplessly, there are people everywhere on the street, but people with destiny can't be found. I don't have to have him, but I'm really in love with him. But I'm afraid he'll cheat on you, or even hurt you. I've been in business for so many years, and I've seen a lot of falsehoods and treacherous and vicious people. I trust my intuition that he is not the kind of person you think he is. Even if he really has other plans, it's just a matter of losing some money. It was you who was in the wrong in the first place, even if he doesn't pursue the matter, we should still give people some compensation. It was wrong of me to break up his marriage, and I have no problem giving him his belongings. But to compensate him for his mom is too much. Hearing Wang Wei say that, Qiu Runyu couldn't help but show a shy smile and comforted awkwardly, don't say that, I'm so old, I have my own measure when it comes to relationships. I won't lose myself, so don't worry. Anyway, you need to be careful about guarding against him, and I don't agree with you getting that far into marriage with him, even with a prenuptial agreement. Wang Wei makes his attitude clear and resolutely refuses to accept Ma Chao as his stepfather. Qiu Runyu could also understand her son's feelings, and after a moment of silence, she helplessly nodded her head in agreement. Wang Wei was still undeterred, and came over to his mother's side, agitatedly persuading, can't you draw a line with him and stop interacting with him? Qiu Runyu gently caressed Wang Wei's face and said slightly tiredly, you've grown up now and are busy pursuing the life you want every day. Mom would feel lonely alone now. Can't you sympathize with me? You can find someone else to keep you company. It's not hard for you to like a young and handsome one, I'll introduce you to one better than him. Qiu Runyu cried and laughed and gently pinched Wang Wei's ears, and earnestly urged, Mom's things do not need you to worry about, you can take care of your own line. You and that Lu Yanyan Hao still intend to continue together? Wang Wei nodded. Well, I don't want to separate from her, I really love her. But she really loves money, and in my opinion, she's much more dangerous than Ma Chao. But you're still young, so I guess you won't be able to love her for more than 2 years before you shift your goalposts. When the time comes, give her some financial compensation, and you'll owe each other nothing. Wang Wei immediately gave a serious assurance, I'm serious with her, and I'm going to marry her when 2 years pass. Qiu Runyu revealed a relaxed smile, not bothering to argue with him, and casually agreed, fine. As long as you don't change your mind yourself after 2 years, I won't object. In Qiu Runyu's opinion, after Wang Wei left school and entered the company as the chairman's successor, he certainly could not avoid attracting bees and butterflies. The workplace like Lu Yanyan is greedy for money as many women, and whether it is the appearance of the body and means, more than her excellent people. Qiu Runyu believes that once Wang Wei has had more contact with that kind of woman, he won't be so enamored with Lu Yanyan and won't be in a hurry to walk into a marriage. Under Qiu Runyu's repeated persuasion, Wang Wei temporarily stopped pursuing the matter of Ma Chao. Reluctantly left the office. Chapter 40, Immoral Relationships. After Lu Yanyan sent Wang Wei away from the company, she came to the driver's duty room to find Ma Chao. Confesses to him that their relationship has been exposed and tells Ma Chao about his near breakup with Wang Wei last night. After hearing this, Ma Chao smiled and teased, you two haven't gotten married yet. When that kid came home, he couldn't stand seeing our couple's t-shirts. I came home the other day and heard you two enjoying a moment in the bedroom. I was much more stimulated than he was last night. Lu Yanyan praised in a conspiratorial manner, but you're also good enough. Turn around and go to his house and sleep with his mom. Ma Chao smiled. When it came down to it, there was no point in arguing who was right and who was wrong. The relationship between the 4 men is not illegal, but all of them are immoral. If this were in ancient times, they would probably all have to be dipped in a piggy bank. It's good to have things spelled out, so there's no need to cover up in the future. Everyone goes their own way, and no one bothers anyone. Hearing Ma Chao's relaxed tone, Lu Yanyan curiously asked, are you that confident? Wang Wei can put pressure on General Qiu. He doesn't approve of the two of you being together. Do you think Qiu would offend his only son for you? Raising a child for old age, Mr. Qiu will be counting on him in the future. Ma Chao laughed and teased, if you want to say that in order to prevent old age, I think having a young companion is no worse than having your own son. You're really something. Our mom raised you as a good son for nothing. It's not like you don't have your own parents. Are you still planning to give Mr. Qiu his old age? Lu Yanyan's cry of our mom made Ma Chao's heart feel affectionate and warm. The two signed the divorce and have not yet notified both parents. Lu Yanyan still thinks of Ma Chao's mother as her mother-in-law and will habitually refer to her as our mother. Ma Chao assured with a smile on his face, taking care of the other half doesn't conflict with taking care of my parents. I can give them a retirement together. Lu Yanyan gave Ma Chao a blank look and reminded him, Mr. Qiu has plenty of money, hire a few more nannies to do the work. Ma Chao casually teased, then graciously confessed, during the day today, Lu Yanyan told me that Wang Wei found out about my relationship with her, and the two of them even almost broke up. You two are really close, and besides, she's pretty laid back during work hours. And she still has free time to roam around. Qiu Runyu snuggled into Ma Chao's arms and spoke in a tone that was clearly tinged with jealousy. Ma Chao stared at her serious and cute expression and explained with a smile on his face, Mr. Qiu, it's none of my business. I've been sticking to my job, and it was her who strung out and came to the duty room to look for me. You dock her pay. Qiu Runyu blanked Ma Chao and smiled as she complained, Lang's heart is like iron. A husband and wife, she can't get enough of you, don't you miss the old feelings at all? Ma Chao didn't answer directly, wrapping his arm around Qiu Runyu's waist and questioning her with 4 eyes, you deliberately dug a pit for me to jump into, didn't you? Qiu Runyu wrapped a pair of jade arms around Ma Chao's neck, lying on top of him and smiling without saying a word. After a moment of silence, she came up to his ear and whispered softly, I know you must be nostalgic for old times' sake, but I don't mind, I'm sure you know what you're doing. This is Qiu Runyu's usual maneuver, she wants to keep Ma Chao's heart, but won't hold on too tightly. With tolerance and understanding and a gentle and considerate attitude, she lets Ma Chao make his own choices. Ma Chao stroked her smooth back and lightly kissed the delicate skin at her neck and shoulders, having given his choice. Two people who trust each other to the fullest. On the weekend, Wang Wei called his mother to ask her to come out, and mother and son dined alone. What's the point of asking me out? Why don't you just go home and eat? Qiu Runyu asked and waited until there was a short silence on the other end of the phone. She understood instantly and stammered to agree, knowing that her son did not want to face Ma Chao. After the mother and son met, Qiu Runyu casually asked, "Why didn't you bring Lu Yanyan?" Wang Wei asked rhetorically, "Are you eager to see her?" Qiu Runyu said bluntly, "Not really, but I'm willing to accept her as long as you like." "But I really don't know how to take that Ma Chao." Wang Wei shook his head helplessly, or persuade his mother not to continue with Ma Chao. Mother and son, although disagreement, but not tit for tat, Wang Wei cannot bear to let his mother left and right difficult. After a meal, Wang Wei didn't succeed in convincing his mother to break up with Ma Chao and could only choose not to ask any more questions for the time being. After the meal, Qiu Runyu told Wang Wei that she was going abroad for an event next week and would not be back until 3 or 4 days later. Try to get there and back early. Wang Wei casually expressed his concern for his mother, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked curiously, "Is Ma Chao going with you too?" Qiu Runyu smiled and replied easily, "What's he going to do? He doesn't understand business, much less know those business partners." Wang Wei nervously reminded, "You'd better take him away too, I don't feel comfortable." Qiu Runyu understood what Wang Wei meant. He was worried that one of the mother and son would go on a business trip and the other would go to school. Ma Chao and Lu Yanyan might take the opportunity to come together. Chapter 41, Old A8 is also A8. Qiu Runyu's serious jade comforted Wang Wei, "Don't worry. Ma Chao is not that kind of person. Since he chose to divorce Lu Yanyan, he won't go back to her." "Are you so sure?" Wang Wei expressed his skepticism, then capriciously demanded, "I don't care, if you don't take him away, I won't go to school next week." "They're not officially divorced yet. Strictly speaking, they're still a couple. Why are you watching her so closely?" Qiu Runyu muttered in his heart, then comforted awkwardly, "All right. I'll find a way to take Ma Chao out of the country with me." Wang Wei was relieved, and after a brief chat with his mother, the two of them got up and left. In fact, he was mainly worried about Lu Yanyan taking the initiative to find Ma Chao, and he also knew that Lu Yanyan was not an oilite. But one thing led to another, and he just ate that up and became obsessed with that woman. When Qiu Runyu came home, she discussed with Ma Chao, "I'll take you with me when I go abroad next week too. I thought you said you were just going to be gone for 2 or 3 days and asked me to wait for you at this house." Ma Chao was a bit curious and wondered why Qiu Runyu suddenly changed her mind. Qiu Runyu awkwardly explained, "I'm worried that I won't be able to sleep well outside alone without you by my side." Ma Chao wrapped his arm around Qiu Runyu's waist and stared into her eyes as he questioned, "You're afraid I'll get into trouble at home, aren't you?" "You're so old, what kind of trouble can you get into?" Qiu Runyu avoided Ma Chao's eyes and shyly lowered her head, leaning close to him. Ma Chao reached out and gently picked Qiu Runyu's chin. "Mr. Qiu, you're pretending to be confused, aren't you?" "No way. I just can't stay away from you for a moment, and I hope you can't stay with me." Hearing Qiu Runyu's pampered voice, Ma Chao deliberately softened his legs and pretended to almost fall. Laughing, he flirted, okay, I'll do whatever you want. It's just as well that I'm going abroad to see the big ocean horse. Since when have you been interested in riding horses, and besides, what's the difference between horses abroad?" Qiu Runyu looked puzzled. She didn't react for a moment. Ma Chao came to her ear and explained, "When I say big ocean horse, it's not a 4-legged livestock, it's that kind of blonde foreign girl." "I thought you were really interested in horseback riding." "Yeah. I do have an interest in horseback riding." Qiu Runyu froze for a few seconds and chided shyly, "Nasty. You're shameless. When I say riding, I'm longing to gallop across the prairie, and this time you've misunderstood." Ma Chao laughed his head off, then picked up the beaming Qiu Runyu and walked to the bedroom. "Let's go to the bedroom and discuss the kind of riding you understand. I understand exactly what you're talking about." Qiu Runyu wrapped her arms around Ma Chao's neck and bit down. Then reminded Ma Chao, "Don't you expect blonde hair and blue eyes, we are not going to Europe. Africa is fine. Black and unattractive women are fun too." Qiu Runyu reminded him again, "We're not going out of Asia, we're just going to the island, the women there aren't much different from home. Mr. Qiu, I don't understand business matters, and I don't dare to be stubborn with you. But this matter I have to talk to you about." Ma Chao smiled from ear to ear, and Qiu Runyu began to explore those island teachers. Although they are not in the establishment system, they are full of peaches and plums. Wherever there are Chinese people, you can find their works of selling parenting and can hear their vociferous teaching. Qiu Runyu curiously asked, "Do you guys all like to watch those things?" Ma Chao nodded his head in acknowledgement with a wicked grin on his face, then explained seriously, "I don't know why other people love to read it, but I read it critically anyway. with the aim of fighting against triviality. You're bolting. You're just not shy. Qiu Runyu tightly embraced Ma Chao's neck, and his four eyes full of ambiguous feelings. 2 days later, Ma Chao followed Qiu Runyu, boarded the plane to the island. The trip was very relaxing and enjoyable for both of them. Qiu Runyu went to talk about business during the day, Ma Chao went to some audio-visual stores and DVD appreciation stores to spend money and experience the local customs in a generous way. In the late afternoon, Ma Chao was browsing for appreciation at a video store. While looking at it, he excitedly whispered, "I recognize this one, and I've seen this one." After coming out of the video store, Ma Chao walked back to the hotel, but with proper makeup, she still looks elegant and beautiful. And the charm of her style is still intact, so it's true that an old A8 is also an A8. Ma Chao came to the purchasing area and picked up a photo book, instantly overwhelmed with emotion. It was like going back to my own adolescence, the nervous excitement I felt when I first watched the teacher's works. Chapter 42, Aligardo. Ma Chao was suddenly a little ashamed when he bought a portrait book and paid for it. I have seen so many teachers' works in the past, and they are all free to download and watch. People shoot so hard, tired and exhausted, and sometimes snot and tears and it is indeed too difficult. Ma Chao took out all the money he had and bought several photo books. Think of it as making up the ticket money for the previous free viewing. Filled with excitement, Ma Chao held a stack of photo books, followed by several male fans, waiting in line for autographs. Although the signing wasn't a huge venue, there was still a group of male fans in attendance and it didn't seem too cold. Ma Chao stood amidst these otaku fans with low face value, looking like a crane. Although it was not obvious that he was a foreigner, his looks were so striking that he attracted the attention of the staff. Ma Chao awkwardly lowered his head, embarrassed to touch other people's eyes. Soon it was his turn, and with a nervous, shy smile, Ma Chao placed a stack of portraits on the table. Hanai-misa saw that he bought so many books, excitedly stood up and shook his hand, expressing his gratitude. Aligardo enough hawamas. Also showing a nervous and shy expression, she has rarely seen such a handsome fan. It was just a simple handshake contact that made Ma Chao blush with excitement. He had never been this nervous even when facing Lu Yanyan and Qiu Runyu. He didn't think too much of people, but the memory of those intense and crazy, even perverted images, couldn't help but play in his mind. Ma Chao was never a stargazer, but when faced with this polite and friendly pretty aunt, she was kind of her own free enlightenment teacher. His heart was surprisingly full of gratitude, an inexplicable sentiment, and even a little touched. 1,000 words piled up in his chest, but he didn't know where to start. Besides, they didn't speak the same language, and he couldn't understand anything people said except the thank you line. Not to mention opening his mouth to communicate, he couldn't speak a word of island language. All he could do was stare at people's faces and nod politely and giggle. The other guy wasn't sure if he was too shy to speak or had a speech impediment. After signing his name to the stack of photo books, Ma Chao finally mustered up the courage to say in substandard island language, Aligardo. Then clutching the photo book, he hurriedly turned his head and left the bookstore. After returning to the hotel room, Ma Chao gradually calmed down and opened a photo book to start enjoying it. First time I've enjoyed this kind of actress without evil thoughts. When Qiu Runyu returned to the hotel in the evening, Ma Chao excitedly shared today's events with her. Qiu Runyu looked at Ma Chao's happy face, and although she didn't like him patronizing those places and meeting those kinds of actresses, she didn't want to blame him. What man isn't horny? Besides, he was more out of curiosity. Rarely can be legal compliance face to face with human nature and desire, do not have to go to pretend to cover up. The rules of the trade are clearly stated, and it's actually quite good that everyone follows the rules. Qiu Runyu lay on the bed with Ma Chao, deliberately testing him before going to sleep. Only men at the bottom of the income scale go to watch DVDs. I'll arrange for 2 locals to take you to a high-end club tomorrow too. Ma Chao asked excitedly, is it similar to the heavenly world? Then without waiting for Qiu Runyu's reply, she started to cry, forget it. The expenses there must be very high, I can't afford it with my small salary. You're accompanying me on a business trip, and all expenses are public money, so you don't have to spend any money. Go for a long trip. It's a rare trip out. Qiu Runyu pretended to be sincere in her proposal, but her expression was already uncontrollably serious. Setting me up again, aren't you? Ma Chao hugged Qiu Runyu tightly and smiled as he teased, high-end clubs don't just have female college students, right? Aren't there quite a few cowboys as well? How do I know? Qiu Runyu threw out a sentence and turned his back to Ma Chao, deliberately ignoring him. You're such a big client, didn't those locals who hosted you introduce you? Qiu Runyu replied seriously, I'm not interested. Seeing that Qiu Runyu didn't turn around, Ma Chao joked against her face, maybe they think I am. Qiu Runyu immediately turned around, cupped Ma Chao's face, and gently chided, how could I make such a joke? I forbid you to talk about yourself like that. Ma Chao smiled and consoled, there is no distinction between noble and lowly in the industry here, so don't look down on them. Maybe I'm not qualified enough if I apply for a job. Qiu Runyu was too lazy to bull with Ma Chao and lowered her head in slight displeasure. Ma Chao stroked her face, no longer playful, and seriously comforted, I'm joking with you. I'm not exactly a decent person, but I do have a bottom line. Anyway, I'm going back to China tomorrow, let's not talk about these things, okay? Qiu Runyu raised her head and met Ma Chao's 4 eyes, and said gently, I know you're just curious and greedy, I'm not blaming you, I'm just worried that you'll meet a bad person. I'm not a teenage girl, and the bad guys can't see me. I've asked around, the adult industry doesn't accept foreign males, they only hire local beggar men. But you're handsome. Couldn't they have been a little more accommodating? There is a way to steal and there are rules of the trade, we can't break other people's rules. Do you need me to arrange for someone to take care of that for you? Ma Chao stared at Qiu Runyu's happy appearance and reluctantly replied, if Mr. Qiu likes to see it, I'm willing to go down and shoot a few works. It doesn't matter if it's money or not, it's mainly to make you happy. I'm not happy about it. Qiu Runyu wrapped her arms tightly around Ma Chao's neck and ordered in his ear, you can look at it as a fun pastime. But I won't allow you to come into contact with women who give up their self-respect and degrade themselves. Ma Chao could hear that Qiu Runyu was more or less discriminating against women in that industry. Smiling, he said, one person lives one way, and they didn't break the law, much less go out of their way to hurt anyone. They should be blessed and respected. How can normal men genuinely respect them? Married and living together, surely they all mind. They know all these things in their hearts, and from the first day they choose that profession, they lose their right to be loved. It's nothing more than a cathartic tool to be liked by men. It was originally an amorous topic, but by Qiu Runyu saying so, it made Ma Chao feel a bit heavy and sad. After a sigh, he pretended to sigh, I'm not horny either, it's just that the flowers are in full bloom. If I don't go to appreciate it, it would seem like I'm not understanding. You should brush less short videos. Qiu Runyu advised, lying in Ma Chao's arms, unable to stop snickering. Ma Chao lowered his head to kiss Qiu Runyu's forehead and praised, Runyu, you are the most delicate one I have ever seen. Qiu Runyu was a bit touched, but couldn't help but sigh, it's a pity that I'm already old, and my flowering period is long over. I think you are in the most wonderful, nourishing state right now. To be loved, lusted after, lingered over, and mesmerized by. Well, you're almost there. Qiu Runyu interrupted Ma Chao's words and raised her head to hold his face, unable to help but kiss him twice. Then he came up to his ear and gently chided, you're getting greasier and greasier. You don't like it when I'm like this, I'll change that bad habit later. No need to change it, I like it. Both couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 43, End of the Cooling Off Period. A moment later, Ma Chao asked, what time do we leave for the airport tomorrow? Qiu Runyu replied, just arrive at noon. Do you have an engagement tomorrow morning? No, I can sleep with you. What time do I get you up for exercise tomorrow morning? What sport? Where to exercise? Qiu Runyu didn't react for a moment, and after thinking for a few seconds, she buried her face in Ma Chao's arms. Throwing out a petulant, whenever you want. Roger that. The next morning, Ma Chao woke up and found Qiu Runyu watching him. Immediately after seeing him wake up from his nap, he closed his eyes again and pretended to go back to sleep. The corners of your mouth can't help but turn up slightly. Without saying a word, Ma Chao began to kiss her cheeks, slowly touching her lips. Qiu Runyu opened her eyes and her soft eyes stared at Ma Chao's face. Then a pair of jade arms around Ma Chao's neck, come to his ear, cannot help but panting sound again and again. After a night's sleep and recuperation, this is a time of active hormone secretion and metabolism. And energy and stamina are high, and work efficiency is significantly increased. A year in the life. 20 minutes later, Qiu Runyu was paralyzed in Ma Chao's arms with a happy and satisfied expression on her face. It was only after 2 hours of back to sleep that the two decided to get up and get ready for breakfast. Ma Chao stops Qiu Runyu from getting dressed and picks her up off the bed and walks to the bathroom. At noon, Ma Chao and Qiu Runyu boarded the plane back to China. Wang Wei is on summer vacation, ready to join his family's company and start his career as a domineering president. Ma Chao and Lu Yanyan's cooling-off period is also over. This morning, Ma Chao called Lu Yanyan, asked her to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lu Yanyan took a short leave from her leader and came to the parking lot to see Ma Chao already waiting for her in the car. After sitting in the co-pilot, Lu Yanyan smiled and flirted, "You remember the day really well. Today just arrived at the day and urged me to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Did Mr. Qiu force you to get married? Have you set a date yet? I'll get a divorce license from you in the morning and register the marriage with her in the afternoon." Ma Chao was too lazy to be serious with her, and with a casual joke, he drove away. "You guys are in too much of a hurry. It's a single number today. The day we registered our marriage was a double, and now we're getting divorced." "That's true." Lu Yanyan nodded helplessly, then stared at Ma Chao's side face, after a moment of silence. "Seriously negotiating, it's not too late for us to turn back, and I'm still willing to give you a chance if you back out and don't want to divorce me." Ma Chao turned his head slightly to look at it, then looked at the road ahead with an easy smile. The two of them took their little books, exited the civil office, and returned to the car together. After closing the door, Lu Yanyan was silent, looking down at the divorce certificate in her hand. Ma Chao was just about to start the car, unintentionally glanced at it, and found that Lu Yanyan had begun to fall tears. "Hurry to comfort and persuade, what are you doing? You've been calm for a month, aren't you prepared? Don't cry, it's no big deal. The two of us originally got married too early. If we get married again at this age now, it actually belongs to early marriage, and the second half of our lives will not be delayed at all. Besides, you got what you wanted and found a rich second generation. I'm happy for you." Lu Yanyan wiped her tears and retorted, "You're happy for yourself and Mr. Qiu. Of course, I'm happy with my life and partner now. We should both be happy for each other. There's no need to be sad, don't cry. A woman doesn't have to be very sad and upset to need to cry it out. A divorce is such a big deal that you definitely need to cry a lot." Lu Yanyan has burst into tears. Ma Chao pulled out a few tissues and handed them to her, casually teasing, "It's just kind of a ritual, right?" Lu Yanyan glared at him and couldn't help but move closer to him. Aggrieved and pitiful, longing for a little comfort. Although Ma Chao knew that she didn't take it to heart and would be fine after crying. But looking at the way she was crying, she still couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. I raised my arm to put it around her shoulder for comfort, but hesitated in the air for 2 seconds and still didn't feel like touching her. Lu Yanyan looked at Ma Chao's hesitation and angrily chided, "You're too cautious. We are husband and wife, I want a final hug only. Look at your nervous look, are you afraid that you'll get me pregnant?" Ma Chao awkwardly explained, "Look at what you're saying, I wasn't afraid that you wouldn't be willing. You're bull-ting me." Lu Yanyan angrily rebuked, then jumped into Ma Chao's arms and let out a sob. Couldn't resist one last shout out. She's been looking forward to this day for a long time. She's just too embarrassed to ask Ma Chao about his progress. Ma Chao put the divorce certificate in his pocket and looked happily at Qiu Runyu. Qiu Runyu revealed an awkward smile and asked, "What are you so happy about?" Ma Chao replied easily, "Nothing, it's just that I feel quite good to be free." "Do you want to get married again?" "Mr. Qiu, you arrange it." Qiu Runyu also didn't know whether Ma Chao wanted to get married or not, so asked for a difficult consultation. "Now that our relationship with Wang Wei is rather tense, it's best to keep some things to ourselves for the time being, don't you think so?" Ma Chao told her bluntly, "I just want to be with you, famous husband and wife or eternal lovers. Frankly, I don't really care. Just get along in whatever way you're comfortable with, and I'm all ears." Qiu Runyu held Ma Chao's hand as she excitedly assured, "Little Ma, no matter how many years you can accompany me, I am grateful. And will definitely not treat you poorly. You really think I'm a soft touch?" Ma Chao flirted with a smile on his face. He could actually accept this status. "Of course not, I love you, I really do. But you're still young, and I think you'll meet a more suitable woman in the future." "So?" Qiu Runyu wanted to speak, not knowing how to describe her feelings at the moment. Chapter 44, Rest in the Office. Ma Chao patted Qiu Runyu's hand and comforted her. "I know what you mean, that is, you don't believe that I will accompany you to old age, right? It doesn't matter, we just need to enjoy the moment, we don't need to think that far ahead. The road is far away, the day is long, let's walk slowly and see." Qiu Runyu had a shy expression and smiled to express her concern. "I'm afraid that you, a little wild horse, have too much energy and stamina. I won't be able to keep up with you in a few years. I'm talking to you about serious things and you're talking to me about tigers and wolves, aren't you?" "No. You're the one who's always thinking the wrong way." After returning to the company after dinner, Ma Chao first went to the duty room for a while. After playing a few games of solitaire on the computer, he got up and went to please the leader. Qiu Runyu was still processing the documents, and after 2 gentle knocks on the door, Ma Chao pushed the door open and walked into the office. Turning back to close the door behind him, he looked eastward and approached Qiu Runyu's desk. Qiu Runyu looked up at him and smiled as she teased, "Why are you sneaking around?" And soothingly, "I'll be done with this in a minute, so go lie down on the couch for a while." "Mr. Qiu, you mean you want me to go lie down on the couch and wait for you, right?" Qiu Runyu gave Ma Chao a blank look and reminded him, "I'm not the kind of leader you think I am." Ma Chao didn't go to the sofa, but went around behind Qiu Runyu. Putting his hands on her shoulders, he thoughtfully rubbed the sides of her shoulders and neck. Silently admiring Qiu Runyu's serious working appearance, he deliberately curried favor, "Mr. Qiu, is this strength okay?" Qiu Runyu didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. All she wanted now was to hurry up and finish the document in her hand, then turn around and throw herself into Ma Chao's arms. After a few minutes, Qiu Runyu finally closed the folder and put her hands on Ma Chao's hands. After turning around, she was already blushing and wrapped her arms around Ma Chao's waist and chided, "Hate it. As soon as you touch me, I get restless and don't have the heart to think of anything else." Ma Chao leaned over and cupped Qiu Runyu's face, kissing and discussing, "Mr. Qiu, do you think I'm in the way and let me go?" "I won't let you go." Qiu Runyu responded with excitement and stood up to push Ma Chao back into his own boss chair. Ma Chao nervously asked, "No one will come in suddenly?" Qiu Runyu sat on Ma Chao's lap and comforted, "Don't worry. This is my lunch break, no one will come to disturb. Even if there's an emergency, they'll knock on the door first and come in only after I give them permission." Ma Chao hugged Qiu Runyu's waist tightly and praised excitedly, "Mr. Qiu, the way you work seriously in the office is so charming and very sexy. It makes people can't help but think about it. As long as you like it." Qiu Runyu let out a delicate sound, then reminded Ma Chao, "When no one is around, don't call me General Manager Qiu. That's not how you call me at home. This is a company, I was conditioned to do it, I couldn't control it at all. Just don't pick on me, I'm still in a state of shock. It always feels like I'm molesting the leader, and at any moment I'll be taken down by security rushing in. You can really ramble, so let me help you squash your mind and relax." Qiu Runyu stood up and bent down to face Ma Chao. Those beautiful eyes revealed a flirtatious look mixed with shyness. Staring at Ma Chao's eyes, Qiu Runyu deliberately gave a serious warning, "Be honest, don't move." Then pressed his hands on the armrests and pushed his boss chair back to give himself room to crouch. Lu Yan evening after work, Wang Wei has driven his luxury car, waiting in front of the company. After Lu Yan got on the car and chatted with Wang Wei for a few moments, Wang Wei took the initiative to ask her, "Your cooling off period with Ma Chao should be over. Didn't you make an appointment with him to go and finish the formalities as early as possible?" Lu Yan looked out the car window and calmly replied, "He is even more anxious than you. This morning he took the initiative to ask me to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get the divorce license." Wang Wei nodded with satisfaction and threw out another sentence, "It's useless for him to be in a hurry. Anyway, I won't agree to him marrying my mom." "Strongly disagree." Lu Yan turned her head to look at Wang Wei. She also believed that as long as Wang Wei insisted, Qiu Runyu should not fall out with her son. But still politely spoke for Ma Chao, "You should also think about General Qiu's happiness. She's not only your mother, but also a woman. If Ma Chao can give her happiness and joy, why do you have to break them up? I just don't believe your ex-husband is sincere about my mom. You lived with him, do you think he would be?" In the face of Wang Wei's serious questioning, Lu Yan thought for a moment before helplessly replying, "I also hope that he is not sincere to Mr. Qiu, but he has never lied to me before, and he shouldn't be able to lie to me this time either. He is just greedy for money and lust, no matter how much he disguises himself, it's useless. I won't let him bully my mom. As long as I find him revealing his foxtail, I'll immediately find someone to waste him." Lu Yan looked at Wang Wei's vicious expression. It seemed that he had been holding a grudge against his mother for being taken down by Ma Chao. Although he was the one who first cuckolded Ma Chao, his mother was clearly more important than his daughter-in-law in his opinion. Lu Yan didn't say anything more, intending to wait and see what happens, and wait to find an opportunity to secretly help Ma Chao. She always thought that she and Ma Chao were on the same side, and that they would have to be together sooner or later in the future. Chapter 45, Breakup Fee. Wang Wei officially joined Qiu Runyu's company, joined the management and gradually began to learn and exercise. Qiu Runyu hopes he will be his successor soon. After Wang Wei joined the company, he was flattered and taken care of by many people, including many female employees with outstanding image. They're both the kind of ambitious elitists who know what they want and will boldly go for it. As long as they could hitch a ride with Wang Wei, the successor of this group. No matter which step of the development, it would be beneficial to them. Even if you can't be the chairman's wife, a promotion and a raise would be nice. Wang Wei's socializing is getting more and more, and after entering the big dike of society and tasting more fun, he is no longer the childish big boy. He went home later and later, and his passion for Lu Yanyan was gradually cooling down. Lu Yanyan sensed Wang Wei's change. She had long expected this day. She never expected Wang Wei to remain unchanged. But I didn't think it would be so fast. The boy is easily enlightened when it comes to men and women, and is a womanizer at heart. But it makes sense. Look at those rich kids who were born with everything. The main focus of life is not to play. It's really impractical for them to keep a woman exclusively at a young age. Although Wang Wei is more flirtatious and playful in his leisure time, he at least goes to work in a disciplined manner and tries to learn how to manage the company. Hopefully, he can become a qualified successor and live up to his mother's expectations. His values and general direction in life are still relatively correct. It's already good enough to be called a promising young man. One night, Wang Wei went out to socialize for dinner again. Lu Yanyan went home by herself, something she was used to. But today Wang Wei came home earlier, usually not until late at night. Wang Wei went home and sat on the sofa with his arm around Lu Yanyan, concerned about how she ate dinner. Lu Yanyan could see that Wang Wei was relatively sober and asked curiously, "You didn't drink today, did you? No entertainment program either? Why are you back so early?" Wang Wei heard Lu Yanyan reminding him that he often came home too late these days. With an apologetic smile on his face, he kisses Lu Yanyan twice and explains helplessly, "The main reason is that I just joined the company and there are too many clients I need to get to know. I also know that I have too little time to accompany you these days, so I put off all arrangements tonight and came home early to accompany you. It's a good thing you have some conscience. Go and take a quick shower. I'll wait for you in the bedroom." Lu Yanyan stood up after saying. Wang Wei also followed and stood up, hugging her from behind and discussing, "Let's wash it together. I've washed up, don't hold me so tight, I smell like spices, go wash up." Lu Yanyan gently pushed Wang Wei away and walked towards the bedroom alone. "Yes?" Wang Wei raised his arm and sniffed himself as he walked toward the bathroom. He went to a hot pot with some subordinates today, and he does smell. Wang Wei returned to the bedroom after taking a shower. Lu Yanyan had changed into a flesh-colored sexy nightgown and was lying on her side on the bed. Seemingly very casual posture, but all the flirtatious, through a million kinds of flavor. Wang Wei couldn't wait to get into bed and hold Lu Yanyan in his arms. After a burst of passionate kissing and caressing, he actually let his words slip and spat out, "Yanyan, I still feel the most for you." As soon as Lu Yanyan heard it, she knew that this kid had interviewed someone else outside. But she didn't bother with Wang Wei, pretending not to hear. Some things know the heart on the line. Wang Wei also realized that he had said the wrong thing and was glad that Lu Yanyan did not pursue the matter. Whether she didn't react or didn't hear clearly, Wang Wei didn't dare to say more. Trying to please with actions. After carrying clouds and holding rain, the two gradually calmed down. As usual, Lu Yanyan brings Wang Wei the best experience and makes him comfortable and happy. Although he was now less obsessed with Lu Yanyan, he still wasn't willing to abandon this woman, at least not yet. Like he said, he still has the most feelings for Lu Yanyan. Lu Yanyan knows that Wang Wei will get more and more cold as long as he has another woman outside. Besides, there is a world outside the sky, and there are people outside the people. Rich and powerful men around, there is never a lack of beautiful and will play tricks woman. Beyond the mountains, beyond the green hills, beyond the buildings, Westlake songs and dances when to rest. It's normal for men to be fresh and not be able to resist the temptation of beauty. Lu Yanyan took advantage of the fact that Wang Wei was still somewhat attached to her now, and gently reminded, "Didn't you say that you wanted to transfer the house and car to my name?" Wang Wei froze for a moment, stroking Lu Yanyan's body, awkwardly asking, "Do you not trust me anymore, worrying that I will change my heart, ah?" Lu Yanyan graciously confessed, "I never trusted you, ah. I have long been mentally prepared to be abandoned by you." Wang Wei was amused by Lu Yanyan's bluntness, cupped her face and kissed her a few times, and promised her painfully, "I'll go and discuss with my mom tomorrow, and transfer this big flat into your name. You'll be able to justify kicking me out later if I piss you off." Lu Yanyan blankly glanced at Wang Wei and threw out a sentence, "You can't wait for me to hurry up and kick you out?" "Why yes. I missed you like hell when I couldn't see you for 2 days." Lu Yanyan laughed and helplessly reminded, "You don't have to be anxious, it won't take long for other women to cure you of this problem." "No way, absolutely no way. There's no woman like you." Wang Wei smiled and praised, then changed the topic. What kind of car do you like? Pick one from the ones I have at home, or buy you a new one. Of course I want a new one. Those cars you have at home, they're not suitable for me to drive. Okay, it's all on you. I'll ask my mom for money tomorrow. Wang Wei assured Lu Yanyan that he was sure his mother would not refuse his request. The next morning, Wang Wei walked into Qiu Runyu's office. Qiu Runyu knows that Wang Wei has recently gotten closer to a few female subordinates and often goes out to socialize with clients. Rich men come together, certainly no shortage of beautiful women to help, after 3 rounds of wine. Think with your knees, also know what will happen. After hearing his request, Qiu Runyu asked seriously, give her a house and buy her a car. Think of it as a breakup fee for her? Wang Wei hurriedly explained, of course not, I'm very close to her, I just want to make her happy. Qiu Runyu stared at her son's wandering and evasive eyes, guessing that his feelings for Lu Yanyan had begun to waver. But it was a good thing for Qiu Runyu, who had been reluctant to accept that daughter-in-law. A house and a car is just a house, it's nothing to Qiu Runyu, and she agreed to Wang Wei painfully. But seriously, he reminded him, if you really want to break up with Lu Yanyan, these compensations are enough. If she still wants more, you can use your own salary to compensate her. Although Wang Wei is the successor of the company, he does not have the right to use large sums of money for the time being. Of course he and his mother were so close that they didn't need to defend themselves against each other, and he was willing to listen to her. I didn't say I was breaking up with her. Wang Wei explained awkwardly, his tone not very firm. He has no intention of breaking up with Lu Yanyan now, but the idea of marrying Lu Yanyan has not appeared for a long time. He has changed his mind and is in no hurry to walk into a marriage. Chapter 46, Couple's Car. Qiu Runyu will arrange someone in the afternoon to take Lu Yanyan to handle the transfer procedures. That large flat will be her property in the future. And $1 million to Wang Wei card is to buy a car for Lu Yanyan money, enough or not so much. That night, when Qiu Runyu and Ma Chao were having dinner at home, she couldn't help but bring up the matter of Wang Wei and Lu Yanyan, and speculated that the two might be on the verge of a breakup. Ma Chao casually perfunctorily said a few sentences, he wasn't too interested in Wang Wei's affair with Lu Yanyan. Qiu Runyu tentatively asked, do you think that if the two of them really break up, do you need to give your ex-wife some more compensation? What's with all the bringing up of my ex-wife's identity? The two of us haven't owed each other anything for a long time. Now it's between your son and her, whether it's enough or not depends on Wang Wei's heart. You don't have to give me face. After Ma Chao finished speaking, he pretended to be angry and blankly glanced at Qiu Runyu, then lowered his head and continued eating. Qiu Runyu cautiously asked, do you want real estate? I can transfer 2 sets into your name. Ma Chao smiled and looked up, are you going to pay my breakup fee too? Of course not, it's not like I want to be separated from me. Then wait until you want to separate. I eat your food and live your house, and you buy me things at the drop of a hat, and I have no place to spend my monthly paycheck. Why are you even complaining about it? Qiu Runyu took Ma Chao's hand and said heartily, you don't want anything, so I always feel a little aggrieved. I'm not really interested in material money, and I'm very content with these living conditions as they are now. Ma Chao had a contented attitude, he wasn't the type of man who was ambitious. Qiu Runyu asked curiously, so what are you interested in? Without the slightest hesitation, Ma Chao blurted out, you. This was the answer Qiu Runyu was expecting, happily tossing out, Greece. Then lowered his head and went back to eating, already impatient and eager to enjoy the sweet time after dinner. The next day, Wang Wei let Lu Yanyan take a half-day vacation and took her to a 4S store to see the car. While on the road, Lu Yanyan sat in the passenger side and asked expectantly, what price of car are you going to buy me? Wang Wei replied frankly, my mom gave me $1 million, I think this price of the car will be fine. Of course if you look at the car, beyond this price, I still have some savings, we'll try to help you take. Lu Yanyan hesitated for a moment before discussing expectantly, I'm an ordinary small employee of a company, there's no need to drive $1 million luxury car, it's fine to buy a $200,000 or $300,000 replacement car. Even if I drive an ordinary car, I'm still worried that I can't afford the gas. It's not like you commute that far every day, you don't use much gas. Looks like you're not going to commute with me from now on. Of course I don't mean that, I have a lot of socializing, so I definitely can't pick you up and drop you off every day. Wang Wei awkwardly explained, then proposed to Lu Yanyan, anyway, that $1 million is for you to buy a car, so after you buy the car, the rest will be credited to your card. It should be enough for decades of gas money. Lu Yanyan nodded and smiled without saying a word, this is exactly what she expected. She had long thought in her mind what kind of car she wanted to buy, and Ma Chao drove a BMW 7 Series. Lu Yanyan was delighted to pick up a red BMW Mini. It looks high-end, stylish, personalized, and at $200,000 to $300,000 it's a good price. Wang Wei speaks his mind, help Lu Yanyan pay for the car, the remaining hundreds of thousands of dollars are hit into her card. Lu Yanyan, a heart finally landed. She is a very realistic person. Relationships that can be measured in terms of money are best left uncomplicated. Not counting the fact that Wang Wei bought her so many luxuries, just that one set of large flat, and the $1 million for the car. Lu Yanyan felt that she had gotten a good deal on this relationship with Wang Wei. Whether it was now or in the future, even if Wang Wei broke up with her, he would not be at a disadvantage. Just thinking about Ma Chao, he couldn't help but feel regret and sadness in his heart. But her mindset was still relatively optimistic, just like what she had planned at the beginning. Both herself and Ma Chao raked in a large sum of money, and then reunited and broke the mirror. She believes that Ma Chao and Qiu Runyu won't last long, sooner or later they'll have to separate, and that man will still be her husband in the end. When she got off work in the evening, Qiu Runyu took Wang Wei to a dinner party. It was a family gathering called by Wang Wei's grandfather, although Wang Wei's father died many years ago. But the Wang family had always treated Qiu Runyu as a member of this family, and although secret rivalries were inevitable, on the surface they were still a harmonious group. After all, because of this blood relationship with Wang Wei, Qiu Runyu is still considered family since she hasn't remarried either. Now that Wang Wei is taking over the business, the family members are more than supportive. Qiu Runyu knew that Wang Wei did not treat Ma Chao, so she did not let Ma Chao send her there, and left the company by herself in Wang Wei's car. Ma Chao had to go home by himself again tonight. He didn't rush to leave the company, it was rush hour and the roads were jammed. There was nothing urgent about him, so he stayed alone in the duty room, trying to wait until he missed the rush hour before going home. Lu Yanyan's BMW Mini was parked in the outer parking lot. She didn't have permission to park inside the company yet. She waited in the car for a long time and didn't see Ma Chao's BMW 7 Series come out. She knew that Mr. Qiu and Wang Wei had a dinner party tonight, and Ma Chao would definitely have to go home alone. He had planned to follow Ma Chao's car and surprise him by stopping him halfway. Finally, he was so impatient to wait that he couldn't help but call Ma Chao and reprimand him. "What are you doing if you're not leaving after work?" Ma Chao inexplicably asked. "Your control is too wide. Do I still need to apply to you if I leave a little later? I bought a new car and I was waiting for you to come out to race with me. I've been waiting for you for half a day. Seriously, you win if you can see the taillights of my car with your skills. What kind of car did you buy and where did you park it?" "Outside the company parking lot. I'm not qualified to park inside the company either. Give me the license plate number? I'll go out and see what you see," Ma Chao said and walked out of the duty room. "You don't need to worry about the license plate number, a red BMW Mini, you'll see it at a glance in the outer parking lot." Lu Yanyan finished putting down the phone with an expression of excited anticipation. It's like going back to the mood of the first date when I first met Ma Chao. Chapter 47, Thinking of Her Goodness. A few moments later, Ma Chao drove his BMW 7 Series, circled around the outer parking lot, and parked next to Lu Yanyan's car. At this hour, most of the employees have left and there are not many cars left in the empty parking lot. Ma Chao got out of the car and circled around Lu Yanyan's car. Lu Yanyan dropped the window and excitedly urged, "What's the point of blindly circling around? Come up and I'll take you for a ride." With a smile on his face, Ma Chao walked around to the side, opened the door and sat behind the passenger side. While observing the interior, he nodded his head and praised, "That's a really pretty little car, and it's got a lot of character, you've got good taste." Lu Yanyan stared at Ma Chao's face and happily told him, "I don't know much about cars, I just want to drive a couple model with you. If you drive a BMW, I'll drive a BMW too. The same brand is considered a couple's model? You're so good at making things up. I don't care, if I say it's a couple model, it's a couple model." Ma Chao thought that Lu Yanyan was joking and didn't take it seriously at all, casually retorting, "Then I won't drive that BMW 7 Series in the future. There's another Cullinan in the garage of Mr. Qiu's house, I'll drive that one in the future. Are you showing off your wealth to me?" Lu Yanyan flirted, then took Ma Chao's arm and asked expectantly, "Did Mr. Qiu transfer all the cars to your name?" "No, I'm just a driver, I only have access." Ma Chao replied full of concern and gently pushed Lu Yanyan away, not wanting to pull at her. Then curiously asked, "How are you developing with Wang Wei?" Lu Yanyan leaned back, her hands fiddling with the square disc, and replied easily, "It's all about giving breakup fees already, don't you think? Is it really a breakup fee? I thought he was doing it to make you happy. He shouldn't break up with me for a while, but I think he's given up on the idea of marrying me. The house and the car, I asked for them myself. It's not a loss to get these compensations for the time you've been dating. Lu Yanyan was still relatively satisfied with her gains, then asked Ma Chao, how's the progress on your side? How much money did you rake in from Mr. Qiu? Ma Chao smiled and replied, I don't know, anyway, she bought me quite a few gifts, designer clothes and watches and other luxury items. I haven't counted how much it's worth exactly. Hubby, you need to step up your game. Fish for a small goal before Mr. Qiu abandons you. Then the two of us will remarry and we'll be able to achieve wealth freedom for the rest of our lives. Ma Chao looked at Lu Yanyan's happy smile and asked helplessly, you're joking. Of course I'm joking, it doesn't matter if you can't get any money. Even if you were abandoned by Mr. Qiu with empty hands, I would still be willing to remarry you. I also own a few $1 million in assets now, so we can live easily for the rest of our lives. Ma Chao was suddenly a little moved at this moment. After all, a husband and wife will still miss each other. Then seriously, do you like the money more, or do you like me more? I liked money better when I didn't have it, and after divorcing you, I still think you're the most important thing to me. Lu Yanyan put away her smile, deeply pulling Ma Chao's hand, slowly approaching his arms. Ma Chao knew he shouldn't, but didn't have the heart to push her away. Gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, feeling the warmth that was once. There is no such thing as pure friendship between a man and a woman unless they don't see each other at all. But Ma Chao and Lu Yanyan are people who once loved each other and couldn't get enough of each other. Sensing that Ma Chao was a bit shaken, Lu Yanyan suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and said excitedly in his ear, Hubby, don't you miss me at all? We used to be able to stay in bed all day on weekends, not even wanting to part. Ma Chao felt Lu Yanyan's body temperature and that familiar flavor. His mind automatically surfaced the two once lovingly and happily images. Honey, I miss you. I want you to come back to me, I want you. Lu Yanyan poured out the pain of lovesickness in Ma Chao's ear, skillfully kissing Ma Chao's ear, neck, cheeks, and slowly approaching his lips. Ma Chao took a deep breath and violently pushed Lu Yanyan away, breathing heavily as he reminded her, we've already divorced, we're just ordinary friends now. Lu Yanyan pursed her lips, adjusted her agitated emotions, and calmly said, when we first met, we were also ordinary friends. Later on, we also became husband and wife. It's good to start over again. Ma Chao reminisced about meeting and falling in love with Lu Yanyan and then becoming a couple, and he did miss those good times very much. He was silent, and after hesitating for a moment, he frankly told Lu Yanyan, I don't want to hurt Qiu Runyu, so don't wait for me anymore. Lu Yanyan could see that Ma Chao had begun to waver, and didn't show much urgency, gently reminding him, you don't have to rush to judgment, it's not certain if you can hurt Mr. Qiu or not. Maybe you are not that important to people. Let's take a step and see what happens. You'll have to return to me sooner or later if the couple's destiny is not over. Ma Chao didn't retort and nodded in agreement. If Qiu Runyu really didn't need him anymore, he could indeed consider remarrying Lu Yanyan. Anyway, both of them were not considered decent people when they came to this point, and neither of them needed to dislike the other. Lu Yanyan patted Ma Chao's hand, revealing a flirtatious look of comfort. I pushed too hard, you can't stand it, can you? That's not true, and you haven't pushed me much. Ma Chao didn't finish his sentence when he noticed a hint of a bad smile at the corner of Lu Yanyan's mouth. He realized that Lu Yanyan's words just now were a double entendre, deliberately teasing him. The couple used to talk about everything and often told adult jokes to flirt and amuse each other. Ma Chao and Lu Yanyan looked at each other in all directions and couldn't help but miss the past, those uninhibited days when the two of them were together. No more messing with you, just go home. Ma Chao dropped a sentence and turned to open the door to get off. Lu Yanyan pulled him down and persuaded, that mother and son have a meal, let's both go out for a meal as well. What's the point of going home alone? Ma Chao was slightly embarrassed and muttered, that's not very nice. What are you afraid of having dinner together? Can we still play together or not? Ma Chao let out a sigh and asked helplessly, where are you planning to eat? Just find a restaurant nearby. And you don't have to drive, I'll bring you back after dinner. Then let's go. Ma Chao nodded, put on his seatbelt and smiled as he asked, let's go AA or are you buying? My treat, but you drive. It's rush hour and there are too many cars, and I'm not good at parking. Okay, I'll try out your new car. Ma Chao unbuckles his seatbelt and opens the door to get out of the car. Lu Yanyan didn't get out of the car, and directly got up and moved to the passenger side. She's not only hot, she's also very flexible and agile. As Ma Chao rounded the front of the car, Lu Yanyan was already sitting on the passenger side and reached inside to help him open the driver's door. A subtle, thoughtful gesture that reminds Ma Chao of how good she used to be, especially in some ways. Chapter 48 One Thought. Ma Chao drove around the neighborhood and found a random restaurant, and over the course of a meal, the two talked about many things from the past. Although the scale of the chat was a bit large, in a public place, Ma Chao wasn't worried, as long as he didn't give himself a chance to make a mistake. After eating, the two walked out of the restaurant. Ma Chao persuaded Lu Yanyan, "You can drive straight home. There's no need to send me back to the company. Anyway, it's still early and I don't have any urgent matters, so I can just take a taxi back myself. I'm in no hurry. I'll drive this time, let's go." Lu Yanyan urged Ma Chao to get into the car and insisted on sending him back to the company. 10 minutes later, Lu Yanyan drove the car to the company's outer parking lot and found a secluded corner to stop. "All the cars around us are gone and the night has fallen. You should go home soon. Drive slower on the road." Ma Chao instructed there is a sentence and then to get off. Lu Yanyan reached out and pulled him and turned off the car. There was instant silence around them, and the two could hear each other breathing in the small space of the car. Lu Yanyan wrapped her arms around Ma Chao's neck and lifted her leg to cross over to the co-pilot, sitting face to face on Ma Chao's lap. She is shapely and very athletic and flexible. She does have a couple of tricks up her sleeve. Ma Chao put his hands against her waist and asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" Lu Yanyan reminded him, "I remember you said you wanted to try it out on the car when we bought it. We were still married then. It's different now, get off of me." "There's no difference, in my heart, you'll always be my husband. You think the space is too crowded, right? I'll help you adjust the car seat." "Stop it, I've already tried it with someone else." Ma Chao shouted, causing Lu Yanyan to instantly calm down and not be in the mood to continue making out. In an icy tone, he asked, "With Mr. Qiu in that BMW 7 Series?" Ma Chao took a big breath to adjust his breathing, then nodded awkwardly. Lu Yanyan was silent for a moment, adjusting herself, then cupped Ma Chao's face and kissed him at the corner of his mouth. Ma Chao didn't resist as both men calmed down a little. "You're purposely saying these things to piss me off, aren't you? In the beginning, I was the one who apologized to you first, and that's what brought us to this point. I have no reason to blame you, I just want to start over with you, okay? Honey, you used to love me so much, I don't believe you don't have feelings for me." Hearing Lu Yanyan's sincere and gentle request, he looked at her flirtatious and seductive eyes. Ma Chao faltered, admitting that he still longed for the woman. At the moment he was compromised inside, morals and principles were too much to handle in the face of strong desires. Ma Chao finally stopped dodging and met Lu Yanyan on all fours, carefully measuring her face. Then he tightened his arm around her waist with force and sternly questioned, "Don't you like money? Why are you pestering me now?" Lu Yanyan was strangled by Ma Chao and had difficulty breathing, but she did not do anything to resist. She saw anger and desire in Ma Chao's eyes. This man is angry and not so rational anymore, which is exactly what she wants. Lu Yanyan cupped Ma Chao's face, kissing and panting as she apologized, "Hubby, I'm sorry. I know I'm wrong. You can punish me however you want." Then lowered the backrest of the passenger seat and pounced on Ma Chao, pleasing and compensating in the best way she could. Ma Chao couldn't resist her attacks at all. In terms of techniques and tactics, Lu Yanyan was indeed an expert among experts. Just as Ma Chao was about to hand over his gun and surrender, suddenly the cell phone in his pocket rang. Ma Chao hurriedly lifted up his pants and pulled out his cell phone to see that it was Qiu Runyu calling. He took a deep breath and answered the phone. Lu Yanyan stopped making out. After talking and making a scene, she did not dare to confront Qiu Runyu head-on. "I haven't broken up with Wang Wei yet." If Qiu Runyu really wants to count up, Lu Yanyan also knows to weigh how much weight she has. Qiu Runyu told Ma Chao on the other end of the phone that the family gathering was over and she would be home in half an hour. And concerned about whether Ma Chao has eaten. Ma Chao hung up the phone after a few simple perfunctory sentences. Now that he's calmed down, Qiu Runyu's concern brings him back to his senses. Gently pushing Lu Yanyan away, signaling that he was getting out of the car. Lu Yanyan saw that Ma Chao had calmed down and was no longer in a spurting state, so it was useless to continue to force it now. Helplessly, she moved to the driver's seat and began to organize her clothes. Ma Chao said nothing, directly opened the door and got off, striding away. Lu Yanyan watched Ma Chao walk away, gradually disappearing into the night. A sigh followed by a mumbled, "Honey, remember to come back when you've had enough fun, I'll be waiting for you at home." Then with a confident smile, he started his car and left. She was still convinced that Ma Chao couldn't make it long with Qiu Runyu, and sooner or later he would return to her. Ma Chao went home first and went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. She is also not sure that on her body, there is no lipstick marks or other traces left. Moreover, she never wore makeup, and after contact with Lu Yanyan, the flavor of cosmetics would inevitably remain on her body. Qiu Runyu went home with Ma Chao still in the bathroom. A few minutes later, Ma Chao came out of the bathroom and returned to the bedroom to see Qiu Runyu. Couldn't wait to rush over and take her in her arms in a state of hunger and thirst. Just now, he was teased by Lu Yanyan's blood, and had already endured for a while. Qiu Runyu gently negotiated, "Wait a moment, let me take a bath too." Ma Chao kissed her a few times, patted her plump and full buttocks, and urged, "Go and return quickly." Qiu Runyu flirted with a sentence, "Have you been stimulated by something today? Why are you like ants on a hot pan?" Ma Chao sat down on the bed and didn't say anything, just smiled awkwardly. Qiu Runyu also put on a smile and walked out of the bedroom with her nightgown. After the passion, Qiu Runyu lay on her back in Ma Chao's arms, smiling and teasing, "You're faster than usual today." Ma Chao knows that he used a shorter time today, because just now in his mind, the image of Lu Yanyan suddenly appeared. Maybe it's because he's moved on to her today, so the thought of her produces a strong sense of excitement. Ma Chao stroked Qiu Runyu's shoulder and comforted, "You think my time is short? I'll make it up to you one more time before I go to sleep." "No, I was just mentioning it off the top of my head. Nearly 10 minutes would be appropriate, and I'm content. You sleep honestly. I'll find out when I test your reaction before bedtime." Qiu Runyu warned excitedly, "You're not allowed to try. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to force you. But when you make a move on me, I can't help but want. That's not called being in a body, that's the truest version of you. Nasty." Qiu Runyu, with a smile on her face, took Ma Chao's arm in her arms and turned her back to him. Ma Chao hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear face to face. They like this body into two curves, flesh to flesh close to each other, feel each other's body temperature and softness. Chapter 49, Being Honest. As Qiu Runyu chatted with Ma Chao, she casually asked, "You dined out tonight, didn't you?" Ma Chao nodded, hesitant to tell Qiu Runyu the truth. "Is it rare for you to take the initiative to eat out with your colleagues in the company? You should get together with your co-workers more often and make a few more friends." Listening to Qiu Runyu's persuasion, Ma Chao could actually perfunctorily pass it, and she wouldn't ask in detail anyway. But always feel that the heart is not solid, after a moment of hesitation, or choose to tell the truth. "Today Lu Yanyan bought a new car, asked me to have a meal together." Qiu Runyu had a calm expression and kissed Ma Chao on the arm, not seeming to mind. Ma Chao stared into Qiu Runyu's eyes, waiting for her to say something. Qiu Runyu turned around, cupped Ma Chao's face, and asked with deliberate seriousness, "What are you looking at? Are you waiting for me to get angry?" Ma Chao smiled and guessed, "I see you look as if you don't care." "How could I not care? But I can understand you, and I believe you. You can still be friends, it's your freedom." Ma Chao hugged Qiu Runyu tightly, ashamed of his faltering today. Unable to help herself, she apologized in her ear, "I'm sorry. I will control myself in the future and never give myself the chance to make a mistake." Qiu Runyu did not ask more questions, she still chose to believe Ma Chao. She knew that in this world, there was no such thing as a man who never made a mistake. The so-called men who sit on their asses are either physically ill or are blowing awesome. "Good night, little Bronco." Qiu Runyu kisses Ma Chao once and turns her back to him. Ma Chao pressed Qiu Runyu from behind. 2 minutes later, Qiu Runyu turned around with a smile and a reminder, "Are you minding your own business again?" Ma Chao didn't say anything, just hugged her tightly and pressed hard against her. A moment later, Qiu Runyu turned her head and asked with concern, "Can you sleep in this state?" Ma Chao replied indifferently, "If you can sleep, I can sleep." "Then you'll stay that way." Qiu Runyu threw out a sentence and turned his head back to sleep. "But couldn't resist reaching behind me." Qiu Runyu's body temperature was getting higher and higher, and the frequency of her chest rising and falling was getting faster and faster. Ma Chao's hand, too, began to be dishonest. She suddenly turned around and wrapped her arms around Ma Chao's neck and chided, "Hate it, you just don't want me to go to bed early. You're the one who doesn't want to sleep." Rumbo. Ma Chao couldn't help but laugh out loud and forcefully hugged Qiu Runyu to himself. It was late at night and Wang Wei hadn't come home yet. Only at more than 8 o'clock to the time, sent a message to Lu Yanyan, said that he had to socialize until very late, not sure what time to go back. Lu Yanyan did not ask more questions and only replied with a, "Got it." She hadn't slept until now, and she wasn't mad at Wang Wei. Not being a chaste woman herself, she could certainly understand men better. Especially Wang Wei, this kind, young and rich male son, if you do not like to play outside, rather not quite normal. Wang Wei was becoming more and more distant from her, and it was only a matter of time before they broke up. She is mentally prepared for that day to come at any time. Now since Wang Wei didn't ask for a breakup, let's play with him for some more days. Lu Yanyan had a good mindset, even if she couldn't wait for Ma Chao to turn back after she broke up with Wang Wei. In her condition and character, she'll make herself well. Wang Wei didn't come home all night. The next morning, Lu Yanyan ate breakfast and dressed herself up to go to work. Wang Wei did not return all night this matter, she did not ask more questions and did not take it to heart. It wasn't until nearly noon that Wang Wei called Lu Yanyan and asked her to eat outside at noon. Lu Yanyan agreed readily, not showing a trace of displeasure. Because from the beginning, this young man was playing the role of ATM for her. When it comes to the relationship between the two, it's at best a casual friend plus buddy. Lu Yanyan met Wang Wei in a high-class restaurant. After the two sat down, Wang Wei hurriedly explained, "I accompanied those elders at home to socialize until very late last night, and also drank too much, so I didn't have the heart to go back and disturb your rest. You won't be angry." Lu Yanyan knew that their family gathering last night ended very early. This kid still doesn't know where he went to dash off to. Surprisingly, he is still pretending here. But she didn't bother to pursue the matter, she just cared to advise, "It doesn't matter if you go back home or not, it's not a bad thing to be career-oriented, but you have to pay attention to your body, especially drinking. Getting drunk often can hurt your body." Seeing that Lu Yanyan didn't have the slightest intention to blame, Wang Wei happily nodded his head repeatedly, got it. Then pull out an inexpensive gift to apologize. Lu Yanyan received the gift, revealing a happy smile, and excitedly proposed, "You don't have to go home tonight either, and then proceed to give me a gift tomorrow." "That's no good, I miss you like hell when I don't see you for 2 days. Wang Wei took Lu Yanyan's hand and assured her that he would try to go back early tonight to accompany her. Lu Yanyan pretended to be looking forward to it, but actually didn't care in her heart. She knew that Wang Wei had tasted sweetness outside, and once a man changed his heart, 9 oxen couldn't pull it back. Anyway, Wang Wei was generous and Ma Chao showed no signs of turning back for the time being. Lu Yanyan is still very willing to continue to be Wang Wei's real girlfriend, at least can often receive luxury gifts. Wang Wei still had a dinner party in the evening, and had promised Lu Yanyan to go home early, but still went back only when it was almost 10 o'clock. Lu Yanyan tried to persuade him to give up the woman outside, "There is no need to come back, painfully break up, forget it." But seeing that Wang Wei was still in love with her, he didn't have the heart to open his mouth. It's better to wait for this kid to get tired of it and propose a breakup on his own. This night, Lu Yanyan still tried to serve Wang Wei comfortably. She is a man of honor, and since she takes people's money, she tries her best to do a good job. But she could sense that Wang Wei wasn't as energetic as he used to be, and his condition wasn't what it used to be. He used to serve only one woman, Lu Yanyan, but now there are confidants outside. One does not know which one to love, simply neither love nor reject. In the days to come, Wang Wei went from coming home once every 2 or 3 days to once every weekend. Lu Yanyan didn't have a problem with it because he brought gifts every time he came home, just like a guest. In fact, since he transferred the house to Yanyan's name, he no longer regarded it as his home. Chapter 50, Conclusion of the Transaction. A month later, Wang Wei and a model to determine the relationship, hot love state of the two often in and out of the company. Wang Wei moves into a luxury villa and starts living with his model girlfriend, and it's not clear how long his relationship will last. Anyway, he hadn't been to Lu Yanyan for half a month, and the two hadn't had any contact. One night, Lu Yanyan had dinner and simply cleaned up. Grab your cell phone and lounge on the couch to pass the time. Suddenly there came the sound of the door opening. Wang Wei had unexpectedly returned. Lu Yanyan watched him approach the sofa, first showing a surprised expression. Then with a smile on his face, he greeted in a friendly manner, "Young Master Wang is back. Come over and have a seat." Wang Wei sat next to Lu Yanyan and asked in a slightly embarrassed manner, "You should know everything, but why don't you ever get angry or ask more questions?" Lu Yanyan stroked Wang Wei's face and explained in a calm manner, "I can't control you, and I choose to let go." "Do you want me to cry and beg you to come back to me?" Wang Wei sensed Lu Yanyan's calm indifference and asked with a slight loss, "You never loved me, did you? You just liked my money." A woman can like a man to be handsome, or she can like a man to be competent and talented. Or like his character, but of course not many women focus on character to begin with. Usually they've had enough fun and have no better options before they look for a man with good character to make a life. Lu Yanyan told Wang Wei in a serious tone and then seriously questioned, "Now you tell me why women can't like a man's money. Is it against the law?" Wang Wei blinked, and as soon as he wrapped Lu Yanyan in his arms, he excitedly confessed, "But I really love you. I used to think you were my whole world. You want to break up with me, just say so, no need to emphasize how much you loved me in the past, I don't need that kind of comfort." Lu Yanyan told Wang Wei, then smiled and teased a sentence, "You came empty-handed today, ah." Wang Wei awkwardly explained, "I'm sorry, I came in a hurry today, I'll wait for my next visit to buy you more gifts." "Is there a next time?" Lu Yanyan had a curious look on her face, then sincerely consoled, "You've given me enough, that's it. Go your own way in the future, no need to think of your sister anymore. I've met your model girlfriend, she's younger than me. The face and body are also slightly better than mine, you two are quite compatible." Wang Wei had a difficult expression, he didn't want to let go of Lu Yanyan yet, after all, this was the first woman he seriously fell in love with. But he couldn't resist the temptation of a prettier woman, that fresh and exciting pleasure. Wang Wei wanted to break up, but wanted to alleviate his guilt and tried to shrug off the responsibility, "If only you didn't like my money, if only you really loved me too. I can love you with all my heart." Lu Yanyan immediately interrupted him and seriously discussed, "I can return all my belongings to you, from this moment on, no one can betray each other again, can you do that?" Wang Wei was instantly dumbfounded, of course he didn't dare to agree, his tender little girlfriend was still waiting for him to go home. He's going to initiate the breakup, but he's still trying to pass the buck. How can Lu Yanyan fall for his pawn? He is just well-born, in the aspect of emotional pull between men and women. In front of Lu Yanyan, he is still tender. "I'm sorry, I may not be able to come back to you later." Wang Wei lowered his head and considered it a formal breakup. "And hand over the keys to this house and leave them on the coffee table." Lu Yanyan revealed a relaxed smile, finally ending this deal, she had been waiting for this day for a long time. "I have other plans. I don't have time for this." She gently patted Wang Wei's shoulder and gently comforted, "Well, you don't have to feel guilty. You still don't understand my sister's ability. I can still lack a man." Wang Wei raised his head to meet Lu Yanyan's eyes, and was seduced by her charming eyes. The mind instantly flooded with images of the two men who once carried clouds and rain. In terms of technique and talent, the current young model girlfriend is still far from Lu Yanyan. Lu Yanyan is not intentionally seducing Wang Wei, just habitually show the flavor. It is also possible that there are days without indulgence, physiological inevitable need. That macho guy is not on the up and up, and she's not the kind of woman who hangs on to one tree. Wang Wei cannot wait to start kissing Lu Yanyan, even the bedroom is lazy to go, directly on the sofa. That's when his cell phone suddenly rang, and it was his little model girlfriend calling. Wang Wei picked up the cell phone to answer, Lu Yanyan jumped into his arms, coquettish eyes, coupled with skillful techniques. Making Wang Wei unable to extricate himself, he casually and perfunctorily said, "I'm talking to a client about something important, I'll talk to you later." Then hang up the phone decisively, regardless of everything into Lu Yanyan's tenderness. 10 minutes later, Lu Yanyan finished her clothes, and Wang Wei's cell phone rang again. Lu Yanyan politely urged him, "Go home quickly. Your current girlfriend should really love you, look how much she cares about you." Wang Wei smiled awkwardly, straightened his clothes and stood up, ashamedly leaving a sentence, "I put the key here for you." Then answer the phone and walk quickly out the door. Lu Yanyan watched him leave, with a crisp slamming of the door. Whether it was a romance or a partnership between the two, it was finally over. Lu Yanyan froze for a moment, revealing a trace of an indifferent smile, then got up and walked toward the bathroom. After taking a shower, Lu Yanyan returned to her bedroom and lay on the bed alone. He or she now has almost $1 million in savings, a BMW Mini, and a large luxury flat worth over $3 million. There's also the old 3-bedroom apartment that would have sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Being an ordinary citizen, one is already considered relatively wealthy, but one cannot be happy. It turned out that he didn't like money that much, and it was those days with Ma Chao that he was the happiest. The two of them had endless words of love, and they didn't want to fall asleep until late at night. And then they're staying in bed all day on the weekends, hungry and drained, still too entwined to separate. Urging each other to go down and cook, but refusing to let go of each other. Lu Yanyan kept playing those ridiculous and laughable, yet sweet and beautiful images in her mind. Can't help but smile, and can't help but get red in the eyes. After tossing and turning, Lu Yanyan grabbed a pillow off to the side and held one end in her arms and the other between her legs. Gently patting and stroking twice, she closed her eyes and murmured, "Hubby, I know you still have me in your heart. You must still be thinking of me, otherwise you wouldn't be avoiding me all day. Just let me take one chance and let you never leave me again. Couples are better off as the original couple. You're my husband and no one can take that away from me." Lu Yanyan talked to herself for a while and gradually fell asleep peacefully. She is very good at comforting herself. In her view there is nothing that can't be solved. She is optimistic and confident by nature. Even if Ma Chao is greasy, she won't hang herself from one tree. She always has a way to be happy and cheerful. Chapter 51, Pretending to be Friendly. Wang Wei returned to his villa and argued with his young model girlfriend. Young people are more egotistical, no one wants to give in to the other, and they always feel aggrieved to death. Moreover, Wang Wei was rather tired again tonight and had no extra energy to please his new girlfriend. He began to miss Lu Yanyan's goodness, but couldn't let go of his immediate desires. Behaviors that you thought were full of personality when you were younger are really just like you just don't notice them. The next day at noon, Lu Yanyan went to the company cafeteria to eat, far from noticing Ma Chao. Lu Yanyan carried her dinner plate and came across to Ma Chao. "Master Ma, it's rare to meet you in the cafeteria." It was only after Ma Chao heard the voice that he raised his head to notice Lu Yanyan and asked with a smile, "How did you know I was eating in the cafeteria?" "I didn't come here on purpose to find you, I just happened to run into you. We are destined to be together." Both Lu Yanyan and Ma Chao seldom came to the cafeteria to eat, and it was the first time they met in the company cafeteria. "I'm done, take your time." Ma Chao intended to go first, and Lu Yanyan sternly threatened, "Don't you dare. Let's remarry. Be as sweet and loving as we used to be and grow old together, okay?" Looking at Lu Yanyan's expectant eyes, Ma Chao still really wanted to promise her. Those crap things in the past really didn't want to bother about it. "Since I've been on a soft diet myself, I've experienced this joy of getting something for nothing, and I've been more open to some things. It's just a piece of skin. It's just a pile of meat. How can the adult world be black and white? The boundaries of many moral boundaries and principles of being human are not so clear. As we get older, reality teaches us two words: adaptability." After Ma Chao was silent for a moment, he helplessly shook his head and seriously told Lu Yanyan, "I'm not used to hurting others, especially gentle and kind women. Mainly because she's pretty and flirty and has money, I guess." Ma Chao hears that Lu Yanyan is jealous and is deliberately taking out her emotions on Qiu Runyu. Smiling reassuringly, he said, "Of course that includes those aspects, but truth be told, she's not as flirtatious as you." Lu Yanyan also couldn't help but smile. She never thought that flirtatious was a derogatory term. Rather, it was the most effective weapon and means for a woman to conquer a man. Then helplessly suggested, "Then you should wait for Mr. Qiu to voluntarily abandon you and then return to me. That way it won't hurt her. I don't know how long it will be yet. You'd better not wait for me and find a more suitable partner as soon as possible. Don't waste your fancy years and all your skills." Lu Yanyan tilted her head and hooked Ma Chao to death with flirtatious eyes. "It was brought up with great interest. It's good that you remember. It doesn't disappoint me that I did my best to sleep with you for 3 years. I remember your favorite thing from..." "Well, point taken." Ma Chao interrupted Lu Yanyan's words and awkwardly changed the topic. "Right, did we sell that house before? If you don't live in it, sell it as early as possible. That kind of second-hand house has a price and is becoming less and less valuable." "I know." Lu Yanyan glared at him with a spoiled expression. Casually make a few perfunctory remarks and continue to eat. In the evening after work, Qiu Runyu told Ma Chao that Wang Wei brought his girlfriend and asked them to go to a restaurant for dinner. This is the first time Wang Wei brought that model girlfriend to meet his family. After starting the car, Ma Chao asked awkwardly, "He's asking you to have dinner with him, right? Is it still necessary for me to attend?" Qiu Runyu smiled and replied, "Actually, I'm also a bit puzzled that he would instruct me to bring you along. Perhaps he had a change of heart after breaking up with Lu Yanyan and has been willing to accept you." Ma Chao shook his head, feeling that it didn't quite make sense. Qiu Runyu took Ma Chao's hand and gently discussed with her, "In any case, since he invited you, he has good intentions. Just accompany me for a meal. Okay?" Ma Chao deliberately and furtively looked out the car window, then approached Qiu Runyu. Qiu Runyu reveals a happy smile and immediately sends a passionate kiss. 20 minutes later, Ma Chao drove to the appointment and walked into the restaurant with Qiu Runyu. The four met, though it was a bit awkward at first. However, Wang Wei's attitude towards Ma Chao did shift quite a bit, and was obviously much friendlier, and his model girlfriend was also very enthusiastic. Let Ma Chao and Qiu Runyu are surprised and pleased, the original child grows up to understand, really is a moment. The four of them ate and chatted and conversed. Wang Wei's girlfriend is called Yang Lele, and she has a sweet look. Her height is 1.76 m, and her figure is on the thin side, but she has a beautiful concave and convex line, so she was born to be a model. She just turned 19, and she even took a place in the national modeling contest last year. She is now signed to an entertainment media company and plans to enter the movie and television industry. This media company had a cooperative project with Qiu Runyu's company, and Wang Wei was the person in charge of this project. Under the arrangement of the boss of this company, Yang Lele had the opportunity to get to know Wang Wei. She's only done 2 commercials so far and doesn't have much of a reputation yet. But after successfully hooking up with Wang Wei, there will be more and more resources in the future. Yang Lele has nothing but praise for Ma Chao and is totally supportive of her future mother-in-law's view of this kind of relationship. And enthusiastically get close to Qiu Runyu and Ma Chao, uncle and aunt, called very kindly. Although Ma Chao was only 7 years older than her, there was nothing wrong with calling her that from Qiu Runyu's words. After all, Qiu Runyu's family status was obvious. After the meal, Yang Lele took the initiative to exchange contact information with the aunt and uncle. To her, these are people who are very useful to her, and also Wang Wei's careful arrangement. Chapter 52, Acting in a Netflix Drama. On the way home, Qiu Runyu sat in the co-pilot and happily said to Ma Chao, "Wang Wei, this kid, is suddenly so warm and friendly to you, I'm still a bit uncomfortable." Ma Chao held the steering wheel with one hand and nodded as he looked ahead. That girlfriend of his is even more enthusiastic, calling him uncle in one mouthful, so affectionately. If the two of them get married, they might change their tone to call me dad. You can really think good thoughts. Why should people change their name to you? You and I aren't married. Ma Chao turned his head to glance and saw Qiu Runyu showing a shy and nervous expression. He casually threw out a sentence. What kind of relationship do we have? Isn't it just a matter of your word, Mr. Qiu? Would you like to? Ma Chao clearly knew what Qiu Runyu meant, but still, out of nervousness, he wanted to make sure again. Willing to what? Qiu Runyu smiled, not quite ready to continue this topic. After a moment of silence between the two, Ma Chao suddenly suggested with his eyes forward, "There are some topics that are best not talked about while I'm driving, so we'll discuss them when we get home and we shower and get into bed." Qiu Runyu looked at Ma Chao's side face and nodded shyly. The two returned home. Just as Qiu Runyu was panting, Ma Chao suddenly stopped. Caressing her face with both hands, he asked in a serious voice, "What did you just ask me in the car?" Qiu Runyu took in a big breath, adjusted her breathing, and complained, "I hate you." Ma Chao couldn't help but reveal a smile and replied sincerely, "Of course I'm willing, as long as you like it, I'm willing to do anything." Qiu Runyu's face was like peach blossoms, revealing a happy and cheerful smile. She bloomed more delicately tonight than ever before. 2 days later in the morning, Ma Chao and the company has nothing to do, and cleaning aunt in the idle chat day. Suddenly, he received a call from Yang Lele asking if he had time now. Ma Chao told her that he was at work, but that he was available if there was any emergency. Yang Lele told him an address and hoped he could go to the set and do him a favor. Without waiting for Ma Chao to ask what happened, Yang Lele hung up the phone in a hurry. Ma Chao was too embarrassed to pursue or refuse when he heard how anxious she was. But it's better to give Qiu Runyu a call first to inform. Qiu Run received a call from Ma Chao, and after listening to it, he advised, "No matter what's going on, since people have asked for your help, just make a trip. You don't have much to do anyway, it's weirdly boring to be idle. I just talked to the cleaning lady, talking about those men and women in the company. I think it's quite interesting. I don't feel bored." Ma Chao hung up the phone after flirting with Qiu Runyu for a few moments with an inexplicable feeling. Then walked helplessly to the parking lot. Half an hour later, Ma Chao rushed to an upscale neighborhood, and Yang Lele was already waiting for him at the door. After Yang Lele's explanation, Ma Chao finally figured it out. It turns out that Yang Lele plays an important role in a web series, which is invested by Wang Wei. After Yang Lele met Ma Chao once last time, she thought he had an outstanding image. So he recommended to the director to cast him in a role. Ma Chao rejected it outright and turned around to leave. He's too embarrassed to throw his weight around and has no interest in acting, especially in this childish web series. Yang Lele pulled his arm and pleaded, "Uncle Ma, just do me a favor. This is my first web series, I'm still counting on it to be a hit." Ma Chao was even more baffled and asked curiously, "What does this have to do with me? It's not like I want to be famous or perform." "No need for you to perform, not even lines, just borrow your handsome face for a while. It's less than 2 minutes of footage, and it's over quickly. For the sake of our family, do me a favor." This role was short-lived but very important. The director tried several extras, but couldn't get the desired effect. It was out of the question that I thought of you. Under Yang Leilei's soft persuasion, Ma Chao was too embarrassed to forcefully refuse and had no choice but to walk into the set with her. Serious reminder as we go, no nudity or bed scenes. Yang Leilei smiled and assured, don't worry, absolutely nothing. Just dress neatly and take care of being handsome. I can't accept the plot if it's too childish and disgusting. It's a little childish, but it's not disgusting, so bear with me. Do you have a box lunch for lunch? There's no boxed lunch, but I can buy you dinner and get paid for it. Ordinary group actors are 200 a day, I'll get you a little more. I don't want money, just get it done quickly. Uncle Ma, don't say that, maybe after you shoot a few scenes. Realize that you have a talent for acting, and will enjoy acting. Yang Leilei has a laugh and walks into the neighborhood on Ma Chao's arm. The two were so close that Ma Chao was more or less uncomfortable. However, Yang Leilei called uncle one by one, and people behaved naturally and generously, so Ma Chao was also embarrassed to be too pretentious. The two walked into a garden house where the staff were waiting inside. Sure enough, it's a low-budget web series, not many people in total. After an interview, the director is very happy with Ma Chao and then introduces him to the plot. When the actress came out of the restroom with a towel around her, it made Ma Chao's eyes light up. This young woman was so damn hot. Although not particularly beautiful, but a face of winks. And the body is very dominant, exaggerated S-curve, a little biased towards European and American style. But the skin was white and tender, giving the impression of being blown away, as if it could be pinched out of water. What a rare sight! Ma Chao muttered in his heart, this woman has a bit of an island teacher's temperament. His part is really simple, a delivery man. It ends after the actress opens the door after just taking a shower and wearing a towel and is attracted by his handsome appearance and exudes ambiguous glances. After listening to the director's introduction of the plot and characters, Ma Chao was surprised and asked, isn't there a follow-up? The director could see that Ma Chao was interested in the actress and replied seriously, it depends. If it plays well, there's also a possibility of adding you two to the plot later on. Ma Chao looked at the actress's seductive eyes and guessed that this might be a setup for him by Yang Leilei. The probability is that Wang Wei is behind it. No wonder he suddenly showed so much enthusiasm and friendliness to him. It is true that he has no good intentions. Of course, this is only Ma Chao's guess, he is not 100% sure, or maybe he is thinking too much. Maybe the actress really does have her eye on him. It wasn't impossible. The fact that he was good looking was not something he denied. Ma Chao still cooperated to finish the shooting, then hurriedly excused himself and left. It's kind of overwhelming when you're scowling at the actresses during that time. No wonder so many people want to be actors. This kind of work is simply not too cool. You can have an open and honest affair. What kind of leader stands up to? Then answered the phone and directly told Qiu Runyu, it's done, I'm heading back now, I'll be at the company soon. Yang Leilei saw Qiu Runyu call and didn't dare to force Ma Chao to stay. Giving the young woman next to her a look, she signaled her to let go of Ma Chao. Ma Chao took the opportunity to walk away quickly, waving goodbye as he called. Yang Leilei can only helplessly watch Ma Chao walk away, and then call Wang Wei to report the situation. After Wang Wei hung up the phone, he frowned tightly inside, is this guy not interested in young women? Next time give him a different type, I don't believe he can stand the test every time. Ma Chao did not go back to the company, directly met with Qiu Runyu in the restaurant. As the two ate and chatted, Qiu Runyu inquired curiously, Yang Leilei asked you to act in a movie, is it because she wants to make you a star? Ma Chao shook his head, she's not that capable, and she doesn't have much of a reputation herself yet. How could she possibly care about me? She should have been instructed by someone with another intention. What do you mean by that? Qiu Runyu looked puzzled and couldn't believe that Yang Leilei would have designs on Ma Chao. Ma Chao bluntly picked it out, Yang Leilei deliberately asked me to help out on the set and arranged for a beautiful young woman to act with me, taking the opportunity to seduce me. She should have been instructed by someone to deliberately set a trap for me. Wanting to seize my handle, the purpose is to break us up. Qiu Runyu was silent for a moment, incredulously guessing, are you saying that Wang Wei is manipulating behind the scenes? Who else could it be but him? Ma Chao revealed a helpless smile, this matter was actually quite obvious, and the character relationships were not complicated. I'll ask him. Qiu Runyu picked up her cell phone and prepared to ask Wang Wei about it. Ma Chao hurriedly stopped her, forget it, what's the point of asking him? Whether he admits it or not, it's not a big deal. You're taking this to the extreme, knowing people. What if I'm the bad guy? No way, I'm sure you can't be bad enough. At most, you can't control the lower half of your body. It's a common problem for you men, it's inevitable for all of us. Ma Chao smiled and nodded, assuring Qiu Runyu, being willing to tolerate and forgive is your business. I don't think I should eat my words. There are rules of the trade. Since I've eaten this soft rice you've given me, I'll keep my lower body in check. Let Wang Wei test me all he wants. As many beauties as you have, just let your horse come over. I'm not afraid. You're not afraid of me. I don't want you to be constantly stimulated. Always staying aroused is not good for the prostate. Don't worry. I'll go to you to help me calm down and you'll be my physiologist. Nasty. I don't have time to serve you during the day. Qiu Runyu said so on her lips, but her face could not hide a smile of joyful anticipation. She had never refused Ma Chao, she didn't want to put him through that ordeal. And she herself was so eager whenever she saw Ma Chao that even when she was physically exhausted, she still wanted. Chapter 54, Renewed Cooperation. Lu Yanyan came home after work and ate out with her friends before going home. After parking the car, I realized that Wang Wei's Big Ben was also parked downstairs. When she got off the bus, Wang Wei also got off and greeted her with a smile on his face. Lu Yanyan greeted politely, "Hello Mr. Wang, what is it that you came to see me about?" Wang Wei replied awkwardly, "It's nothing important, I have a few pieces of clothing that are still at your house and I want to take them back. If you've already thrown them away, forget it, actually take them or leave them. How could I throw away your clothes when I packed them for you? It's not like they can't fit in the house. You go up with me and get them." Lu Yanyan turned to take Wang Wei upstairs. Wang Wei followed behind Lu Yanyan, staring at her twisting buttocks and small waist. Cannot help but remember the goodness of this woman again, cannot help but swallow. Compared with Lu Yanyan, his model girlfriend, although the face and body are slightly better. But always lack a force, the kind of charm that makes men fascinated. After the two entered the house, Lu Yanyan went to the utility room and took out a small box. "Carry it to Wang Wei and tell him, these are your items and clothes, all high-grade goods, it's a strange pity to throw them away." Wang Wei squatted down to open the box and saw that his clothes were all neatly arranged. And the clothes were obviously washed, emitting a faint fragrance. Wang Wei remembered that once several girlfriends, break up to the time, our torn face hate to kill each other. I can't help but exclaim, it's really a breakup to see the character. After closing the box, he froze in place with the box, looking around with mixed feelings. He didn't want to leave, but he was too embarrassed to stay. Lu Yanyan could see what he was thinking and generously offered, "Seeing as you were so good to me in the past, while I'm still single. If you want to have another quickie, I'm still willing to fulfill you. But I don't want to affect your relationship with your girlfriend, it's just for fun. If you can't afford to play, hurry up and go home." Wang Wei said shamefully, "I'm the one who failed you, and I've always felt indebted to you. It's rare that you even think I'm good to you. You have a big family and you think giving a few $1 million is nothing. But for me, it's one thing to be thankful for. I'm not as well born as you, but I'm physically wealthy. While selling to please you, I enjoy myself, and I think the deal is a win-win. We're both just getting what we want." Wang Wei nodded his head in agreement and was also attracted by Lu Yanyan's spontaneous character. Recalling the woman's flavorfulness, it was even more difficult to get over it. Putting down the... Suddenly the cell phone in his pocket rang. Wang Wei awkwardly answered the call. It was Yang Lele calling, asking when he was coming home. "I'm still waiting for him to come home myself and plan to take a Mandarin duck bath together." When Wang Wei heard Yang Lele's pampered voice on the other end of the phone, he knew that he wasn't very rich tonight. If he winds up here at Lu Yanyan's place, he won't be able to deliver very well at home at night. Wang Wei hung up the phone after a few perfunctory sentences, and Lu Yanyan immediately advised him, "You hurry home to accompany your girlfriend. I won't keep you in this situation." Wang Wei let out a long sigh and didn't have the face to say anything more, awkwardly picking up the box. "Before I left, I casually asked, you haven't met a suitable man for a while? And you want to introduce me?" After flirting with a sentence, Lu Yanyan generously told Wang Wei, "There is no shortage of suitors around my sister, as long as I want it, it's easy to find a man." "That's good, and I hope you find someone you love soon." Wang Wei left his sentence, picked up the box and turned to leave. "I'm not thinking about a relationship just yet, I haven't given up on my husband and I'm still waiting for him to come home." When Wang Wei heard Lu Yanyan's words, he turned around again and asked in surprise, "What did you say? Are you still waiting for Ma Chao to turn around?" Lu Yanyan graciously admitted, of course. Our relationship has always been very good. If he hadn't accidentally bumped into us, it would have been impossible for him and I to separate. We've always been in love, and I'm sure he won't last long with Mr. Qiu. Sooner or later, he'll come back to me and still be my husband. Wang Wei confessed sincerely, I also want him to separate from my mom and have no patience to wait any longer. I purposely arranged for my girlfriend to set him up, and found a sexy young woman with great poise to seduce him. But it didn't work out, and I'm going to keep spending money on beautiful women to give him a chance to make mistakes. Could he really stand the test? After listening to Wang Wei's words, Lu Yanyan was silent for a moment and said seriously, there is no normal man who is not horny, and I'm sure he does the same for me, even though he outwardly loves me. But whenever I really need him, or when I'm hurting, he'll do his best to help me. Wang Wei was silent for a moment and said that he believed Lu Yanyan's words. And I hope that we can work together and make a concerted effort to separate Ma Chao and Qiu Runyu and fulfill their common wish. Lu Yanyan nodded in agreement. She also wanted Ma Chao to go home as soon as possible. Then he said easily, let's discuss this matter in the long run, and we'll talk about it slowly and in detail later. You'd better hurry home to accompany your little girlfriend now. Okay. Wait for me to call you. Wang Wei nodded, with an awkward smile, and reluctantly turned. Lu Yanyan sent him to the door, smiled and waved her hand, and hurriedly closed the door behind her. Looking at Wang Wei's expectant and eager expression, it wouldn't be difficult for Lu Yanyan to keep him behind. But the deal between the two is over, and this time the collaboration is in a different way. Chapter 55. A month later, Ma Chao received another call from Yang Lele. Uncle Ma, I have good news for you, we were very successful in acting in that web series. This time we're going to make you the male lead. Are you insulting my intelligence? Uncle doesn't serve. Ma Chao directly hung up the phone after saying that, helplessly muttering, it seems that being embarrassed to refuse is not an option, simply stomping on their noses. Taking my tolerance as their shameless capital. Yang Lele heard Ma Chao's attitude is so resolute, and did not continue to pester, directly handed the difficult problem back to Wang Wei. The next day just went to work. Wang Wei found Qiu Runyu's office, took some information to report to Qiu Runyu. He cooperated with that media company and invested in a very successful project. The web series that was made to promote Yang Lele was also a big hit after it was aired. They want to launch a second web series while the iron is hot. Qiu Runyu never watched that kind of dog blood web series, but the market is just fickle, and no one knows that cloud has rain. Audience tastes are even more elusive, and some Netflix shows are on fire for no reason. But it's just a fire. Where can I justify it? Qiu Runyu was very satisfied with Wang Wei's performance and attitude and praised him. And encouraged him to go boldly, and in terms of funding, he would be given greater mobilization rights. Wang Wei said that he invested in web series, there is no need to hire big name stars, almost all of them are filmed by vegetarians. Unlike those traditional movie and television productions, the filming cost is not high and there is no problem in terms of funding. What's missing are recognizable, vegetarian faces that can catch the audience's eye. After hearing this, Qiu Runyu said helplessly, then I can't help, you see if there are any suitable employees in our company that can be mobilized. Wang Wei's eyes were glowing, excitedly requesting, I just fancy an employee of our company, I hope you can support me. Just talk to him directly about who he sees, he can take time off to cooperate with the shooting if he wants to, or simply resign and change his career. He works for the company, it's not like he's selling out to the company, he has the right to choose his future. But he won't cooperate, and I'd like you to help persuade him. It's fine for people to want to work in peace, how can you force something like that? I'm even more embarrassed to interfere with other people's decisions. He's working his ass off, he has nothing to do in the company every day, he's the most idle in the whole company. After listening to Wang Wei's complaint, Qiu Runyu thought for a moment and guessed in surprise, you don't want to find Ma Chao again. Yeah, that's him. As soon as Wang Wei took Qiu Runyu's hand, he said excitedly, our last web series was a huge success and we did a survey on those who watched it. Most people were very impressed with that character of his, and hope to continue seeing web series starring him. For our next web series, we're planning to make him the male lead. Qiu Runyu met Wang Wei's eyes and asked awkwardly, are you unable to accept me being with him, so you deliberately set a trap for him? Look at what you're saying, we're using him to act in a web series and holding him up as the lead actor. It's a business partnership, a contract needs to be signed, and both sides are protected by the law. How can you say set a trap? After Wang Wei explained seriously, he asked seriously, Are you worried that he won't be able to withstand the temptation and do something wrong to you? If you have so little confidence in him, why bother being with him? Although Qiu Runyu had no interest in watching those web series, he still took Ma Chao's first touch very seriously. When that web series went live, he even filled up his membership to enjoy the clip over and over again with Ma Chao. Even though she faces Ma Chao every day, the first time she saw him on screen, she was still attracted to this handsome young man. Some people are very photogenic and even more attractive on camera. A thought also came to her then, why not give more scenes to this lad? If this chap had starred in it, she would have followed it through even if she had no interest in the plot. Originally, I thought that it was my subjective feelings for Ma Chao that made me deeply attracted. Now, after hearing Wang Wei say this, maybe Ma Chao really does have audience appeal and was born to eat this bowl of rice. Just as Qiu Runyu hesitated, Wang Wei pretended to be concerned about Ma Chao, and began to persuade in a serious manner. You say he is only how old? Not even 30 years old, man, every day with the cleaning aunt to talk about gossip. Or with those semi-retired logistics staff, together with the international situation. That is what he should worry about? People have been laboring and striving for most of their lives, and now it's time to enjoy their happiness. As a man, it's a bit much to completely lie flat at this age. He's my driver, and he has a job too. Qiu Runyu spoke for Ma Chao, but there was nothing underlying it. Driving you to and from work every day, and sometimes when you're late from work, you don't want him to wait for you. That's considered work? Facing Wang Wei's questioning, Qiu Runyu muttered capriciously in her heart, but I just like to spoil him, can't I? Of course, in front of her son, she was too embarrassed to say it, and just smiled a helpless, speechless smile. Mom, help me persuade him. It's good for him and good for me. I have a successful career and he has fame and fortune. Just because you don't lack money doesn't mean you can't work hard, and you're serious about my education. How can you just coddle him? How can you two be the same? Qiu Runyu was amused by Wang Wei's words and glared at him, helplessly agreeing, I'll go home and discuss it with him. Anyway, I respect his decision and definitely won't force him. If you really want what's best for him, encourage him to take that step and make a bit of a career and accomplishments for himself. Doesn't he have any self-respect when everyone in the company is talking behind his back, saying he's a soft touch? Qiu Runyu sternly warned Wang Wei, don't you dare talk about him like that. In fact, Ma Chao often made this kind of joke, saying that he was a soft eater. But saying this word from someone else's mouth made Qiu Runyu feel a bit harsh. That's what I've heard from others, and that's why I want to pull him along. I can accept you being with him, but he has to be at least a little motivated and do something and accomplish something, that way he'll be worthy of you. I don't need anyone else to worry about whether he's worthy of me or not, I'm just happy with myself. Qiu Runyu had a stubborn expression on her face, and she actually tried to persuade Ma Chao to enter the company's management. She would definitely promote him herself, so that his status in the company would be more decent and honorable. But Ma Chao didn't accept Qiu Runyu's goodwill at all. He didn't like and wasn't good at doing business. The workplace is more lazy to get involved in the hook, line, and sinker of the workplace. He is too embarrassed to step on those below him, and he doesn't care to curry favor with the leaders. Simply put, he doesn't have the ability to manage people and doesn't want to be managed by others. It's just ironic to be soft and hard and live a life of peace and relaxation. Wang Wei took Qiu Runyu's arm and started playing the affection card. I'm so motivated at work now, you should try to encourage and help me. Don't discourage me, okay? Mom, just say yes. You're threatening me, aren't you? Even if you let me help you, you can't force me. Qiu Runyu had a helpless expression, with her son on one side and her little boyfriend on the other. Both were her favorites, making her feel like she was in a dilemma. Wang Wei seriously assured, our web series shooting cycle is very short, just use him for half a month. And the pay isn't low either, so it's just like letting him go on a vacation to take a break. Any normal person should want to take this chance, he's just embarrassed to accept it because he's worried you'll mind. Maybe he's just waiting for you to ask, to get your permission. Qiu Runyu felt that it wasn't unreasonable, and nodded thoughtfully, helplessly agreeing, I'll discuss it with him when this evening comes, so go, and get busy with your own business. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Thanks, Mom. Wang Wei excitedly kissed Qiu Runyu on the cheek before turning around and running. He hadn't been this mischievously close to his mother in years. Qiu Runyu looked at her son happily leaving, knowing that he was tempting Ma Chao with fame, fortune and beauty, but she was powerless to resist. The mom really can't bear to let her child down and has no choice but to put Ma Chao out. If Ma Chao can't resist the temptation, there's actually no loss to Ma Chao, and it might even be just what he wants. The only person who is aggrieved and sad is just Qiu Runyu. Chapter 56, Just Missing You. Ma Chao and the security uncle at the entrance of the Get to the point. Ma Chao prodded Lu Yanyan, not wanting to talk to her about those things under the covers. Lu Yanyan let out a sigh and gently told Ma Chao, nothing much, just missed you and came over to see you. You are busy. I'm going back. Then calmly locking eyes with Ma Chao for a few seconds, he got up and walked out. Seeing Lu Yanyan's so sincere attitude, Ma Chao suddenly felt a burst of heartache, stammered and invited, have time to eat a meal together. Lu Yanyan replied painfully, of course I have time, when? I'll call you one day when Mr. Qiu has a lunchtime engagement. Aren't you afraid she'll get mad if she finds out? She's not that careful, I'll take the initiative and tell her she won't mind. Okay, when you have time someday, let's go back to our old home for dinner and relive the past. Ma Chao decisively refused, that's not good, it's better to be in a public place like a restaurant. You don't dare to come home with me, afraid I'll eat you. Lu Yanyan approached Ma Chao and naughtily bit her lip slightly. Then smiled happily, revealing her white and neat teeth. There's nothing to be afraid of, I'm sure we can grow accustomed to the distance of good friends. Ma Chao awkwardly consoled Lu Yanyan, also as if reminding himself. You'd better protect yourself. As long as I catch the opportunity, I will definitely eat you alive. Lu Yanyan told Ma Chao in no uncertain terms, and her words were filled with a primitive and wild temptation. Then smiled and persuaded, I watched the web series you acted in, and I've watched that less than 2-minute scene over and over again many times. I think you're suitable for that bowl of rice and should try to shoot more. That was invested by Wang Wei, deliberately looking for that sexy young woman to lure me. Eating soft rice also need to talk about professional ethics, theft also has the way of the line has the rules of the line. Don't you flaunt it, no one is forcing you to be a good girl. Lu Yanyan interrupted Ma Chao and turned away with a smile on her face. Ma Chao advised, go ahead and shoot. Let Wang Wei promote you as the female lead. I'm good at bed scenes, so I'm afraid it's not quite right. Lu Yanyan did not turn back, the words just fell, she has walked out of the duty room. I know you're good. Ma Chao muttered something in a small voice and sat down in front of the computer. A few games of solitaire and it's almost time to get off work. No surprises again until 5 o'clock, go home for soft food and then sleep with the chairman. Ma Chao muttered, then could not help but hum, spring, summer, fall and winter world, there are high and low tide counting too much people easy to old. After dinner, Ma Chao wrapped his arms around Qiu Runyu and nestled in the sofa, reporting to the leader about his gains from the day's shift. I heard from Auntie Lu who cleans the toilets that Minister Zhang, the one on the 7th floor, is having an affair with several female subordinates. You don't care. Qiu Runyu wrapped one hand around Ma Chao's neck and reached into his clothes with the other, stroking gently. Helplessly analyzing, this kind of thing as slap can't be taken, who do you want me to control? Besides, it's not my turn to control people's private life. I guess people are also talking about us behind our backs. We're both single, and we're in love openly. It's not like them sneaking around. Of course it's not the same, how can old Zhang compare to my little Mustang? Qiu Runyu stared into Ma Chao's eyes, her face like peach blossoms, a shy expression. I'm having a serious business conversation with you, what's going on in your head? You're gossiping. You don't have to do anything at work. Where's the business? Who says I don't do any work? The whole company knows. It's not a secret. They just look at me when I don't work during the day, they've never seen me when I sell out at night. Ma Chao tightened his arm around Qiu Runyu's waist and came up to her to force the question, Mr. Qiu, do you think so? I've really got you beat. Qiu Runyu helplessly threw out a sentence, and the two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes, and at this time, they did not know how to express their emotions in words. Or the old way, cannot help but a burst of passionate kisses. A few minutes later, Qiu Runyu left Ma Chao and took a deep breath before saying, I feel like my lung capacity has gotten bigger now that you've worked out. Ma Chao teased, good thing. You even helped me work out my abs. See what you can do. Qiu Runyu blankly glanced at Ma Chao and gradually withdrew her smile, awkwardly asking, if I want you to try your hand at web series, would you be willing to go? Ma Chao replied with a smile on his face, frankly speaking, I'm indifferent, there's no pressure anyway. But you have to think it over, are you really comfortable? It wasn't me who wanted to go. It was to fulfill your request that I gave up my old face and went to show my face to shoot that thing. Qiu Runyu smiled and comforted, alright. Even if I forced you to go, okay? Think of it as helping my son, I can't bear to let him down. Ma Chao stroked Qiu Runyu's shoulder and helplessly sighed, "It's really pitiful. You, a mom, in order to make your son happy, you can even go out of your way for the little white boy you raised. It's not like I'm asking you to do anything illegal, we're performing openly and legally. Do you think we're going to the islands to shoot that?" Ma Chao lowered his head and gently nibbled on the tip of Qiu Runyu's nose, saying happily, "I'm looking forward to it a bit more if I'm really going to shoot those things." "You're so not shy." Qiu Runyu chided and pressed herself against Ma Chao's chest, kissing his skin lightly. Ma Chao laughed and lamented, "Honestly, when people film those things, they also perform them openly and legally. Instead, the people who watch it sneak around and cover up. You net say these crooked reasoning, do people do not know shame still have reason?" Qiu Runyu obviously didn't look at women who sold their flesh, she never needed to sell her sex in exchange for what she wanted. She had started out too high, even though her husband had died young, and didn't have to look at any of them in the face for a living. Maybe she could understand those people a little better if she had been brutalized by life after too. There is a kind of poverty where life forces you to run hard all the time, but you can barely stay in the same place. It's as if nothing is missing, but then it's as if there's nothing. Uncle Lao said that life is a mass of desires, and if you can't satisfy them, you will suffer, and if you do, you will be bored. But everyone longs to feel that boredom, even if the person who has felt it is made to do it all over again 100 times. Ma Chao suddenly asked seriously, "If I really fall to that level one day, will you also hate me and dislike me?" "Of course not, I love you. I care for you and love you no matter what. Besides, how could you possibly go that far? Didn't you say that people only use males from their own country? You remember quite well, maybe I was reincarnated in my next life and happened to be born on an island and in that profession. You've got to stop talking nonsense, I don't like it when you talk about yourself like that." Qiu Runyu reached out and covered Ma Chao's mouth to prevent him from continuing that topic. Ma Chao gently bit Qiu Runyu's finger and promised her, "All right. I won't talk about those things. I'm going to shoot a web series and become a big star. Let's make you feel more accomplished when you sleep with me. If you do become a star, you might not recognize me, and I'll have a hard time seeing you. Stars don't always look for entrepreneurs. I'm still your man even if I become a star." Ma Chao assured Qiu Runyu. Qiu Runyu reminded him, "It's actresses who look for entrepreneurs. The same goes for male celebrities, even though you don't look for them, you should know quite a few insiders in your position." Qiu Runyu didn't answer directly and casually threw out a sentence, "I don't bother prying into other people's business, I'm going to sleep." Then holding Ma Chao's arm turned around, the two face to face, to give each other a kiss before bed. Ma Chao stayed close to Qiu Runyu's body, feeling her concave and convex curves, and muttered in a small voice, "Your butt seems to be more rounded, have you grown meat recently?" Qiu Runyu didn't say anything, just puckered her ass back a bit. Ma Chao held her tight and was not shy about toppling twice. Both laughed and drifted off to sleep. A few days later, Wang Wei took the contract and came to Qiu Runyu's office to sign a contract with Ma Chao. Qiu Runyu called Ma Chao to his office, and Ma Chao didn't care about the payment. He only wanted to make sure of one thing, that he could or could not go home every day. Wang Wei assured him that it would be filmed locally. There was shooting of night scenes, which might require occasional overtime filming, but it was guaranteed that he could go home from work every day. Qiu Runyu told him that the contract had been read for him and there was nothing wrong with it. Ma Chao didn't even look at it and signed the contract directly. With Qiu Runyu helping to keep an eye on things, he had nothing to worry about. Besides, he is just an actor, just follow the script. As for the issue of scale, there was no need for him to worry about it, it was just a rubbing of the edges. It's the traffic code, everyone knows it. The guys in charge of vetting also know because they've seen more. Chapter 58, Acting in His Own Color. 2 days later, Qiu Runyu granted Ma Chao half a month's vacation, and he was going to enter the set for the shoot. In the future, the time of work is not fixed, and can no longer transport Qiu Runyu to and from work on time. No one gave him the script ahead of time, and he didn't bother to ask for more. Just plan to listen to the director when you get to the set. On the first day of work, Ma Chao received a call from the director, and the shooting location turned out to be the neighborhood where he used to live. He didn't think much of it and drove to, at the required time. Ma Chao parked his car under the building where he once lived, where 2 staff members waited for him and then took him upstairs. Standing in front of his former home, Ma Chao was certain that this was a trap. Incredulously, I asked the staff around me, "This is my former home, did you know that?" The 2 shook their heads, not looking like they were pretending. They were just part-timers and didn't know much about Ma Chao's past. After 2 knocks on the door, the director opened it and welcomed Ma Chao into the house. That's when he was given the script and introduced to the female lead. Seeing Lu Yanyan standing in front of him, Ma Chao was first surprised. Then he couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head and sighing, "You're just taking great pains, nah. You've teamed up with Wang Wei to trap me, haven't you?" "Don't say that, who's screwing you? Can't I act? You just play your role well, and you want to play a big shot to sway other actors?" Lu Yanyan couldn't hide her happy smile, and the director asked awkwardly from the sidelines, "You two know each other?" Ma Chao nodded helplessly, claiming that the two were just co-workers. After a burst of explanation from the director, Ma Chao had an idea of the plot of the play. He and Lu Yanyan play a young couple who have just been married for 2 years and are at odds over some daily chores. On the spur of the moment, they choose to sign for divorce, but need to wait for a 1-month cooling-off period. Since the house is a joint property of the two of them, they chose to still live together for the time being, but agreed to leave each other alone and live their own lives. The two were able to keep their agreement at first, acting like strangers and ignoring each other. But every day, they kept their heads down and didn't see each other. Inevitably, all sorts of intersections and frictions occur. From the beginning of the tit-for-tat, looking at each other and bickering. Later on, after experiencing some unexpected events, they find each other's good, and slowly find the feeling when they fell in love. By the time the cooling-off period was over, neither of them were willing to leave each other. Chose to get back together and didn't go for a formal divorce. This web series focuses on the lighthearted everyday, but of course there are occasional moments of truth. It's a very corny story, but it's very grounded. The little couple bit seems to never get old. All the shooting scenes, most of which are done in this home, are almost all rivalry scenes between the male and female protagonists, with Ma Chao and Lu Yanyan starring in 99% of the drama. Ma Chao looked at the 3-bedroom apartment, and a few crew members on the set. The entire cast, plus the director, was less than 10 people. Couldn't help but tease, "Is this a web series with the investment and cast of an AV?" Then awkwardly asked Lu Yanyan, "You wrote this script, didn't you? Can this plot pass the scrutiny?" Lu Yanyan smiled and comforted Ma Chao, "You can play my husband well, whether or not it passes the trial is not something you should worry about. I've read the script, and the writers have really put their hearts into it. Don't look at the story as cheesy, but it's very informative and interesting, and there are touching bridges as well. It's true that Wang Wei and I have other plans for you, but this filming team really wants to do a good job with this web series. Let's put aside our personal grudges and don't let them down." Ma Chao nodded half-heartedly and took the script and read it briefly. The director told him that he didn't have to memorize the script because it could be changed at any time based on inspiration during filming. "I hope the two actors will commit to their roles and dig into some of the details of the couple's relationship and collide." The director wanted to pick his own actors, but because the management was so strong, he had no bargaining chips. There was a fear that the two connected actors appointed by the management might ruin this rare and good script. I didn't expect to be very happy with Ma Chao and Lu Yanyan's image and temperament after meeting them. And just like a real young couple, they couldn't be more suitable, actors born to customize for their roles. This director has quite a personality, not following the script. Want to be the Wong Kar-wai of the web series world? Ma Chao muttered a sentence in his heart, and seeing that the director's attitude was very sincere, he didn't have the heart to flirt. Listen carefully to the arrangements and explanations, and try to get the emotions that the director asks for in one performance. At the end of the morning's shoot, the director was full of praise for the pair's performances. "I was worried that it was a connected family of the funding agency and I wouldn't dare to start over again and again if the performances were bad. Now it seems that there is no need for repeated shots at all. The two performances are so seamless that you can't even see any signs of acting. The story is different, but the feelings can be borrowed, and it can be said that Ma Chao and Lu Yanyan act out some of the daily life of the couple effortlessly. Every look and expression is accurately conveyed in place." Faced with the director's surprised attitude, the two could only admit that it was their acting talent and didn't have the heart to bring up their past. At lunchtime, Lu Yanyan called Ma Chao and found a noodle shop near the neighborhood. They used to come here to eat when they were too lazy to cook. After the two sat down, Lu Yanyan proposed, "It's been a long time since I've eaten here with you, get some small cold dishes and drink 2 beers. Ma Chao decisively refused, "We're at work, and we have to shoot a movie in the afternoon. I'm not drinking. Drinking less is nothing to be afraid of, maybe it will help to brew up the mood for the movie and help." Don't, I get sleepy when I drink." "That's just as well, I think there's a bed scene this afternoon." Looking at Lu Yanyan's expression of excited anticipation, Ma Chao helplessly asked, "Can you be a professional actor? You're so like a pushover, don't drink it." Lu Yanyan was also too lazy to persuade him again, but still could not hide her ambiguous eyes and asked, "Do you have a feeling of going back to the past?" Ma Chao helplessly explained, "We're acting, it's pure coincidence, how can you take it seriously? Pull yourself together. I can feel that you miss the sweet times we used to have just as much as I do. You may be inexperienced in your first movie, and I advise you not to confuse yourself with the role. You didn't shoot less than 2 minutes of footage last time. Why are you still relying on the old? You think you're an old actor, don't you? Anyway, it's not my first time shooting, I have more experience than you." When Ma Chao finished, he stared at the waiter who approached him and reached for the large bowl. And urging, "Come on, let's eat." Lu Yanyan jumped the noodles twice, still not dying, and asked expectantly, "You said that the two of us will get along for half a month, when we finish filming this web drama. Will it be like the male and female protagonists in the drama, will they also get back together? Ah?"